At this hour, international news. An international team of scientists held a press conference and announced a sensational discovery. In the permafrost of the far east of Siberia, a prehistoric supervirus has been found. This giant virus has already become the fourth giant virus known to humanity. Previously, scientists had discovered another similar specimen in the same region. According to experts, the discovery was made a year ago, but the information had been kept secret until now. Research is still ongoing, and at this moment it remains unknown whether the virus is capable of infecting humans or animals. Some specialists note, as long as the permafrost remains frozen, there is no reason for concern.
I jumped up, everything matched. The star seed had warned me, in 10 days, a viral outbreak would begin. Without wasting a second, I studied survivalist forums, gathered supplies, and in just 2 days turned an old minibus into an armored shelter, removed the seats, installed a bed, reinforced the doors, and upgraded the engine and body. When the world collapsed, I was ready. Then they appeared, frightened, desperate girls begging for shelter. One in a torn dress, another covered in blood, and a third crying by the roadside. "Please, take us with you," they begged. I opened the door. Together, we drove through the dead city, toward a world where a new life was beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. Jiang Lushur was curious when the base vehicle activated a new function at this moment. He wanted to see it first. But Zhang Jing had already arrived in front of the vehicle. His expression was still serious, but not as cold and stiff as before. He actively jumped down from the infantry armored vehicle, walked up to Jiang Lushur's vehicle, and said, "Captain Jiang, thank you for your hard work." As he spoke, Zhang Jing stood straight and gave a very proper military salute. Seeing this salute, Jiang Lushur's eyes flickered slightly, and he also got out of the car. Jiang Zhuing followed beside him. Without the command of mutated zombies, ordinary zombies would be quickly wiped out in the face of intense firepower. There was no danger around anymore. Team Shuriying has made a great contribution this time by eliminating the mutated zombie and changing the course of the battle. When I return, I will write a report to recommend a reward for you, Captain Jiang, Zhang Jing said formally. "Thank you." Jiang Lushur nodded. For someone like Zhang Jing, doing this already counted as bowing his head, no need to push further. With your ability and marksmanship, Captain Jiang, you could easily join the military. Your future would be bright, Zhang Jing said. Actually, compared to marksmanship, what Zhang Jing valued more was Jiang Lushur's ability. If this ability were used in military vehicle modification, the effects would be outstanding. That minibus really made his eyes almost pop out. In the apocalypse, only the strong have a voice and are respected. Zhang Jing's view and attitude toward Jiang Lushur had completely changed. Shen Tao looked at Jiang Lushur with a mix of surprise and envy. If Jiang Lushur agreed to Zhang Jing's invitation, he could earn a position like third in command in their team. That would be a true commander-level role, not like their junior officer ranks. Jiang Lushur shook his head. "I'm used to freedom, not suited for the military." Joining the military meant facing strict supervision, which wasn't suitable for Jiang Lushur at all. "No problem. Take your time to consider. We can still cooperate in the future," Zhang Jing paused and then said. Although he wanted Jiang Lushur to join, this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Shen Tao immediately showed a disappointed expression. He really wanted to become comrades with Jiang Lushur. After Guangfeng's squad returned, Bai Zhengchong had his vehicle pull away from Jiang Lushur's, not even glancing in that direction. But his livid face looked more like a dead man's than ever. Zhang Jing noticed Bai Zhengchong's reaction and knew there had been conflict between the two teams earlier. As long as they didn't start fighting during the mission, Zhang Jing wasn't going to bother. "This is a good gun. Only 11 kilograms when empty, and the stock can be folded. Very convenient to carry," Zhang Jing suddenly commented, looking at the gun in Jiang Lushur's hand. "It is good." Jiang Lushur was indeed very satisfied with this sniper rifle. Seeing Jiang Lushur return to the minibus with the gun, a soldier immediately widened his eyes. "My gun. Go ask the commander to get you another one," the officer with Shen Tao said with a smile. The soldier looked miserably at the minibus. This was outrageous. They said it was just borrowing the gun, and now they weren't returning it. "How many magazines do you have left?" "This gun is out of bullets." The minibus suddenly drove up. Jiang Lushur asked from the window. The soldier. After the last zombie fell, the gunfire abruptly stopped. The area around the toll station was covered with zombie corpses. Blood flowed like rivers through the small woods, and the road was nearly flooded with thick, crimson blood. The mix of blood and gunpowder smells made people's heads ache. "Count the ammo, clean up the battlefield." Chu Songming's voice rang out. Several soldiers ran into the woods with guns. Seeing up close how the minibus had crazily rammed its way through, they were all secretly shocked. When they saw the area where the mutated zombie had been fought, they were even more stunned. Damn, you'd think a tornado passed through. The soldiers quickly packed the mutated zombie's body into a corpse bag and carried it away. Once taken back to Zhonghai, the body would be sent to the research institute. After returning, one soldier went up to Zhang Jing and reported briefly. Zhang Jing then glanced toward the minibus. There was a wound on the mutant zombie's chest, many shriveled blood vessels, and a sunken hole. It looked like something had been taken. A mutant crystal nucleus, like those from mutated beasts? Zhang Jing frowned slightly, then shook his head. Jiang Lushi was right, he now qualified to cooperate with them, not be subordinate to Zhang Jing, so naturally, he wouldn't be required to hand over spoils of war. That mutated zombie had been independently killed by Jiang Liushi's team, so taking the spoils was totally reasonable. Still, Zhang Jing would definitely note this in his report. Since he took the spoils, Jiang Lushi likely wouldn't receive a reward. Back in the minibus, Jiang Lushi sat in the front passenger seat holding the blood nucleus. In front of him was the starseed panel. The starseed had unlocked a new function, clearly related to killing the mutant zombie. Jiang Lushi knew the starseed had many undeveloped functions, but he didn't know how to unlock them. It seemed the longer one survived in the apocalypse, the more would be discovered. The new function this time was called the Base Vehicle Laboratory. The biological lab could create various gene evolution fluids. What would the Base Vehicle Lab make? He swiped his finger, and the panel opened. Several options appeared. Jiang Lushi glanced over them. Base Vehicle Energy, Base Vehicle Robot Construction, Base Vehicle Appearance Camouflage, Base Vehicle Transformation. Other than Base Vehicle Energy, the rest were grayed out. It was unclear what conditions were needed to unlock them. Jiang Lushi had never seen these robots and didn't know what they looked like. His eyes locked on the last two options. Especially, Base Vehicle Transformation. If it could transform, was it the kind of transformation he was thinking of? Transformers? Scenes from sci-fi movies flashed in Jiang Liushi's mind. If he could really drive a transformer and charge into zombie hordes, that would be insanely cool. But unfortunately, the base vehicle had no preview image of what kind of transformation it had, so Jiang Lushi didn't know if his guess was right. His eyes returned to the Base Vehicle Energy option. Base Vehicle Energy requires one mutant blood nucleus to activate. Any level of mutant blood nucleus can be used. Different levels yield different effects. Using one mutant blood nucleus grants the base vehicle one special effect. Increased impact force, lasts 1 minute. Increased defense, lasts 1 minute. Speed. The base vehicle's basic functions could all be enhanced. Jiang Lushi really wanted to try it, but there was only one blood nucleus now. If he used it, there'd be no more. He was curious about what the military's research institute had found out about the blood nucleus. This thing came from a mutated zombie, and zombies were originally humans. Jiang Lushi always felt this thing couldn't be used like a mutant crystal nucleus, to be extracted into evolution crystals. The way the starseed used the blood nucleus was also different from the mutant crystal nucleus. Mutated zombies aren't easy to encounter. What I need most right now are level 2 mutant crystal nuclei, Jiang Lushi thought. The ability he gained from the starseed's gene evolution liquid was different from other ability users, who advanced through combat and eating mutant beast meat. Jiang Lushi could only improve proficiency through combat. Eating mutant beast meat could improve his body over time, but for things like brain area, agility, blood evolution, and bloodline, none of those could directly evolve. Evolution still relied on the biological lab. After seeing that mutated zombie, Jiang Lushi felt his ability still wasn't enough. If his strength could reach the level of that mutated zombie, then as long as he didn't run into something too dangerous, his safety would be much more guaranteed. But that was just wishful thinking. Even if it could be done, it would take a very long time. Keep moving, we're clearing the road, Zhang Jing's voice came. Next, the infantry vehicle will continue to lead. Team Shuriying will handle security and support. Team Longyue and Team Guangfeng alternate assisting the engineers in clearing the roadblocks. Damn! Bai Jingchong's face turned purple-red when he heard the new orders. Zhang Jing was assigning tasks based on team strength, which was reasonable. But in Bai Jingchong's eyes, this was a slap in the face. Damn it, what a sycophant! Bai Jingchong glared viciously at Zhang Jing from inside the vehicle. He then looked toward Team Shuriying. Jiang Lushi didn't even glance at him from inside his vehicle, but inside the freezer truck, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan noticed his look. Hee hee. Zhang Hai gave a sneaky grin. Damn. Bai Jingchong quickly looked away, took a deep breath to calm down. He was used to bossing people around, and now suddenly others saw him as trash, and even got mocked by a bug like Zhang Hai. How could Bai Zhengchong stand it? Captain Jiang, nice to meet you. I'm Wang Chuanfu from Team Longyue. The captain of Team Longyue drove over, rolled down the window, and greeted Jiang Lushi. Jiang Liushi's strength made the Team Longyue captain want to build a connection. Pleasure to meet you. Jiang Lushi smiled slightly too. Team Longyue had kept their distance before, but Jiang Lushi didn't mind. In the apocalypse, many people lived very realistically, or one could say rationally. If you don't have enough strength, who would care about you? I heard you guys just arrived in Zhonghai District 1. We've been here longer and often operate in the area. If you're hunting mutant beasts or anything, feel free to come to me. I can provide you with some information. Those so-called info maps sold outside the trading hall, most of them are fake, Wang Chuanfu said. Thanks, but I don't have a communication code yet, Jiang Lushi said. These veterans did know a lot more information than them. Haha, no worries. Actually, you don't need a communication code. Just go to the entrance of the trading hall, and you'll see our team holding up a sign. We always have someone there buying things long-term, Wang Chuanfu said. Wang Chuanfu glanced into the minibus and clicked his tongue in amazement. He hadn't noticed before, it was a camper van inside. 3 beautiful women with their own charm, a mobile fortress-like luxury RV. Captain Jiang, you live in style. Wang Chuanfu looked envious. Jiang Lushi felt speechless. Seeing the 3 girls, everyone automatically misunderstood, and looked at him with that, you know what I mean, kind of expression. Ran Shiyu also heard what Wang Chuanfu said. Her expression paused slightly, then she lowered her head. The ears hidden under her hair turned slightly red. She had never been teased like this before, but now, everyone thought that way. If Jiang Lushi hadn't said something, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan would have called her sister-in-law. Her protests were so weak that no one listened. The convoy soon moved on again. There were too many corpses here. If they stayed too long, more zombies or mutant beasts could come. Their mission was to clear the road, they couldn't afford more delay. After exiting the highway, they entered a small town. It was an ancient town, a very famous tourist area before the apocalypse. There were many such ancient towns in Jiangnan. Usually, an ancient town was next to a modern one. So while it looked traditional, it was also very developed and densely populated. The zombies they encountered before probably came from this small town. All the buildings nearby were pitch black, many doors were wide open, and zombies and blood stains could be seen everywhere. Their task was road clearing, so naturally they wouldn't enter the ancient town's scenic area. The roar of engines broke the silence of the town. After clearing an entire street, the sky grew darker. The convoy stopped at the gate of a farmhouse-style inn. This farmhouse was relatively independent, had a courtyard, a larger parking lot beside it, and farmland and orchards behind. A team of soldiers went in first to inspect the place. After a few gunshots, some zombie corpses were dragged out. The bodies were taken far away, and the inside was quickly disinfected with spray. We'll camp here tonight, Chu Songming said as he came out of the building. At this moment, Bai Zhengchong shouted that he needed the restroom and went inside. After Chu Songming spoke a few words to a soldier outside, he also went back inside. Didn't we say not to talk to me privately during this mission? Chu Songming entered a small room calmly. Bai Zhengchong stood at the door with a gloomy expression. While staying alert for anyone outside, he quickly said, that Team Shuriying is the one that smashed our casino before. Chu Songming was slightly stunned, and his expression darkened. What did you say? I went to apologize, and that Jiang Lushi just said, I know. Bai Zhengchong said in a low voice. I don't think he's planning to accept my apology. That guy is arrogant. Not accepting? Chu Songming frowned. I think keeping him around is a hidden danger, Bai Zhengchong's eyes flashed as he added. He was wary of Jiang Lushi. As long as Jiang Lushi was around, Bai Zhengchong felt like sitting on pins and needles. He wanted to use Chu Songming's hand to get rid of him. Chu Songming was from the military and a deputy commander, he'd surely have a way. Just carry out the mission normally. In the army, he'll have to follow rules. He won't do anything to you. Chu Songming didn't answer directly, just tried to calm him down. Bai Zhengchong reluctantly nodded, but cursed in his heart. After the rooms were tidied up, the cooks started preparing food. Zhang Jing and the officers began studying the map. They had to open up a brand new safe route to Tongnan City. Every step had to be recorded and compared. The survivor teams didn't join in these tasks. They were busy outside, maintaining vehicles, refueling, and so on. At this moment, in a distant high-rise building, a pair of binoculars was just lowered, revealing an excited face behind them. Holy crap, it really is the army. After speaking, he quickly pulled the blackout curtains shut and ran inside. From the outside, the high-rise looked completely abandoned. But the top floor had been cleaned up. There were more than 20 people living inside. They were all men, each exuding a fierce aura. One of them had calm eyes and a firm face. Across his left eye was a terrifying knife scar. He was sitting there slowly wiping a gun. The Type 81 rifle was wiped clean and shiny. Next to him were neatly arranged bullets, all standing upright. "Captain Long, the army is here." The man with the binoculars came straight up to him and said. Zhou Long didn't stop wiping the gun. He spoke calmly, his voice a little hoarse. "How many people?" "About 40 or 50. I counted on purpose," the man with the binoculars quickly answered. Clink. A bullet fell over, and Zhou Long's hand also paused. Zhou Long took the binoculars, walked to the window and looked out. Sure enough. A convoy of about 40 to 50 people, several military vehicles and modified SUVs, everyone was armed. Zhou Long even saw an infantry armored vehicle among them. They had already heard gunfire from afar earlier, but didn't expect the army to come down this road and camp not far from them. So that mutated zombie was taken out? Great! Zhou Long's face lit up with joy. Because of that mutated zombie, they had been hiding in this hellish place for days. This was an unexpected delight. Zhou Long looked again toward the farmhouse inn, his eyes lingering on the infantry armored vehicle. That was a Type 92 wheeled infantry armored vehicle. He could call out the model directly because, before the apocalypse, Zhou Long had been a sergeant in the army. When the apocalypse broke out, he was stationed at the toll station not far from here. Zhou Long had watched many apocalyptic movies. He knew that once doomsday came, the law was useless. Whoever had the biggest fist was the boss. You could have as many followers and any kind of woman you wanted. Those beautiful women he never dared to think about before, rich, pretty, and out of reach, all could now be picked at will. Especially since he had a gun in his hand. So the moment the apocalypse started, Zhou Long made a quick decision. He killed the company commander next to him and ran. Later, Zhou Long regretted it. When he fled, he didn't bring enough weapons or ammo. He didn't expect the military would actually start selling weapons to survivor squads. Even so, with the few guns, a good amount of bullets, and grenades he had taken, he quickly built a force and became the ruler of this small town. Infantry armored vehicle, so many machine guns, ammo. Zhou Long's eyes sparkled as he looked at the farmhouse. The man with the binoculars asked, "Captain Long, you're not planning to mess with them, are you? You think I got kicked in the head?" Zhou Long shot him a cold glance. He was drooling over that armored vehicle, but he still had a clear mind. Though he had a decent number of people, hand-picked and trained, they were no match for the troops at the farmhouse, just a band of rabble in comparison. "Qiangzi, see those SUVs? Those are survivor squads. If they can move around with the army, they must be rich too." Zhou Long adjusted the binoculars and turned his view to those survivor squads. Compared to the army, these survivor squads were much weaker. Even compared to him, they weren't much. If he was a rabble, they were nothing but wild strays. These teams are living better than me. Zhou Long set his sights on those survivor squads. He looked at the people getting out of the SUVs, clean clothes, shiny hair, guns in hand. Zhou Long, though not short on food, had been trapped for days with severe water shortage. He'd managed to bathe himself, but the people with him stank to high heaven. His eyes swept past a minibus. Compared to those SUVs, it looked totally unremarkable. But then he suddenly let out a sound and quickly moved his gaze back. 3 beautiful women had just gotten off the minibus, and each had a different style. One was elegant and fragile-looking, high-class and graceful, the kind that stirred a man's desire to conquer. Another looked like a youthful beauty, long legs, at least 170 centimeters tall, carrying a long blade. The third, damn. What a figure. Zhou Long also kept women in his group, but they hadn't bathed in who knew how long. Their greasy hair and stench were unbearable. He'd let them rinse off at most. How could he waste water for full baths? In comparison, those women were disgusting. But the 3 in front of him, clean, beautiful, that's what real women were. Then Zhou Long saw a young man come down from the minibus. He looked only about 20, clearly much younger than Zhou Long. Were all 3 women his? All 3 belonged to that young man? Damn! Zhou Long's eyes burned with jealousy. This young guy had already achieved the life he dreamed of. Zhou Long had become a deserter for this kind of life, having whatever he wanted, being a boss, taking all the beauties. "Looks like those vehicles are moving," Qiangzi suddenly said. Zhou Long looked over. Sure enough, the vehicles were starting up, heading toward the town center, toward the ancient town. The 3 beauties and that young man got back into the minibus. Only the army was left at the farmhouse. After a few changes in expression, Zhou Long's eyes darted back and forth between the farmhouse and those squads. "We're following them. Zhang Jing sent us out for recon. I think those two squads are going to scavenge supplies, Zhang Hai said as he drove the freezer truck, following beside the minibus. They had just finished resting, and now Zhang Jing sent them to check the area. I think that's exactly what he meant, Jiang Zhuing said, leaning against the window. Though Zhang Jing was strict, he wasn't unreasonable. These survivor squads were cooperating, scavenging along the way was normal, as long as it didn't delay the mission. Giving people an opportunity was better than letting them sneak off and leave the team. Everyone wins. True. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan nodded. Jiang Lushur didn't say anything, seeing how interested they were. Though he didn't lack supplies, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were always short. Ran Shiyu, having fought this time, would get a decent share, but ordinary food was still in short supply. In any case, gathering more never hurt. After driving for a while, just as they reached the main road, Bai Zhengchong had the Guangfeng squad turn onto another street. He didn't want to move with Jiang Liushur's group. This was clearly avoiding Jiang Lushur. His men looked a bit frustrated, while Bai Zhengchong himself felt even more irritated. Stop here for a bit, Bai Zhengchong felt like he was about to explode. He wanted a cigarette to calm down. That Chu Songming, always acting so arrogant because of his dad. I take bullets for him out front, and he won't even back me up when something happens, Bai Zhengchong thought. He had to make Chu Songming do something. He'd barely taken 2 puffs when he suddenly heard a car approaching. Who's that now? Bai Zhengchong didn't care much and sent a big guy to check. But as soon as the guy stepped out, he let out a terrified scream and jumped back in. He didn't need to say anything, Bai Zhengchong already saw the vehicle. On the narrow street, that minibus was charging straight at them like a mad bull. Abandoned cars were slammed aside. Its roaring engine echoed deafeningly. Its cheap-looking front now seemed like a devil's face to Bai Zhengchong and his men. Bai Zhengchong's eyes widened, hair standing on end, damn. Seeing the minibus charge at them, Bai Zhengchong panicked and cursed Chu Songming's entire family tree. Didn't he say Jiang Lushur wouldn't attack? Move, move, move. Back up. Bai Zhengchong shouted. Seeing the driver frozen in shock, Bai Zhengchong cursed and slapped him hard. The driver had been scared stiff, his face swelled up, blood at the corner of his mouth, but he snapped out of it and floored the gas, turning sharply. Bang! The minibus slammed into the SUV's rear. The whole vehicle jolted. Inside, it felt like a truck had smashed into their chests. Even though the SUV had been professionally reinforced, the impact still made it feel like it would fall apart. Ah! The driver screamed as he stepped on the gas. After seeing how that minibus fought the mutated zombie, he was utterly terrified. Damn you! Bai Zhengchong cursed. Forget the car, crash into that supermarket ahead. He made a smart move. Jiang Liushur's car and marksmanship were terrifying. But in close quarters inside a supermarket, he wouldn't be so scared. The supermarket was a single-story building. The SUV sped up and crashed inside. Empty shelves and zombies were knocked away. The driver slammed the brakes, heart pounding wildly in fear. Bai Zhengchong grabbed a Type 81 rifle and jumped out, face red, eyes bloodshot with rage. Everyone, grab your F******ing weapons. Not far away, 2 off-road vehicles quietly stopped. Zhou Long had been tailing the minibus, but didn't expect it to suddenly go berserk and start ramming vehicles. What surprised Zhou Long even more was that SUV, so heavily modified, and yet it ran off into a small supermarket. As for that minibus, also modified, its speed was like a sports car. Now it looked like survivor squads were fighting each other? Then there was no rush. He'd just sit back and watch. Zhou Long suddenly felt like today he had crazy good luck. First, the mutant zombie crisis was over. Then, survivor squads started fighting. What was this called? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Best if they kill each other. Just don't let those 3 beauties die, Zhou Long said happily. Compared to the women, he cared more about the guns and ammunition. Of course, if the women could survive, that would be even better. He gave a signal to his underlings, parked the off-road vehicle at the alley entrance, and hid in secret. Then he raised his binoculars and got into a comfortable position to enjoy the show. With all the noise from the SUV and the minibus, even the nearby zombies were drawn away. Zhou Long was feeling as relaxed as he could be. Inside the building, next to the room where Zhou Long and his men were staying, was a relatively narrow room. There were at least 30 people living inside, men and women, all in low spirits. The room reeked of sweat and urine, and even carried the stench of rot. Zhou Long had a twisted personality. Ever since someone had opposed him and injured one of his eyes, he often beat the other survivors, even the women who tried to please him. Lately, due to being trapped and in a bad mood, he hit them even harder. These people had no medicine after being beaten and could only watch their wounds rot. After they died, Zhou Long would have their bodies thrown outside to be eaten by zombies, leaving not a trace that they had ever lived. No one spoke. They had also heard the earlier gunfire, but to them, it felt like sounds from another world. They knew Zhou Long and the others had gone out to capture fat sheep. But they didn't care much. Some of them had been caught just like that, treated as fat sheep. Maybe new people would arrive soon, but they no longer had the energy to feel pity for others. V-room. The minibus stopped not far from the supermarket. Hearing the sound, Bai Zhengchong shouted, "Jiang Lushi, what are you trying to do?" After hiding inside the supermarket, Bai Zhengchong had calmed down a lot. The sound of the minibus stopping also made him feel more confident. The supermarket had a limited ceiling height, there was no way the minibus could get in. And with the cover inside, he didn't have to worry about getting shot. So for a moment, Bai Zhengchong regained his courage, full of anger. "Jiang Lushi, are you crazy? If you fight me here, do you think the military will just stand by? I'm telling you, if you really want to fight us, don't expect to return to Zhonghai District 1. Fighting among teammates during a military mission, this was crossing the military's bottom line. He would definitely be expelled from Zhonghai District 1. This kind of dumbass doesn't even know the rules." Bai Zhengchong cursed. But to him, Jiang Lushi was just asking to die. He could use this incident to get Chu Songming to deal with Jiang Lushi through his connections. He'd make sure Jiang Lushi died miserably. Like having his vehicle confiscated, his guns taken, what could he do then? At that point, Jiang and his women would all be ravaged to death. But just then, Bai Zhengchong heard the engine again from outside. "He's leaving?" A little brother beside him spat. "What af ****ing coward. One day I'll make him pay." They had followed Bai Zhengchong long enough to know what would happen just by looking at him. They weren't elite fighters, but when it came to tormenting people, they were pros. But a bad feeling suddenly rose in Bai Zhengchong's heart. V-room. The sound was clearly approaching the supermarket. "Shoot!" Bai Zhengchong shouted. His muscles suddenly bulged, and he quickly jumped backward. Damn it, there was no deep grudge here. Jiang hadn't killed his brothers or messed with his women. Was it really worth risking his life over this? Bai Zhengchong thought he had met a madman. Jiang Lushi looked normal, but was clearly a reckless maniac. Watching the minibus get closer, Bai Zhengchong and his men didn't think it could drive in, but their hearts were racing. Ran Shiyu sat in the front passenger seat. Listening to the roar of the minibus, her mental vision could see the minibus and the mental energy clusters inside the supermarket rapidly closing in. As the minibus was about to crash into the supermarket door, Ran Shiyu couldn't help feeling nervous. "Close your eyes," Jiang Lushi said. Ran Shiyu didn't know why he said that, but hearing the order and seeing the door rapidly approaching, she instinctively shut her eyes. In that instant, Jiang Lushi, sitting in the driver's seat, activated the second form of the base vehicle. V-room. The ground trembled. The minibus began transforming from the front and in the blink of an eye turned into a giant mining truck. With a loud bang, it crashed directly into the supermarket. Inside the supermarket, Bai Zhengchong and the others were just about to open fire when a huge bang erupted. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Glass shattered. Then, the entire supermarket collapsed. The mining truck was too big, its weight too terrifying. Crashing at high speed, there was no way this civilian building could withstand the impact. Inside, Bai Zhengchong and the others didn't even have time to see what happened. He only managed to shout F***** before being buried by the supermarket's collapse. Base vehicle, switch back to first form. In just 1 second, Jiang Lushi had already switched the minibus back. Ran Shiyu, sitting beside him, only felt a violent jolt. When she opened her eyes, she was stunned by what she saw. The supermarket had collapsed? The minibus was parked in the middle of a pile of rubble. It was an overwhelming sight. She knew the minibus had strong impact power, but never imagined it could destroy an entire building. Ah! Covered in blood, Bai Zhengchong pushed aside a concrete slab and stood up. "Jiang!" Bang! A single shot silenced him. Bai Zhengchong choked on his own words. He wanted to say, "Let's see how you die next." But he never got the chance. Jiang Lushi had no interest in hearing his nonsense. His thoughts, and the malicious intent of his men, had all been sensed by Ran Shiyu. Meanwhile, in the off-road vehicle, Zhou Long was already stunned. He sat up abruptly, eyes wide like he had seen a ghost. In that split second, he thought he saw a massive figure in the smoke. Was he seeing things? But one thing was clear, that minibus had somehow destroyed a supermarket. Was this real? After the shock, Zhou Long also felt lucky. Good thing he hadn't made a move yet. Otherwise, with just these two off-road vehicles? Wait, why is that vehicle coming this way? Zhou Long shuddered. He stared through the binoculars. The minibus was rapidly growing in his field of view. He even saw the two people inside. He no longer cared about the beautiful woman, he was focused on the young man in the driver's seat. At that moment, the young man raised his hand, waved at him, and even gave him a faint, mocking smile. Whoosh! A chill shot up Zhou Long's spine. That young man saw him? Run! Zhou Long was already frozen in shock. It felt like he had seen a ghost. But then, from the other end of the alley, another engine sound came. The freezer truck pulled up to the alley's entrance. Ying and Jiang Zhuiying stood in the back. Surrounded from both ends, Zhou Long suddenly felt a wave of despair. Ah? Zhou Long suddenly raised his Type 81 rifle. He still had a gun. After years in the military, his marksmanship was far better than these amateur survivors. He aimed straight at Jiang Lusher inside the minibus and fired, bang. A headshot. But, after the shot, Jiang Lusher didn't even flinch. He still had that same mocking smile. Through Ran Shiyu's mental vision, Jiang Lusher had already noticed the group secretly following them. And their appearance had given Jiang Lusher the perfect opportunity. Bai Zhengchong and his kind were like rabid dogs. Though temporarily quiet, they were always looking for a chance to bite. And after the earlier assassination attempt, Jiang Lusher already knew how ruthless this group was. He wouldn't tolerate such dogs lurking nearby. As for Zhou Long, who told you to jump out and take the fall? Jiang Lusher opened a slit in the car window and once again extended the Type 81 rifle. He didn't even care who Zhou Long was. The man clearly wanted to ambush them. In that case, dying wasn't unjust. Zhou Long missed his shot, his eyes bulging in shock. Damn! The car's glass is actually bulletproof. And that dark gun barrel sticking out from the window made Zhou Long's scalp go numb instantly. Bulletproof glass. This completely crushed Zhou Long's last bit of fighting spirit. He now only wanted to escape. Drive. With a vehicle blocking them behind, Zhou Long desperately drove the car forward. Another off-road vehicle followed close behind him, but after Zhou Long glanced in the rearview mirror, he suddenly swerved the tail. The car behind quickly turned the steering wheel and bang, crashed directly onto the sidewalk, slamming into a flower bed. Zhou Long had seen the speed of that minibus with his own eyes. There was no way to escape it like this. Only by ditching the rear vehicle like a gecko dropping its tail could he hope to survive. Zhou Long's move shocked the other people in his car. Captain Long. What are you yelling for? Don't you want to live? Zhou Ping gave them a cold look. Those people immediately shut their mouths. That's right, they also wanted to live. Compared to others' lives, their own was obviously more important. Ah? The car that got hit spun out on the road, its front facing directly toward the minibus. Seeing it charging over, everyone inside wore a look of despair. In front of that vehicle, they felt like they were made of tofu. At that moment, Jiang Lusher fired. The bullet pierced through the rear windshield of the off-road vehicle and shot straight into the driver's seat. Zhou Long, who was grimly stomping on the gas pedal, hadn't even finished his sentence when his eyes suddenly widened. He looked down at his chest. The bullet from the Type 81 rifle, shot from behind, pierced the back windshield, killed one person, then went through the driver's seat, and burst out of Zhou Long's chest. The power of the Type 81 was terrifying, but what was even more terrifying was that man's marksmanship. Damn, Zhou Long spat out black blood, his consciousness quickly fading. This ing, even that could kill him. Amid the terrified screams inside the car, the off-road vehicle gave off a sharp screech, then bang, crashed into a shop by the roadside. The front of the vehicle was completely smashed in, and inside the car, it was soaked in blood. Crashing at that speed, even a modified vehicle couldn't withstand it. Jiang Lusher lowered his rifle and didn't even glance at the off-road vehicle now lying across the road. Go! The driver of the last car didn't even know how his hands and feet had turned ice cold. He shakily started the engine. That minibus parked not far away felt like a god of death staring at them. All they knew was that after a single gunshot, the off-road vehicle that was supposed to cover their retreat had crashed. This kind of terrifying combat power was already far beyond what they could comprehend. Whether before or after the apocalypse, they were just ordinary people. They knew how powerful automatic rifles were. They'd seen minibuses, but never a car or gun like that. Was that even human? None of them even knew how they managed to drive away. Everyone was in extreme panic, their minds totally blank. What's that noise? In the farmhouse, Zhang Jing suddenly looked up from the map and glanced outside. Just then, a soldier ran in and reported, "There's heavy smoke and explosions in the distance." Gunfire was normal, there were still many zombies in the town, but this much commotion? Could it be another mutated zombie? Chu Songming, standing beside him, adjusted his glasses, his eyes flashing with a strange glint. He felt something wasn't right. By the time Zhang Jing and the others arrived, that street was already blocked off by zombies. Such a big commotion, of course it had drawn their attention. Zhang Jing quickly ordered a stop and raised his binoculars to look from a distance. He saw a large number of zombies crowding around the ruins of a collapsed building. They were moving concrete blocks as if something beneath was attracting them. Then, amidst the crazed zombies, Zhang Jing saw the roof of a car. It had been crushed and deformed, but still looked familiar. At that moment, 3 vehicles drove out from another street corner: the minibus, the freezer truck, and a stranger's off-road vehicle. That SUV clearly had been in a serious accident, twisted, smashed in front, and blood dripping from inside. Zhang Jing pulled his gaze from the ruins and frowned as he looked at the 3 vehicles. The minibus and freezer truck stopped first. The off-road vehicle drove directly up to Zhang Jing and the others. The car door opened, and a stranger's corpse fell out. Sun Quan jumped down from the driver's seat, looking a bit disgusted as he brushed himself off, but the blood stuck to him wouldn't come off, only smeared more. What happened? Zhang Jing asked. That guy must be from the town, doing robbery or something. When we heard the noise and came back, the building here had already collapsed. Guangfeng's squad split off earlier, guess they fell into a trap, Sun Quan said. How did the building collapse? Chu Songming asked. How would I know? Sun Quan shot back. His face didn't show much sympathy. It was like he was describing something minor, maybe even annoying. But that actually made it more believable. Jiang Lushir was amused watching Sun Quan act. He had volunteered for this part, and sure enough, as a veteran, he nailed the tone and expressions perfectly. But Sun Quan wasn't entirely lying. He really didn't know how the building collapsed, he hadn't seen it. All he knew was that it must have been his boss who did it. Zhang Jing looked at the SUV, it had clearly been modified. He examined the one-eyed corpse and saw hardened calluses from long-term gun use. Ex-military? Zhang Jing frowned. A local thug with a military background, if he had preset traps, it was indeed possible to collapse a building. Hearing the name, Guangfeng Squad, Zhang Jing immediately began to suspect Jiang Liushir's group. But that building, even that minibus couldn't destroy it so easily, right? Now, with the corpse of an ambusher as proof, Zhang Jing glanced at Jiang Lushir in the minibus. Though his suspicion hadn't fully cleared, he had nothing to say. Let's get out of here before the zombies are fully drawn in, Zhang Jing said. The zombies in the town were rapidly gathering, soon the whole street would be filled. Even though they were still at a distance, the sheer number of zombies made people uneasy. Now whenever they saw zombies, they wondered if a mutated one would appear among them. Hearing Zhang Jing's words, Jiang Lushir knew the matter was now over. The off-road vehicle and Zhou Long's corpse were left behind. The guns and ammo inside had already been collected by Zhang Hai and the others. The other off-road vehicle under Zhou Long had escaped. Jiang Lushir didn't bother chasing it, he hadn't planned on wiping them out completely anyway. Those men were scared out of their minds. With the army still in the town, they probably wouldn't dare show up again. They didn't know their boss had planned to rob and kill, and had ended up as a scapegoat. They just thought it was a failed ambush. Under those circumstances, they'd avoid the army at all costs. As Jiang Lushir started the minibus, he felt someone's gaze on him. He turned and saw a man with glasses watching him. It was Chu Songming, the one who had spoken to Sun Quan earlier. Though he was a deputy commander, Jiang Lushir felt this man was very low-key, almost invisible. But when Zhang Jing spoke to him, he was very polite. Chu Songming gave Jiang Lushir a friendly smile, then jumped into the infantry armored vehicle. Jiang Lushir was slightly stunned. Was that a gesture of goodwill? But he quickly stopped caring. Let's go. The vehicles started up quickly. A few zombies seemed to hear something. They looked up but were soon distracted by the smell of blood. The corpses buried in the rubble were strongly attracting them. Blood? Fresh flesh? Grah! A zombie suddenly pounced on a nearby one. Its sharp claws tore open the chest of its kin, and over a dozen others joined in, instantly turning that spot into a bloody mess. Bang! The other off-road vehicle that had escaped earlier sped back into the underground parking lot of the building, rushed inside, slammed the iron gate shut, and piled the barricades back up. Bang bang bang. Zombies were soon pounding on the gate. They had chased the vehicle all the way, incredibly fast. The people inside stared at the gate, filled with fear, not because of the zombies outside. What do we do now? Zhou Long was dead. The rest were just a ragtag bunch, feeling lost. The shaking barricades and metal gate reminded the now calm group of another brutal truth. How about, when the army leaves, we take those survivors and find a hideout outside town? I know a few farmhouses out there. Just gotta be careful of mutated beasts, suggested the survivor who used to be Zhou Long's lookout. They didn't have enough people. But the survivors, there were about 30 of them. The more people, the more power. No problem, let's do that. The others quickly agreed. They had never abused those survivors. Under Zhou Long, they hadn't dared even speak up. But now Zhou Long was dead. And the one who had truly frightened them was that young man. Just thinking about him gave them chills. Who the hell was that guy? The dozen or so survivors shuddered. They had already decided, when they got back upstairs, they would close every curtain, and not show their faces until the army and that man were gone. Back in the armored vehicle, the smile on Chu Songming's face disappeared instantly, and a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. That Jiang Lushi, really daring, he actually made a move against Guangfeng's squad already. Although there was no evidence, Chu Songming was very sure that this matter had something to do with Team Shuriying. Chu Songming had originally planned to wait until Guangfeng's squad returned, then think of ways to deal with Jiang Lushi. After all, once they got back to Zhonghai District 1, Jiang Lushi would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered without a car or a gun. There were all kinds of dirty tricks that could be used. Even if it got exposed, it would be Guangfeng's squad who took the action, it wouldn't be linked to him. But Jiang Lushi's decisiveness and ruthlessness made Chu Songming feel a bit of fear. We've lost a survivor squad, but the mission must go on. From now on, we can't afford to be careless. We must strictly prevent anything like this from happening again, Zhang Jing said. Chu Songming coldly sneered in his heart. Prevent who? Zhang Jing looked straight forward, but he was smart. He definitely knew this had something to do with Team Shuriying, yet he didn't even ask a single question. What an old fox. That Chu Songming, Ran Shiyu suddenly spoke, then paused. He seems a little afraid. Afraid? What's he afraid of? Jiang Lushi was stunned. I hadn't paid much attention to him before. But just now, when he smiled at you, I sensed a bit of unease in him, Ran Shiyu said. Jiang Lushi glanced at Ran Shiyu. As expected, a psychic-type ability user was quite scary. Even though Ran Shiyu didn't have any combat power now, it was like she had a divine eye. She could sense emotional changes in everyone around her. Why are you staring at me? Ran Shiyu was being stared at by Jiang Lushi. She met his gaze at first, but quickly looked away. She tucked her hair and said, "Your mind is very strong, I can't see what you're thinking." I didn't mean it like that." Jiang Lushi didn't know how to respond, though he really hadn't meant it that way. Jiang Lushi turned to look at the infantry armored vehicle. This squad had a rather complex composition. That Chu Songming, he'd better keep an eye on him too. Zombies and mutant beasts were obviously dangerous, but humans were far more complex. The military was preparing to retake the cities. Who knew how much resistance they would encounter along the way? Now many squads like Zhang Jing's were out opening up roads and surveying areas. The military's counterattack was in progress. But these things had nothing to do with Jiang Lushi. He came to Zhonghai District 1 mainly for supplies. During this time, he could take the opportunity to upgrade the base vehicle. Diesel was now in hand. The mining truck, for now, was still very limited. It could only deliver surprise ramming attacks. If it were a building instead of a small single-story structure like today, the mining truck probably wouldn't work. So whether it was the minibus or the mining truck, there were still many areas that needed upgrading. The mutant zombie and that giant water monster had given Jiang Lushi a strong sense of crisis. Compared to those monsters, a squad like Guangfeng was just a vicious dog that might bite at any time. That night, Jiang Lushi and the other two in his group still rested in the vehicle. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan slept nearby in the freezer truck. The town wasn't quiet at night. A large number of zombies were drawn to the supermarket area. After finishing off the corpses, they went back to wandering. Growls rang out from time to time. Jiang Lushi felt that the sounds were a bit different from what he'd heard before. Maybe some of these zombies were in the middle of mutating, maybe new types of mutant zombies would appear in the future. Tongnan City. Many years ago, Jiang Lushi had come to Tongnan City with his parents. But that was a long time ago. Now, Tongnan City looked very different from what he remembered, more modern, with rows of villas in the suburbs. Along the way, Jiang Lushi saw many luxury cars. They had probably been driven out during the evacuation, but what happened next, no one knew. Tongnan City has several high-tech factories and is close to Zhonghai. So it's on the list of first cities to reopen roads to. But we won't enter the city, we'll just survey the outskirts, Zhang Jing said. The troops stationed themselves at a gas station. Some soldiers, led by officers, soon headed toward the city to find high ground. We'll check out the villa areas, said the leader of Team Longyue. Partly to scout, partly to search for supplies. Zhang Jing understood Wang Chuanfu's intentions. After thinking for a moment, he agreed, go ahead. What about you guys? Wang Chuanfu looked at Jiang Lushi. I'll skip it. I already promised Shintao to go with them, Jiang Lushi said. All right then. If we find some good liquor, we'll share it when we're back. Rich people probably stocked some nice stuff at home, Wang Chuanfu laughed. So that's what he was really after? Still, if they found high-end liquor, it wouldn't be a bad haul. For small squads like Wang Chuanfu's, it was more worth drinking than selling. Before the apocalypse, there were many luxuries ordinary people couldn't access. After it began, if you had power, you could find anything and enjoy it. Many people took great pleasure in this. Alright, Jiang Lushi smiled. He sensed that Wang Chuanfu was deliberately trying to win him over, probably because of the Quangfeng squad incident. A lot of people were suspicious of him. But without evidence, not only would they not mess with him, they'd even be intimidated by his strength and clean, efficient killing style. Jiang Lushi then went with Shintao and the others to check out a nearby high-tech factory, mainly to assess how much damage it had taken. When the apocalypse first broke out, many people collapsed at their workstations. Explosions and fires were everywhere, otherwise, power and communication wouldn't have failed so quickly. I remember coming here too. But there weren't this many factories before, right? Wasn't this a rural area? Jiang Zhuiying looked out the window from the vehicle. You were just a kid back then, Jiang Lushi said. I came here anyway, Jiang Zhuiying pouted. Seeing a place she somewhat remembered now full of zombies, it made people feel sad. She wondered how Jiang Bei was doing now. That night, Jiang Lushi slept on the carpet. Listening to Ran Shiyu's breathing nearby, he found it hard to fall asleep. He didn't know why, but he felt a bit uneasy. But since Ran Shiyu hadn't detected anything, maybe he was just overthinking. For days later, Zhang Jing and his team had almost finished their survey. On the roof of a tall building, a few soldiers were preparing to leave. One of them raised his binoculars, then suddenly froze. What's that? Prepare to withdraw, these past few days have been hard on everyone. Zhang Jing was in a good mood. The mission had gone smoothly, and a journey that was originally planned to take nearly 10 days had been completed in just half the time. The data they had collected had already been compiled into a memorandum, a thick booklet full of information about various factories and major city roads. All that was left now was to wait for the observation teams to return, and then they could leave. Just then, a military vehicle suddenly came rushing toward them like a drunken man, swerving crazily. Zhang Jing didn't notice at first, but quickly realized something was wrong. Alert! Zhang Jing's expression changed drastically as he shouted. Jiang Lushi looked at the vehicle. From a distance, he could already see bloodstains all over it. The others had obviously noticed too. They jumped onto their vehicles and aimed their guns at the military vehicle. At that moment, Ran Shiyu beside him said, "There's someone in the car." Screech! The military vehicle suddenly braked not far away, making a sharp screeching noise. Then, the driver's door swung open, and a soldier covered in blood fell out of the car. Under Zhang Jing's orders, a few soldiers cautiously approached with guns raised. He was captured. One soldier examined the man's body, then looked up with a grim expression. Help him up, Zhang Jing lowered his gun and walked over. The soldier was propped up to sit against the tire. When he saw Zhang Jing, he said with a deathly pale face, "They came." Who came? Where are the others? Zhang Jing looked at the soldier. One of his arms had been nearly ripped off, bone was visible through the bloody wound. He had returned purely by survival instinct. They're all dead. As soon as he spoke, the soldier coughed out a mouthful of blood. He grabbed Zhang Jing's sleeve and forced out a few words, "Retreat. Quick, retreat." After that, he spat out another big mouthful of blood, then looked down at his own waist with a pleading gaze. Zhang Jing hesitated, then bent down and took a pistol from the soldier's waist. But at that moment, the soldier's eyes suddenly widened, as if blood instantly filled them. Cracking sounds came from his body. His face turned ashen, and his mouth kept twitching, as if trying to squeeze out a bitter smile. "The gun, give me the gun." He struggled to hold his hand steady and reached toward Zhang Jing. Jiang Lushi and the others' expressions darkened. This was the first time they saw a person about to mutate. This soldier clearly wanted to end his life before transforming. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bloody hole appeared in the soldier's forehead. His eyes remained wide open, with fully red, enlarged pupils. Everyone looked toward the shooter. Chu Songming was just lowering his weapon, his eyes behind the glasses showing a trace of sorrow. He wasn't fully mutated. He was still conscious. Why not let him shoot himself? The soldier who had examined him asked in shock. Being killed as a zombie and dying by one's own hand, these were two completely different endings. At least the latter had dignity. Chu Songming sighed and said, "Who can be sure he would stay conscious when firing? At a moment like this, giving him a gun is too dangerous. And we need to understand the information he risked his life to bring back. Only then won't his death be in vain," Chu Songming added. "Bury him," Zhang Jing frowned, interrupting Chu Songming and instructing the soldiers. They ran into a zombie horde. Are the zombies coming this way? The captain of Team Longyue asked with a frown. Prepare for battle. It looks like the scale won't be small, Zhang Jing said as he walked toward the infantry armored vehicle. Just then, Jiang Lushur turned his head and suddenly saw that Ran Shiyu's face had turned pale, as if she had seen something terrifying. What's wrong? Jiang Lushur asked. Ran Shiyu moved her lips, then trembled all over. Her gray eyes suddenly cleared from their daze. So many zombies. A bad feeling surged in Jiang Lushur's heart. That uneasy sense from before returned. How many? I don't know. Ran Shiyu seemed unable to stand. She grabbed Jiang Lushur's sleeve tightly, staring into his eyes, as if trying to make him see what she saw. So many, packed tightly together, all coming this way. I can't count them, there are so many zombies. Jiang Lushur suddenly turned to look toward the direction the military vehicle had fled from, Tongnan City. Looking from here, apart from the still-dripping military vehicle, the wide road was quiet. The entrance to the city in the distance was also empty, nothing could be seen. Captain Zhang, we should leave immediately, Jiang Lushur said. Zhang Jing gave him a puzzled look. Just then, an officer said, at the very least, we should observe the situation. Their mission was to understand the situation in Tongnan City and open up roads. Now that something new had happened, they should at least check. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to later. Ran Shiyu is a psychic, she sensed a massive horde of zombies approaching, Jiang Lushur said. How many? A few hundred? A few thousand. The officer began. If there are enough zombies, none of us here will be enough to stop them, Jiang Lushur said coldly. You're saying there'll be a huge horde? Zhang Jing asked. All I can say is a lot. I don't know how many. You can decide for yourselves, but I choose to trust my teammate. As Jiang Lushur spoke, he grabbed the pale-faced Ran Shiyu and also pulled along Jiang Zhuiying, who was still staring at him. As he approached the minibus, its door opened. He climbed in without looking back. Drive. Hearing the engine roar from the minibus, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan jumped into the freezer truck. Wang Chuanfu hesitated briefly, then also called his people to get in. No matter what was going on, he felt it was safer to follow Jiang Lushur. Zhang Jing's face showed a strange expression. Then he said, prepare to evacuate. If the situation's not serious, we'll come back and check. In the past, Zhang Jing might not have believed Jiang Lushur. But after the incident with the mutant zombie, he had come to realize this apocalypse was full of hidden dangers. Better to be cautious. At that moment, a low rumble rolled in from afar like thunder. The sound was like 10,000 horses galloping. Then, a zombie suddenly appeared at the distant road entrance. The zombie had already seen them from afar. Its blood-red eyes filled with madness. It opened its crimson mouth and began sprinting toward them. Next. Roar. 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 A black mass, like a thick line, surged from the road entrance like a black tide. That entrance was like a broken dam, zombies pouring out nonstop. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or more. Behind them, more zombies were climbing over the heads of those in front. These zombies acted like they'd smelled the most delicious scent, roaring as they charged with deafening speed toward the humans. Everyone's expressions changed drastically in that instant. Before the apocalypse, Tongnan City had a population close to 6.7 million. According to the mutation ratio given by the starseed, at least 4.5 million had mutated into zombies, and that number would only increase, not decrease. Among the remaining living people, those who escaped certainly weren't 2.2 million. The vast majority had been eaten by zombies around them in the early stages of the apocalypse. Zhang Jing knew that zombies would kill each other. In the absence of food, they would treat each other as prey. But no matter what, the remaining zombies now numbered at least 3 million. Of the more than 3 million zombies, how many were heading this way? Zhang Jing didn't know. In just 1 minute, he saw the entire street overtaken by zombies. When these zombies ran wildly, it felt like the drumbeat of death striking their hearts. Against such a mass of corpses, even those soldiers holding guns looked stunned, their faces pale, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Before a horde of that scale, those bullets might as well have been toothpicks poking an elephant. Drive. Retreat. Withdraw. Zhang Jing's roar exploded, snapping everyone back to their senses. Hurry, hurry. Open fire. Open fire. One vehicle after another frantically turned to head away from Tongnan City. All the guns spat flames as the soldiers fired desperately. But whenever a zombie in front fell, it was immediately swallowed by the tide of bodies behind it. On the long, wide road, in front of the ever-growing corpses, their vehicles looked like ants about to be submerged. You could imagine, if they were swallowed, not even bones would be left. Zhang Jing and his people felt immense relief. Thankfully they were clearing roads. Many obstacles on the road had already been removed, leaving a path. That path had now become their escape route. Don't panic. Proceed in order. Zhang Jing's shouts rang out. He bowed his head and said to the driver of the infantry armored vehicle, "Let the truck go first." Chu Songming's eyes widened. He no longer cared about decorum or controlling his emotions. Let the truck go first? Why? We have the autocannon and machine guns. We should cover from behind. Zhang Jing shouted. And as commander, cover from behind? Screw your cover from behind. Chu Songming's eyes turned red. Once his emotions erupted, he was like a madman. He usually vented in bars, abusing women to release himself, but this time out, he had been restraining himself. Only when he shot that nearly mutating soldier earlier did he feel a flicker of thrill. Besides the emotional outburst, there was panic too. So many zombies, he had never seen that many. Even when they retreated from cities earlier, it had never been this many zombies flooding out. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to end up like that poor soldier who just got shot. As for being commander, you think you're a competent commander? If you hadn't insisted on seeing what was going on, we would already be gone. You wouldn't be stuck at the tail end. You've already made a command error. Now I take your command power. Zhang Jing stared at him, shocked. Chu Songming in this moment looked no different from a zombie. Drive. Speed up. Chu Songming roared at the soldier driving. Chu Songming. Zhang Jing yelled. At that moment, Chu Songming abruptly drew his gun. The dark barrel pressed against Zhang Jing's abdomen. In a cold, low voice he said, "If you like being at the front so much, I can let you." Zhang Jing's lip quivered in anger, disbelief across his face. "If you want to sue me later, go ahead." Chu Songming looked at the enraged Zhang Jing, a trace of a smile on his lips. Zhang Jing clenched his fists. Chu Songming's father was no gentleman. Though Zhang Jing often beat and scolded Chu Songming and couldn't stand him, if something ever really happened, Chu Songming's father would protect him. Counting on that, Chu Songming acted without fear. Seeing Zhang Jing reach the brink of rage, shaking and unable to retaliate, Chu Songming's heart gleefully swelled. These past few days, Zhang Jing always acted like a commander, pressing over him. Chu Songming long had disliked him. The infantry armored vehicle soon charged ahead of those trucks. But Chu Songming still wasn't relieved. There were too many zombies. Continue. Accelerate. Chu Songming said. The driver, sweat streaming, said, "I'm already flooring the pedal." Chu Songming looked ahead at the minibus. That vehicle was moving too fast. Behind, the freezer truck and Long US Squad's SUVs, also modified, were accelerating even faster than the armored vehicle. A brutal glint flashed behind Chu Songming's glasses. These survivors were faster than him. He was supposed to cover them. Though Chu Songming was only deputy commander, he looked down on these survivors from the bottom of his heart. Before the apocalypse, what were they? Peasants, poor students, overworked office folks. They weren't in his world at all. Before, he didn't even bother glancing at them. And now he was covering them? Accelerate! Accelerate! Chu Songming roared savagely. At that moment, a roar suddenly came. From the paddy field at the roadside, a group of mutant beasts burst out. Mutant beasts seldom gather in groups. How did a whole pack suddenly emerge? Squeak squeak! These mutant beasts lunged at them directly, extremely agile. Chu Songming felt his scalp suddenly tingle. They were mutant rats. Almost 20 in number. Each one nearly a meter long, with razor-sharp incisors like giant chisels. Stop! Stop! Under this situation, Chu Songming no longer dared advance. He felt lucky to be in the middle now. The mutant beasts had Jiang Liushir's group blocking them, and the zombies were behind the military vehicles. Squeak squeak! Two of the mutant rats lunged at the minibus. Ing jerked the steering wheel, the minibus tail swerved violently, dodging the two rats. At the same time, Jiang Zhuiying released electric current. With a crackling hiss, those two rats froze instantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Liushir's gun barrel protruded. Bullets from the Type 81 rifle struck the heads of the two rats at close range. But Jiang Liushir was surprised, one of those mutant rats could still move. Such vitality. The other rat, already dead, was instantly surrounded by other rats. In a blink, when they parted, only a whitened skeleton and a nearly devoured skull remained. That scene sent a chill through everyone's hearts. If a living person was surrounded by them. Anxiously, Chu Songming watched the fight in front of him, then glanced back. With this delay, the zombies were drawing ever closer. At that moment, thud, a mutant rat latched onto the freezer truck. Its incisors were too sharp, they pierced the metal sheet. Its limbs clawed the vehicle, making screeching noises. Whoosh! The minibus slammed into the freezer truck, brushing past it. The mutant rat was knocked off with a thud. Its incisors were broken. Blood spurted. It hissed and lunged again. Bang! Jiang Liusher's gun spat fire. A bullet entered the mutant rat's mouth from above. A fountain of blood erupted from the rat's brain. It dropped from midair, its body convulsing on the ground. Are you all right? Jiang Zhuiying asked Zhang Hai and the others. Why are they turning back? Chu Songming was speechless, his anxiety overwhelming. They should have been making a desperate break, not backtracking. Of course, he wouldn't let that armored vehicle go to the front. He'd only stay behind those survivors. But Jiang Liusher had turned back to save those in the freezer truck. Back and forth like that, how much time would it lose? Didn't he realize the zombie horde behind was approaching faster? Brainless, Chu Songming silently cursed in his mind. If he had decisively abandoned the freezer truck, letting it become bait for those mutant rats, they would have broken through by now. At that moment, an SUV from Longyue's squad, after fighting a few of the mutant rats, suddenly turned and charged toward the infantry armored vehicle. People inside shouted in panic, "We can't hold it. Cover us." The infantry armored vehicle had a machine gun and autocannon. Unable to resist, the SUV naturally sought their help. Damn! Chu Songming's pupils shrank immediately. These idiots had drawn the mutant rats toward him. The lethality of these mutant rats was something Chu Songming had already seen with his own eyes. They could bite through even reinforced iron plating. The infantry armored vehicle's armor was only average and couldn't stop mutant rats at all. Moreover, the mutant rats were extremely fast, almost like shadows pouncing. Chu Songming's expression turned grim. There were too many mutant rats. If this continued, they would be dragged down right here. The zombie horde from behind would quickly catch up. At this moment, he suddenly used one hand to adjust the direction of the autocannon. Jiang Liusher was aiming at a mutant rat when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and in Jiang Liusher's ear, the voice of the starseed sounded. Wheel 4 damaged. Damage level, 60%. The starseed issued an alert. With 60% damage, the wheel could no longer support acceleration and other functions. Huh? Jiang Liusher's heart instantly sank. The tire was blown. And this was the most serious damage the base vehicle's tire had ever taken. The base vehicle's tires were bulletproof and wouldn't suffer such damage even from machine gun fire. The reason the damage was this serious was because of the autocannon. At this moment, the infantry armored vehicle sped past the minibus. Chu Songming knew Jiang Liusher had good aim, but hiding in the armored vehicle and staying in Jiang Liusher's blind spot meant he was safe. The autocannon's 5-round burst didn't hit with every shot, but it was enough to blow out the minibus's tire. The smell of gunpowder and burning rubber filled the air, and a cold sneer flashed in Chu Songming's eyes. Since Jiang Liusher wouldn't use the freezer truck to hold the rear, then let him do it himself. That vehicle of his was so powerful, it better hold out a bit longer. The explosion immediately attracted the mutant rats, and the minibus suddenly slowed down amidst sharp screeching sounds. "What are you doing?" Zhang Jing asked angrily. Chu Songming calmly glanced at him. "Look at the situation now. If we keep fighting those mutant rats, do you think we'll make it back to Zhonghai alive? This situation must be reported." As he spoke, Zhang Jing felt a sudden looseness at his waist. Chu Songming had moved the muzzle away. Zhang Jing looked back. The minibus and freezer truck were parked together, almost surrounded by mutant rats, and the zombie horde behind them surged like a tidal wave. The minibus and freezer truck, stopped on the road, couldn't withstand the sea of zombies. "Brother Jiang." One military vehicle after another rushed past. Shintao stuck his head out the window but was quickly pulled back in. F***CK. That dog bastard. Attacked from behind. Zhang Hai looked at the blown tire of the minibus, his eyes blazing with rage. That guy is ruthless. Ran Shiyu's body shook slightly with the movement of the minibus. She looked in disbelief at the distant armored vehicle. It wasn't until the moment the minibus was attacked that Ran Shiyu sensed a killing intent from that person. Chu Songming had hidden his emotions too well. Jiang Zhuiying suddenly burst out with a strong killing intent. Ran Shiyu's gaze instantly turned to her. It was the first time she had felt such a terrifying aura from Jiang Zhuiying. She looked a little different from usual. She said nothing, tiny arcs of electricity flickered on her body, and blue-white light occasionally flashed in her eyes. Mutant rats kept charging. Relying on firepower alone wasn't enough to hold them back. The minibus was still okay, with only one damaged tire, and its shell untouched. But the freezer truck had already been torn open in several places. "Get on," Jiang Liusher said. Ing stepped on the gas and swung the car, aligning the minibus door with the freezer truck's door. Warning for tire 4. This tire would definitely affect the base vehicle's speed, and this delay had already placed them in the center of the mutant rats' attack. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan quickly moved to the minibus. As the rear door closed, they heard a squeaking sound behind them. A mutant rat had stuck its head into the freezer truck, clawing and tearing through the driver's cabin like tofu. The scene made Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan break into a cold sweat. What now? Even if the minibus is bulletproof, it can only last a little longer, right? And even if it holds out, the zombie horde is almost here. They could already see the terrifying, crazed faces of the zombies, and the zombies, smelling fresh blood and human flesh, seemed to run even faster. Hold on, Jiang Lushur said with a serious face. Hold on? Now they're charging out? But with a blown tire, the speed shouldn't be that high. Just then, Zhang Hai and the others felt their field of view rising. Before they could react, with a loud rumble, the entire vehicle charged forward. Bang bang bang. Mutant rats were constantly being knocked aside. Blood splashed everywhere, staining the windows. Squeak. A mutant rat, covered in blood but still ferocious, leapt and clung to the window. Zzz. A current flashed, and the mutant rat stiffened, then disappeared from the window. Rumble. The vehicle kept accelerating forward. Ran Shiyu and the others felt they were at least 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Looking down, they saw cars ahead being directly smashed aside. This is your ability too, Brother Jiang? Sun Kuan was both shocked and overjoyed. A miracle. Jiang Lushur nodded, his eyes locked on the road ahead. Although they had been delayed a bit, they were not far behind the army. As they burst through the mutant rats, they soon saw the military vehicles ahead. Charge through, Jiang Lushur said coldly. Anyone could hear the calmness on his face barely hiding the volcanic fury within. Rumble. With the rapid closing distance, the deafening roar of the mining truck's engine reached the front, echoing in Chu Songming's ears. He turned around and his eyes widened. What the hell was that giant truck? Where did it come from? His heart skipped a beat. He quickly raised his binoculars. Through the binoculars, Chu Songming looked into the cab of the massive truck. He immediately saw that cold and beautiful woman named Ying, and beside her, Jiang Lushur. And that giant truck was charging toward him with terrifying force. Behind it, a sea of black zombies surged. Ramming speed. With Jiang Lushur's command, Ying synchronized and operated. Boom! The mining truck roared, belching thick black smoke from its exhaust pipe as it accelerated toward Chu Songming's direction. A mining truck weighing 160 tons and standing 2 stories tall, what kind of concept is it when it runs down a highway? In the Jurassic era, a seismosaurus weighed only about 40 tons. One mining truck equals 4 seismosauruses charging together. Rumble. As the mining truck drove past, the roadbed itself could hardly hold up. If it were a standard mining truck, the speed wouldn't be that high. But after being scanned and transformed by the Starseed into the base vehicle's second form, this mining truck was completely different. Its unloaded top speed could reach nearly 100 kilometers per hour, and it even had acceleration and ramming functions. Of course, once these 2 functions were activated, the fuel consumption became terrifying, almost like burning fuel directly with fire. However, the mining truck had a 10 cubic meter backup fuel tank, plus its own 4,000-liter main tank. In total, 12 tons of diesel, enough for Jiang Lushur to drive this mining truck at full speed between Zhonghai District 1 and Tongnan City several times. The mining truck's engine roared like thunder. A mutant rat got caught under its wheel. The tire, taller than 2 men, crushed it into pulp, leaving no bones behind. Brother Jiang, this vehicle is... Sun Kuan and Zhonghai were completely stunned. Inside the mining truck, they didn't even know what kind of vehicle this was. But just judging by its height, width, and the thunderous roar of its engine, they could imagine how terrifying it was. At this moment, Ying was gripping the steering wheel, her cold and beautiful eyes fixed straight ahead. The distance between them and the military vehicles was rapidly shrinking. Jiang Lushur had already opened the cabin door and stepped to the side of the vehicle. Next to the cab of the mining truck was a platform with steps, a perfect ambush position. What the fuck is that? Chu Songming was completely dumbfounded. That vehicle was enormous, it almost filled the entire highway. Mutant rats, zombies blocking the way, all of them were crushed by this vehicle, unable to resist at all. Impossible, where did Jiang Lushur get that truck? Chu Songming's mind went blank. He hadn't seen the moment when the minibus transformed into the mining truck. Instinctively, he thought Jiang Lushur had switched vehicles. After all, a car transforming was something that completely defied logic. Under attack by mutant rats, how could he have had time to change vehicles? Even if he could, was there such a huge truck on the roadside earlier? If there was, how could he have not noticed? Was his memory wrong, or was he blind? How could he miss a truck that size? Accelerate! Chu Songming immediately turned to the soldier driving the armored vehicle and shouted. The massive truck behind them was actually faster than his armored vehicle, and getting closer. The soldier driving, hearing the rumbling from behind and Chu Songming's cold urging, started sweating. The roads after the apocalypse were already in bad condition, full of debris, and the Type 92 infantry armored vehicle's top speed was only about 85 kilometers per hour. Even at full throttle, it couldn't go much faster. Fire! Chu Songming shouted. Blow up that vehicle! Chu Songming gave the order, but no one moved. He wasn't the commander, the unit's real commander was Zhang Jing. Earlier, the driver obeyed him because they were fleeing for their lives. The soldier didn't want to be swallowed by the zombie horde, so he drove instinctively, which just happened to follow Chu Songming's command. But now, Chu Songming was ordering them to shoot at Jiang Lushi, and they hesitated. Damn it! You want to get crushed by that giant truck? Chu Songming shoved the soldier aside and personally manned the autocannon on the armored vehicle. The 25mm autocannon on the Type 92 armored vehicle, loaded with armor-piercing rounds, could penetrate light tanks. Even a mining truck was nothing in front of it. One burst of fire could completely destroy it. Chu Songming rotated the autocannon, ready to fire, but then, bang! A gunshot rang out. A sniper bullet hit the armored vehicle's autocannon directly. The steel armor of the Type 92 was like paper before the AMR-2 sniper rifle. It was torn apart instantly. An armored vehicle was no tank. Its armor could barely block rifle bullets, even heavy machine gun fire could penetrate it, not to mention the AMR-2, an anti-material rifle. In earlier years, the AMR-2 was literally designed as an anti-tank sniper rifle. Now, it couldn't pierce a modern main battle tank, but it was more than enough to destroy an autocannon. With Jiang Lushi's precise shooting, one shot crippled the barrel. The autocannon instantly went silent. Jiang Lushi didn't stop. He pulled the bolt and chambered another round. Bang! Another shot. The vehicle-mounted machine gun next to the autocannon was destroyed too. In an instant, this Type 92-wheeled armored vehicle was like a tiger stripped of its claws and fangs, no longer a threat. Now, unless the soldiers opened the hatch to shoot, or fired through the gun ports, Jiang Lushi's sniper rifle could kill them before they even aimed. At this point, Jiang Lushi was already invincible. He loaded a third round. Through the scope, the rear of the armored vehicle came into view. Shovels and engineering tools hung there. If he pulled the trigger, the bullet would pierce the rear armor. Then, after penetrating the steel plate, the bullet would tumble and ricochet inside the cabin. One bullet could turn the driver's compartment into a slaughterhouse. But Jiang Lushi didn't pull the trigger. The one who had fired at the minibus's tires was Chu Songming. Zhang Jing and the other soldiers inside the armored vehicle likely hadn't taken part. Jiang Lushi would never spare Chu Songming, but he wasn't a mindless killer. At this point, the mining truck had already left the zombie horde far behind. No matter how fierce zombies were, they still ran on two legs, fast, but nowhere near vehicle speed. Even the mutant rats seemed terrified by the mining truck and didn't pursue. For now, the army was safe. Ran Shiyu, can you send your voice into the armored vehicle? Ran Shiyu's psychic ability could transmit thoughts directly into minds. After her power evolved, her range had greatly increased. I'll try. Ran Shiyu nodded. Tell them to stop. Or I'll attack. Jiang Lushi's expression was cold and firm. After surviving so long in the apocalypse, he had killed countless zombies, and many humans. He now carried a chilling killing aura, one that, before the apocalypse, could only be found on mercenaries who lived by the blade. Even special forces soldiers rarely had it, since they didn't have as much blood on their hands. Stop immediately. Drop your weapons. Otherwise, you will be fired upon. At that moment, Ran Shiyu's voice entered the armored vehicle, echoing in both Zhang Jing's and Chu Songming's ears. Hearing Ran Shiyu's voice, both Zhang Jing and Chu Songming were stunned. They were soldiers, always the ones telling others to put down their weapons. When had survivors ever dared to warn them like this? The AMR-2 sniper rifle Jiang Lushi was using had even been given to him by them. Zhang Jing had no doubt that if they didn't stop the vehicle, Jiang Lushi would really fire. Chu Songming suddenly turned to look at Zhang Jing, the eyes behind his glasses slightly bloodshot and red. After receiving Jiang Lushi's warning, Chu Songming was like a beast cornered with no way out. There was no way he would stop and drop his weapon. That would be suicide. How could Jiang Lushi possibly let him go? Chu Songming. Zhang Jing immediately reached for his waist. Going for a gun? Chu Songming had already quietly pulled out a hand grenade. He looked at Zhang Jing coldly, his other hand raising a pistol and aiming it at Zhang Jing, speaking each word slowly and coldly, "Keep driving." Zhang Jing stared at Chu Songming in disbelief. He was threatening them with a grenade. Everyone in the vehicle had become his bargaining chips. Then, in his mind, Chu Songming said, "We can talk." Weapons, you're not uninterested in weapons, right? Chu Songming had some understanding of psychic type abilities. Since Ran Shiyu could transmit words directly into their minds, she should be able to hear what he said mentally too. To a survivor squad, weapons were extremely important. Chu Songming didn't believe Jiang Lushur wouldn't be tempted. As long as Jiang Lushur hesitated, there would be time. At the same time, Chu Songming spoke to Zhang Jing, Commander Zhang, order the rear military vehicles to attack and intercept them. He wouldn't put his life in the hands of negotiation. He only wanted to buy time, to strike first. Zhang Jing was shocked and furious. They had seen Jiang Liushur's marksmanship and the combat strength of Team Shuriying. If he gave such an order, who would bear the losses? Commander Zhang. Chu Songming's finger was on the trigger, and he still held a grenade in his other hand. Zhang Jing was too stubborn. The more time dragged on, the more dangerous it became. I'll give you only 5 seconds to decide. 5. Chu Songming said in a deep voice. At that moment, inside the mining truck, Ran Shiyu also relayed Chu Songming's words. After hearing them, Jiang Lushur gave a cold laugh. Make a deal with someone like that? Whether Chu Songming was serious or not, he had no interest. And by saying that, Chu Songming had essentially rejected his warning. If you refuse to stop, then, Jiang Lushur said as one eye slightly narrowed, looking through the scope. With his brain domain ability activated, the speeding armored vehicle instantly slowed down in Jiang Liushur's vision, as if in slow motion. His gaze focused on the armored vehicle's tires. The Type 92 armored vehicle had 6 wheels, shooting the rear tires would be pointless. But from a very small angle, Jiang Lushur could see one of the front tires. However, to hit one front tire on a vehicle moving at 85 km per hour, and through a constantly shifting small gap, this was incredibly difficult. Jiang Liushur's pupils shrank as he pulled the trigger hard. Bang! Hit! Black smoke immediately burst from the tire, and the entire vehicle jolted. 4. Inside the armored vehicle, Chu Songming's body also jerked sharply. What happened? Our tire's been hit, the soldier driving the armored vehicle shouted. Chu Songming could no longer maintain his calm. Jiang Lushur really fired? No reply, just pulled the trigger. Bang! Jiang Lushur didn't even blink. Another shot. 2 consecutive AMR, 2 shots, its terrifying firepower completely shredded the tire. Although the tires of the Type 92 were bulletproof, they couldn't withstand 2 consecutive hits from an AMR-2 in the same spot. The whole tire smoked, black smoke billowing and covering the view ahead. The armored vehicle couldn't stay stable. The tires screeched on the ground, leaving 2 deep black skid marks. Screech. The armored vehicle stopped. Final warning, have Chu Songming get out, 2 seconds. Otherwise, the next shot, Jiang Lushur said, won't be aimed at the tires. Ran Shiyu nodded and immediately relayed Jiang Liushur's words. This time, it wasn't just to Chu Songming and Zhang Jing, but to everyone in the vehicle. Sweat instantly poured from Chu Songming's forehead. He now had no illusions left. Jiang Lushur would fire without hesitation. But to get out and wait to die? Impossible. He didn't want to die. Zhang Jing, meanwhile, felt firsthand how terrifying Jiang Liushur's shooting was. He had forced an armored vehicle to a stop. It only strengthened his resolve not to let the army fight Jiang Lushur. Once a fight broke out, there would be no turning back, and heavy losses. The soldiers had strange expressions. They were only attacked because of Chu Songming. If it had been a military order, they would have obeyed. But it was Chu Songming who suddenly attacked Jiang Liushur's vehicle, and now Jiang Lushur was targeting only him. These soldiers weren't having it. After hearing Ran Shiyu's voice, 2 soldiers exchanged a look and immediately opened the door. You dare? Chu Songming was furious, but just then, Zhang Jing roared, his body suddenly swelling, and he slammed Chu Songming's pistol to the side. Bang! The pistol bullet hit the seat behind them. Having succeeded, Zhang Jing leaped out of the armored vehicle. Jiang Lushur had given them 2 seconds, and within 1 second, everyone abandoned the vehicle and Chu Songming. Only Chu Songming was left inside. His face went pale, completely unable to stay calm anymore. The tire was blown, the weapons destroyed, he was holding a pistol and a grenade, sweating profusely. Earlier, Chu Songming had tried to make Jiang Lushur and the others stay behind to die among the mutant rats and zombie horde. But now, in the blink of an eye, he was the one waiting to die. Countless thoughts flashed through Chu Songming's mind, all turning into hatred. Jiang Lushur would definitely kill him. There was no way out. I surrender, Chu Songming said in his mind. As soon as the words left him, he stood up inside the vehicle. He held up a notebook while speaking, and clenched the grenade in his other hand. He looked toward the mining truck parked not far away. Because of the angle, Chu Songming couldn't see Jiang Lushur. I completely understand your anger toward me, but can you at least let me leave some last words? My father has only one son, me. I just want to leave a note. You can check the contents. If I don't leave anything, my father will investigate this matter to the end. He's a member of the Zhonghai Military Committee, and for him, finding out the truth won't be difficult. At this point, Chu Songming and Jiang Lushi were already sworn enemies, but he still had one last hope, his father. Chu Songming's father held great power within the military. If Jiang Lushi wanted to return to Zhonghai District 1, he had to think carefully about what Chu just said. The mining truck remained silent. Chu Songming let out a small sigh of relief. Fortunately, his father's status had made the other side hesitate. As long as Jiang Lushi feared his father's position, Chu could survive. Surely Jiang wouldn't go so far as to kill a general's only son, doing so would cost him dearly. Zhang Jing listened silently. If he were in Jiang Liushi's place, he might also hesitate. The Zhonghai Military Committee was effectively the central control of the entire Zhonghai military region, and Chu Songming's father was one of its members, a man of true power and influence. Even though Jiang Lushi was strong among the survivors, before someone like that, he was still just an ordinary man. Ordinary people fear those in power, that's human nature. Especially before the apocalypse, this was even more true. After the apocalypse, most government officials lost their authority, but this was a general from the Zhonghai military region. The Zhonghai Safe Island was special in many people's eyes. Only there could they live safely, earn supplies steadily, and keep evolving. It was the only large human settlement in the area. Jiang Lushi, I know what I did before put you in danger, but you're still alive now. If you let me go, I'll make it up to you. Mutant crystal cores, mutant beast meat, guns, ammo, gasoline, I can give you all of that. But if you shoot me, it won't do you any good. In fact, you won't be able to survive in Zhonghai District 1 after this. Chu Songming kept talking, when suddenly, bang! A gunshot rang out. Chu's ears buzzed, he couldn't hear anything. A splash of dark red filled his vision, and then a terrifying force hit him. His whole body was thrown backward and crashed heavily onto the ground. Warm blood splattered across his face. It was his own blood. Then came a hollow feeling, his entire right side was numb. Before he could process what had happened, waves of unbearable pain hit him. Ah! Chu screamed uncontrollably. His eyes were bloodshot, his body twitching. Only then did he see, his right shoulder was empty. Nothing was there. The hand that had been holding the grenade, gone. The sniper bullet's immense power made it a nightmare. Wherever it hit, it destroyed. Bone fragments flew out with the bullet, tearing through his muscles and veins, his entire arm was blown apart. Ah! Chu kept screaming from the pain. Guns, grenades, he couldn't reach for anything. His muscles were convulsing, his body was beyond control. As a soldier, Chu knew well, on the battlefield, being hit by a sniper bullet anywhere meant instant loss of combat ability. Without immediate aid, death was certain. An arm wound was no exception. A human body contains about 4,000 milliliters of blood. Within seconds, he would lose around 1,000 milliliters, he'd lose consciousness, lose control of his body, and die in despair. After that, once the corpse horde passed through, not even a trace of his body would remain. No. No. In despair and pain, Chu Songming's will collapsed completely. He had just regained hope and composure, only to fall into a deeper hell within seconds. Jiang Lushi said nothing. He only looked at Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing glanced at him, then at Chu Songming, who was rolling on the ground. For some reason, this hardened soldier, who had been through countless missions, felt a chill run down his back. This young man was too ruthless. Chu had just laid out all the threats and reasoning, and yet Jiang Lushi still pulled the trigger. The black muzzle of the gun still pointed their way from atop the truck. Zhang Jing threw down his own pistol to show he meant no harm. This is your personal grudge, Zhang Jing said. Chu Songming violated discipline first. As a commander, I won't interfere. With that, he turned and walked toward a military truck. The infantry carrier was already destroyed, so he could only retreat by truck. Zhang Jing's words made it clear, they had completely abandoned Chu Songming. There would be no fight with the scurrying squad. Zhang Jing. Jiang Lushi. You'll die horribly, my father. Chu Songming gritted his teeth, forcing out broken words. But he couldn't stand up anymore. Damn. Still acting tough when you're about to die. At that moment, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan jumped off the truck. Earlier, Chu Songming had betrayed them. If not for Jiang Lushi, they'd all be dead. Rage burned in their hearts. They jumped down and finally saw the full size of the giant mining truck they'd been riding in, and froze for a moment. Damn. It was huge. But more than their shock, they had something else they wanted to do. Bang. Zhang Hai stepped up and stomped on Chu Songming's face. You bastard! Stabbing us in the back! Still talking about your father? Screw your ancestors! Chu could only groan under the blows. Sun Kuan wasn't going to be left out. He stomped down hard on Chu's face, glanced at his wound, then viciously stomped on it again. Chu's face turned pale, sweat streaming down his forehead. He couldn't even curse anymore. It felt like Zhang and Sun's boots were raining down on him, and the pain made his vision blur. The two men took turns kicking him mercilessly. Chu's weakening screams made everyone nearby shudder, a chill running down their spines. This scurrying squad was terrifying. Chu Songming had invoked his father's name, and still ended up like this. The scurrying squad was not to be provoked. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan kicked Chu Songming several times with all their strength, finally venting their anger. Pa! Zhang Hai spat at Chu Songming, who now looked like a dead dog. The freezer truck he had modified with so much effort, spending countless hours on it, was destroyed because of this bastard. Got off easy. They couldn't afford to waste more time here. The zombie horde behind was still quickly approaching. Zhang Jing immediately ordered the vehicle crew to change the tires on the infantry armored vehicle. The vehicle's weapons were pretty much destroyed and could only be replaced once they got back to Zhonghai. When the soldier tasked with changing the tire came closer and saw the scene, he couldn't help but gasp silently. That shot was absolutely incredible. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan got back onto the mining truck. When they stood in front of it, they realized that even with their large builds, they weren't even as tall as one of its tires. Looking up at the vehicle, it was like staring at a steel fortress. Compared to a minibus, this vehicle had an even stronger visual impact. Ordinary cars looked laughably small in front of it. This thing was actually created through an ability. Still, it wasn't hard to accept. Their abilities could evolve, why couldn't Jiang Liusher's? This mining truck must be the evolved form of Jiang Liusher's mechanical modification ability. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan stared in awe at the vehicle for a couple of seconds before quickly climbing on. As the mining truck restarted, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan couldn't wait to describe the truck's appearance to Ran Shiyu and Jiang Zhuiying. So awesome? If this was peacetime, bro, you'd definitely be rich. Then I could just be a lazy shut-in. While others live off their parents, I'd live off my brother, Jiang Zhuiying said playfully. What kind of nonsense is that? Jiang Liusher replied speechlessly. Right, Sister Ran? Jiang Zhuiying suddenly turned her head and asked. Ran Shiyu was briefly stunned, then smiled and said seriously, if you had such abilities in peacetime, you really could make a lot of money, maybe even build a corporation bigger than Rantech. Haha, I was just joking, Jiang Zhuiying said. Ran Shiyu smiled and nodded, but her eyes turned to Jiang Liusher. This truck, wasn't it the same mining truck? But she clearly remembered that the vehicle was left behind at Jinling port along with the cargo ship, likely dragged underwater by the giant sea monster. Did Jiang Liusher rebuild it from memory? Ran Shiyu felt Jiang Liusher was mysterious, but who doesn't have secrets? She already felt a growing trust toward Jiang Liusher. She had no intention of uncovering his secrets. As long as he wouldn't harm her, that was enough. After what had happened, including Chu Songming blowing up the minibus tire, Ran Shiyu had come to a clear realization: in the post-apocalyptic world, the most valuable thing was trust between people. Without the constraints of law and morality, such trust was rare. As she looked at Jiang Liusher, he also glanced at her. He knew Ran Shiyu had probably figured out the truth about the mining truck. But with her intelligence, even if she had figured it out, she wouldn't say anything. And just then, when their eyes met, Ran Shiyu suddenly broke into a radiant smile at Jiang Liusher. Ran Shiyu usually had a melancholic air about her, it was rare to see her smile like that. This kind of bright smile seemed to show that she had let down her guard. Jiang Liusher was momentarily stunned, then also smiled. This meant that Ran Shiyu wasn't staying silent for some ulterior motive, her silence was because of trust. Rumble. Chu Songming's death hadn't delayed the group much. The convoy quickly resumed speeding forward. Looking back, they saw Chu Songming's body first swallowed up by the approaching mutant rats, then by the rolling black tide of zombies. Ahead of them, more zombies and mutant beasts appeared. They had originally been scattered about, but the noise from the zombie horde had drawn them out. Even the huge mining truck looked tiny in front of the horde. Thud thud thud. Zombies and mutant beasts kept slamming into the truck, creating muffled, drum-like sounds. This is terrifying. Who knows how far they'll chase us, Ran Shiyu said, looking behind. Jiang Liusher said nothing. Even before the horde appeared, he had already felt uneasy, and now, that unease had only intensified. Although zombies never tired, they were still slower than the vehicles. The convoy gradually widened the gap. To be safe, they kept driving at high speed for another 2 hours before stopping at a deserted roadside gas station. The station had long since run out of fuel, but it still provided a brief place to rest and relieve themselves. Everyone had been on edge, now they could finally breathe. Wang Chuanfu had his Dragon Leap squad parked tightly next to the military vehicle. Sitting in the car, he looked at the giant truck, a trace of fear in his eyes. Back when he had delivered cigarettes and alcohol while scavenging for supplies, he'd tried to befriend Jiang Lushi. But after the minibus tire was blown out, they had all retreated without hesitation. It was understandable, and Jiang Lushi hadn't held a grudge, but Wang Chuanfu knew that rebuilding a good relationship with him was now impossible. Even the military kept a polite distance from Jiang Lushi. Only that freezer truck had stopped to help. But there's no need to build ties anyway, Wang Chuanfu suddenly muttered. A teammate, who was smoking, looked puzzled and asked, "What did you say, boss?" "I'm talking about the Shuriing squad. It's kind of sad, no matter how strong survivors are, they're still just ordinary people. Can an arm really twist a thigh? Even though Chu Songming's father can't cover the sky with one hand, and Zhang Jing will definitely defend Jiang, do you think a father who lost his son will just let him go? So what, they can't go back to Zhonghai?" Not being able to return meant living as a wanderer. Wanderer was the name Zhonghai District 1 survivors gave to those who lived outside the safety zone, like sewer rats. They won't necessarily be banned from Zhonghai, but making it big will be hard. Wang Chuanfu shook his head, and his gaze toward Jiang Liushi's group changed from fear to sympathy. No matter how powerful the Shuriing squad was, being targeted would make life hard. He had once wanted to cling to them, but now, he just wanted to draw a clear line. After they shook off the zombie horde, the whole journey back to Zhonghai District 1 went smoothly without any danger. The mining truck consumed too much fuel. Although it was huge, its driver's cabin wasn't spacious. Even after being modified by the Starseed, it was still cramped with so many people inside, and there was no restroom or kitchen. So, after nightfall, Jiang Lushi switched the base vehicle back to its minibus form and repaired the damaged tire. Seeing Zhonghai District 1 in the distance, Jiang Zhuiying leaned against the sofa, playing with a dagger in her hand. "Bro, are we really going back to Zhonghai District 1? As she spoke, Jiang Zhuiying flipped lightly and sat up on the sofa. "We are. At least we'll restock our supplies first. Even though we killed Chu Songming, he struck first. Even the military committee can't do anything to us inside Zhonghai District 1. We're not some helpless nobodies." The Shuriing squad had guns, manpower, ability users, and a base vehicle. If they really fought inside Zhonghai District 1, it wouldn't be a small matter. If things got big, even the military committee's members couldn't escape responsibility. After all, if word spread, the Shuriing squad would be seen as justified. "We'll see. If it's unpleasant there, we can just leave. We don't depend on that living zone anyway," Jiang Lushi said casually. With the base vehicle, he wasn't afraid of wandering the post-apocalyptic world. "Brother Zhang's right. Wherever you go, we'll follow," Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan said cheerfully. Ran Shiyu nodded hard. By now, she already felt a deep sense of belonging to the team. While the team chatted, the convoy arrived near Zhonghai District 1. When Jiang Lushi saw the sight before him, he froze. Outside the city walls of Zhonghai District 1 stood a whole row of Type 99 main battle tanks. Their dark green camouflage, black muzzles, and heavy armor lined up neatly, creating a stunning and intimidating sight. A main battle tank was on a completely different level than a Type 92 armored vehicle. A Type 92 couldn't even block a sniper rifle, but a main battle tank? Forget sniper rifles, even rocket launchers couldn't penetrate its armor, which was as thick as a meter of steel. Of course, the massive shock from an explosion could still damage many parts and disable it. When the apocalypse struck suddenly, the military had very little time to react. Even before it happened, they hadn't believed it would come so fast and so terrifyingly, so preparations were far from enough. For example, few main battle tanks actually made it to Zhonghai District 1, most were left at military bases. Fuel and ammunition were also big problems. With such little time to prepare, the ammunition transported to Zhonghai was very limited. If they used the tanks for heavy combat, tens of tons of shells would be gone in no time. The military had been saving these weapons to defend Zhonghai District 1, rarely deploying them. But now, seeing such a lineup, something must have happened. Could it be a zombie horde? That thought flashed through Jiang Liushi's mind as their convoy entered Zhonghai District 1 after strict inspection. Inside the city walls, he saw even heavier weapons, 2 rocket launch vehicles. They were camouflaged 8-wheeled trucks, with rows of rocket tubes already set up, pointing toward the outside of the wall. For Zhonghai District 1, rockets were even rarer, each one extremely precious. In truth, unless military production resumed, with such severe shortages of weapons, ammo, and fuel, it was nearly impossible for Zhonghai to capture surrounding cities or eliminate all zombies and mutant beasts. Especially with the appearance of mutant zombies that could coordinate actions, even the army could suffer massive losses. I heard drones spotted a zombie horde and mutant beasts gathering near Zhonghai District 1. That's why they set up all these heavy weapons, Jiang Lushur overheard a soldier say during the quarantine inspection. Those damned monsters, they're nothing in front of rockets. If they dare come close, we'll blast them to ashes. An old soldier in army boots took a hard drag on his hand-rolled cigarette, then threw the yellow paper on the ground and crushed it underfoot. Cigarettes were luxury goods in the apocalypse. Who knew what leaves he'd used to roll this one? It smelled harsh and bitter. Haha, that's right. With these iron beasts, those monsters don't stand a chance, another soldier said. Hearing that, the other soldiers all relaxed. These cold, heavy weapons gave people a strong sense of safety. So it really is a zombie horde. Looks like it's not just Tongnan City that has zombies and mutant beasts gathering. Other places too? What's going on? Zombies gathering in huge numbers, even moving toward Zhonghai District 1, there had to be a reason. Or perhaps it was simply the existence of Zhonghai itself that drew their attention. Ordinary zombies shouldn't have intelligence. It was unlikely they could sense a city 100 kilometers away. Their gathering might be due to mutant zombies commanding them. But what kind of mutant zombie could control so many ordinary ones? And there was still that giant mutant beast at Jinling Port, the one that sank the cargo ship. Thinking of this, Jiang Liushur's eyelid twitched. He felt a deep sense of danger. This apocalypse was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Because he had survived several encounters smoothly, Jiang had started to feel a bit overconfident. But now he realized that his strength was still far from enough. In this world, not only ability users evolved, zombies and mutant beasts did too. First, we'll get more crystal cores, then upgrade the tires and the vehicle's armor, Jiang decided. The base vehicle's tires were still too weak, they could stop bullets but not autocannons. While Jiang Lushur was heading toward the trading hall, on Zhonghai Safe Island, inside a standalone villa. A man in his 50s, dressed in loose robes, with neatly combed grayish hair, sat before a writing desk. Holding a long brush over a foot in length, he dipped it in thick ink, each stroke powerful and firm. In the apocalypse, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones were rare luxuries. Even though this man held a high position, he didn't have much of them, so he seldom wrote. Finally, with one last stroke, a single character was completed. The white rice paper and the bold black ink formed a stark contrast. The character he wrote was, kill. This man in his 50s was named Chu Zhongshan. Before the apocalypse, he held a high position in the Jinling military district. After the apocalypse, power shifted to the military, and as one of the members of the Zhonghai Military Committee, Chu Zhongshan naturally held significant authority. Chu Zhongshan liked to write calligraphy to calm his mind and deal with the many trivial matters in the army and bureaucracy. But as a soldier, even when practicing inner cultivation through writing, his brush strokes carried a faint killing intent, strong and forceful like metal hooks and iron strokes. Just then, dong dong dong. A rapid knocking sounded at the door. Chu Zhongshan frowned. He didn't like being interrupted while writing. Come in. Chu Zhongshan said coldly. A communications soldier rushed into the study, looking panicked. Commander, something terrible has happened. What is it? Speak clearly. Chu Zhongshan snorted. In his view, even a serious matter was likely just another zombie tide. The military was fully prepared for that, anti-aircraft machine guns on the walls, large-caliber howitzers, even Type 99 tanks and rocket launchers were ready. As long as zombies were still made of flesh and blood, they couldn't break through such a dense firepower network. Commander, your son, Captain Chu Songming, he's dead. What? Chu Zhongshan's normally cold face flashed with anger and shock. Chu Songming is dead. Chu Zhongshan nearly snapped the brush in his hand. He stared at the communications soldier. How did he die? Chu Songming was his only son. Chu Zhongshan had already paved the way for him, intending to bring Chu into the inner circle of the Zhonghai military district. But with so many elites in Zhonghai, getting to an important position required frontline combat and real military merit, an unspoken rule. But now, Chu was dead. And wasn't he specially assigned an armored vehicle? No matter how strong zombies were, could they bite through armor? The communication soldier honestly explained everything that had happened. After listening, Chu Zhongshan closed his eyes. His eyelids trembled slightly. After a long time, he opened them again, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. So, Songming tried to use someone else's bait first, and then was killed in retaliation. Yes, the soldier replied nervously. The pressure from Chu Zhongshan was overwhelming. I understand. Chu Zhongshan threw down his brush, ink splattering across the rice paper like black blood. The soldier didn't know what Chu Zhongshan was thinking and quietly withdrew. Chu Zhongshan stood silently for a long time. The wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen. Jiang Lushi, my son may have been at fault, but it's not your place to punish him. At this moment, inside an apartment in Zhonghai District 1, Jiang Lushi was sitting at a coffee table with Shen Tao. This was the apartment Jiang had been assigned. He had only stayed here for one night since receiving it. Shen Tao came specifically to check on Jiang Liushi's situation. After all, killing Chu Songming might make it hard for Jiang to stay in Zhonghai District 1. Then, Shen Tao heard Jiang list his needs. Sniper rifle bullets? And a large number of mutant crystal cores, the more the better. Shen Tao was still grateful to Jiang for saving his life. And honestly, considering what Jiang did during the zombie horde in Tongnan City, it was hard to blame him. As a soldier, Shen Tao wouldn't seek revenge even if he had been betrayed by Chu Songming. After all, Chu was his superior. But Jiang wasn't bound by such hierarchy. To be honest, Shen Tao even envied Jiang's free and decisive lifestyle. I just got back to the unit. I heard higher-ups say that ammo supply is tightening. Probably because of the zombie horde. You're using an AMR-2, which takes 12.7mm heavy rounds, those are even scarcer. But if you only need around 100 rounds, it's still possible. As for mutant crystal cores, the military is also tightening control. Seems related to their research on evolution crystals. You'll have to buy them from ability user squads. If you want to collect them, you'll have to pay slightly more than the military price. Just as Shen Tao was speaking, loud banging came from outside the door. Jiang Lushi frowned. That wasn't knocking, it was more like pounding. Who the hell is that? Trying to break the door down. Jiang Zhuiying said unhappily as she walked over and yanked the door open, only to see a group of soldiers standing outside. Move aside. The squad leader barked at her. His face was dark, his gaze cold and full of killing intent. Who is Jiang Lushi? Real aggressive, huh? Jiang Zhuiying raised an eyebrow. She never responded well to threats. Instinctively, she placed her hand on her sword hilt. Jiang Lushi, without drawing attention, also reached for his pistol. Who are you people? Jiang asked, noting the look on Shen Tao's face. It wasn't good. They're with the Discipline Inspection Unit, Shen Tao whispered. This Discipline Inspection Unit was essentially the military police, soldiers assigned to police duties, arresting guilty personnel, organizing military tribunals, and handling war crimes. Zhonghai's Discipline Unit answered directly to the Defense Command, in other words, the top brass of the Zhonghai Military District. And this squad leader was under Chu Zhongshan. He already knew Jiang had killed Chu Songming, who had once helped him. Naturally, he hated Jiang deeply. So, you're the one. The squad leader had already seen Jiang Liushi's profile. Jiang's gaze remained calm. He was calculating the squad's strength. If it really came to a fight, he believed, with Jiang Zhuiying's instant paralysis shock, his own maxed-out speed and perfect marksmanship, and shadow hiding in the dark, they could wipe out this discipline unit squad. After the apocalypse, law no longer existed. But that didn't mean the army didn't enforce rules. In fact, they didn't even need arrest warrants now, so long as they could make the arrest. But for someone like Jiang, that was the key, if they could. Jiang's confidence came from his strength. With plenty of weapons, various powers, and the base vehicle, unless the military brought in a huge number of rocket launchers and mortars, there was no way to take down the Shuriying squad. And using such heavy weapons inside Zhonghai District 1? The military wouldn't risk it. Turning their hard-won safe zone into a war zone, blowing up buildings? Even Chu Zhongshan couldn't bear that responsibility. Jiang Lushi, during a past mission, you were issued an AMR-2 sniper rifle. We're here to reclaim it. The discipline unit captain said emotionlessly. Jiang raised an eyebrow. They brought 8 people from a top-level military police unit, just to collect one sniper rifle? Jiang Lushi had already guessed it was probably because of the Chu Songming incident. When he asked Shen Tao earlier, Jiang also learned that Chu Songming's father was named Chu Zhongshan. Because of Chu Zhongshan's status, Chu Songming used his father's influence to support the Crazy Wind Squad and run an underground casino in Zhonghai. Only with such backing could a casino like that survive. Otherwise, with such huge profits involved, who wouldn't be jealous? Inside Zhonghai District 1, Chu Zhongshan couldn't touch Jiang Lushi for now, so he started by demanding the sniper rifle, just to disgust Jiang a little. More importantly, a sniper rifle in Jiang Liushi's hands was simply too dangerous. Chu Zhongshan already knew about Jiang's terrifying marksmanship. With the basic security in Zhonghai District 1, if Jiang ever found out where Chu lived, he could sneak in at night and take the old man's life from a kilometer away. Of course, Chu Zhongshan couldn't allow such a threat to exist. Brother Jiang, this. Shen Tao looked troubled. According to Zhang Jing, the gun had already been given to Jiang. But Jiang had no real authority. He might have even been punished for that rash decision. Brothers from the inspection unit, back in Tongnan City, we ran into mutant zombies. That bastard gathered a whole zombie horde, charged us with a steel plate, and blocked our retreat. We were almost wiped out. If not for Brother Jiang, who turned the tide with a sniper rifle, our entire unit would have been lost. We just returned to Zhonghai, and not only is there no reward for Brother Jiang, now you want to take back the gun? Isn't that too much? Shen Tao felt it was unfair for Jiang. A reinforced platoon with full military gear. If not for Jiang, maybe they wouldn't have all died, but losing half the squad would have been very likely. Now the military was treating Jiang like this. The inspection team captain gave Shen Tao a cold look. When he saw the rank on Shen's shoulder, a trace of disdain crossed his face. I'm doing my duty. Who are you to talk? Shut up. The inspection captain's harsh voice echoed far. Just then, hurried footsteps came from upstairs. Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai had arrived. Brother Jiang, what's going on? As soon as Sun Kuan saw the inspection squad, his expression turned sour. Who the hell are these guys? The captain's face darkened. These two had been on the rooftop, and now they showed up, with a steel fork in one hand and a roast chicken on it. This was the apocalypse. Many people couldn't even afford food. Yet these guys were roasting chicken on the rooftop. The captain usually lived frugally, eating plain food. Seeing such extravagance, he was in no mood. He glared at Jiang Lushur and barked, I'm just following orders. Hand over the gun. Our patience is limited. This captain had been favored by Chu Songming. If Chu hadn't died, he would have helped this guy rise through the ranks. But now that Chu was dead, everything was gone. Naturally, the captain hated Jiang. If it weren't for direct orders to only retrieve the gun and not engage, he'd already have shot Jiang. The gun? You mean this one? As Jiang spoke, a Type 54 pistol suddenly appeared in his hand like a magic trick. He played with the pistol, spinning it like a pen. The flashy move looked impressive, though it was useless in actual combat, a sure way to get killed. You? The captain's eyes widened. He never expected Jiang to pull a gun in front of the inspection unit. The discipline unit was feared even inside the military. They enforced martial law. When they showed up to take someone, that person was basically done for. Military tribunals were no joke. This captain was used to intimidating everyone. Yet this survivor dared to draw a weapon in front of him. Thinking of how Jiang had killed Chu Songming and ruined his carefully planned career, the captain's anger boiled over. He drew his gun. Courting death. Jiang's lazy attitude completely infuriated him. As a discipline unit elite and former Special Forces member, the captain was extremely skilled with firearms. In internal shooting competitions, he had always ranked among the best. The world record for drawing and firing is under 0.02 seconds, too fast to even see in slow motion. While he couldn't reach that level, he was still faster than 99% of soldiers. He had already heard that Jiang was strong and had frightening aim. He didn't think he could beat Jiang in marksmanship, but in drawing speed, he had full confidence. Even if he couldn't kill Jiang, he could at least shake him. In a flash, he drew his gun. But the moment he pulled it from the holster, he felt something weird. It was as if someone touched his gun. A bizarre sensation. He had trained for years and had faced faster opponents, but never felt someone touch his gun mid-draw. What the hell? It all happened in less than 0.1 seconds, too fast to process. He assumed it was his imagination. He grabbed the gun and pulled the slide to chamber around, a faster method than drawing and then chambering separately. This action had become pure muscle memory. But the moment he grabbed the slide, he froze. Something felt wrong. As a soldier, he knew what a gun felt like in his hand. But this sensation was completely off. He quickly looked down at his hand. Greasy, golden. A chicken leg? Silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the captain. This seasoned elite, who handled guns by instinct, had just pulled a chicken leg from his holster. What just happened? Even with their sharp eyes, no one saw what had really occurred. Shen Tao was stunned. He looked at the chicken leg in the captain's hand, then at Jiang Lushur, swallowing hard. This was way too strange. Hey. I'm dying. This is killing me. Jiang Zhuiying burst into giggles. Her crisp, bell-like laughter echoed through the room. The captain's face turned dark purple from embarrassment. He glanced at the roast chicken in Sun Kuan's hand and saw it was missing one leg. Someone had swapped his gun for a chicken leg. In front of his subordinates, in front of a low-ranking officer he had just looked down on, and in front of so many people, he had made a complete fool of himself. If this captain of the inspection squad had to pick the moment in his life he most wanted to die, it would be right now. He knew very well that what happened today, pulling out a chicken leg to threaten Jiang Lushi, would become a laughingstock in the army. He had plenty of enemies, even within the inspection squad. Not all the soldiers he brought today were his own men, many had been temporarily transferred after the apocalypse. Once word got out, he could already imagine the reactions of those rivals. They might even give him a nickname, Captain Drumstick. Thinking of this, the squad captain now felt like jumping out the window. Meanwhile, Sun Quan and Zhang Hai finally reacted, and the two big men burst into loud laughter. Damn, your gun's got personality. Drumstick pistol, what is it, McDonald's? No way, I think it's KFC. Sun Quan and Zhang Hai started joking loudly, and at this point, Jiang Zhuing simply tore off the other drumstick and took a big bite. Though her eating posture was a bit rough, with her rosy lips and small mouth, it somehow gave off a contrasting kind of beauty. After swallowing the meat, she said, actually, it's from Daiko's. They fry it too greasy, tastes kinda heavy. Haha, ours is still tastier, Sun Quan and Zhang Hai said as each pulled off a chicken wing and joined the feast. At that moment, the inspection squad captain stood at the doorway, feeling like a complete idiot. They had come in force, armed to the teeth, but the Shireen squad? Not only were they not scared, they were eating roast chicken, chatting and mocking them like they didn't exist. The captain wanted to shoot them all right there, but he didn't even have his gun anymore. His men still had weapons, but what would happen if a fight broke out? Remembering how his gun was somehow switched the moment he tried to draw, a chill ran down his back. He still had no idea how they did it. His proud quick-draw skills had become a joke. Then there was Jiang Lushi, standing in front of him with no visible defense, casually spinning a Type 54 pistol like a student playing with a pen. But the cold glint in Jiang's eyes gave the captain a chilling sense that he was being watched by a killer. This guy was terrifying. The captain had no doubt that if it came to a fight, this bunch eating fast food would wipe out his squad in an instant. At this range, against skilled opponents, you could die several times before even raising your gun. Give me my gun back. The captain forced himself to speak. He felt like he'd lost all face today. Jiang Lushi replied with mock surprise, what? I don't understand. Isn't your gun still in your hand? You? The captain's eyes turned red. He really wanted to strap a bomb to himself and take Jiang down with him. Looking at his hand, he realized the shameful drumstick was still clutched tightly in his palm. Subconsciously, he'd held onto it the whole time. He quickly threw it away, his knuckles cracking from how hard he clenched his fist. All military-issued guns had serial numbers. In the apocalypse, losing a weapon wasn't rare, but it still had to be reported. And this reason? It would make everyone laugh their heads off. I know you switched my gun. Give it back. And the sniper rifle too, I was ordered to take it. Orders were orders. Even now, he had to grit his teeth and finish the mission. His political backer was gone, and if he couldn't handle this, he might even lose his spot as squad captain. I'll say it again, I've never seen your gun. As for the sniper rifle, sorry, I lost it while fighting zombies. You can go look along the way. Maybe you'll find it, Jiang said bluntly. The captain's face turned red and white by turns. He didn't even have the guts to barge in and search. Even if he tried, he probably wouldn't find anything. We're leaving. The inspection captain turned around and left with his team, tails between their legs. What a joke. They were the feared inspection squad. Came to retrieve a rifle, left with one less. The captain wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. They're gone, Jiang Zhuing said while chewing roast chicken. She pulled a clean bone from her mouth and licked her lips with her pink tongue. Now they're gonna hold a grudge. They already did, Jiang said indifferently. Brother Jiang, Shen Tao hesitated. He had just been stunned by Jiang's freakish skill. He still had no idea what Jiang's ability actually was. Mechanical enhancement? Then how was his aim so precise? Marksmanship ability? But then his hand speed was too fast. Shen didn't even know how well Jiang could fight hand to hand, but judging from that speed, he couldn't be bad. As for Chu Zhongshan, I told you already. You still need to be careful. He's high up in Zhonghai, Shen could only warn this much, as a soldier, he couldn't say more. Jiang nodded. Got it. Captain Shen, don't forget to ask around about sniper rifle ammo. If you can get armor-piercing incendiary rounds, even better. Shen made a speechless face. Where would I find that? Steel core AP rounds are the best you'll get. Even though ammo's tightly controlled, after the apocalypse it's hard to keep track. Management's gotten loose. Some soldiers hoarded bullets to trade for food. If you want to buy them, you can, but it'll cost. He said that last part in a lowered voice. Being military himself, he couldn't let higher-ups find out, especially given Jiang's situation with Chu Zhongshan. Shen left. Jiang picked up the captain's Type 92 pistol. After seeing so many high-powered guns, normal pistols didn't impress him. The Type 92? Even the Desert Eagle? Just toys compared to the AMR-2. He tossed it to Sun Quan. Play with it. Sun Quan frowned. Brother Jiang, you really pissed them off. No holding back. This pistol's no use to us, but it's a slap in their face. It's just the inspection squad, Jiang said, shaking his head. Don't go out too much these days. If I go, Ran Shiyu and Shadow come with me. With Rant's detection and Shadow's danger sense, nothing will happen. Even against rifles or RPGs, I'll know in advance and can kill them first, unless they use missiles. But that's impossible. Jiang had already learned from Shintao that while Chu Zhongshan was a military committee member, there were many others. Above them were vice-chairman and a chairman. Plus, due to the unique situation in Zhonghai Safe Zone, many troops had been brought in independently. Those leaders had more control over their own men than the committee. A single committee member couldn't just mobilize missile trucks. Even if they had the authority, no one would follow such orders. Firing inside the safe zone? No one would dare take that responsibility. Post-apocalypse or not, the current power structure was complex. Chu Zhongshan held high rank, but many others were quietly keeping him in check. Although Jiang Lushur wasn't afraid of Chu Zhongshan, his appearance still gave Jiang a sense of crisis. Inside Zhonghai District 1, Jiang naturally didn't worry about Chu Zhongshan doing anything to him. Chu didn't have the power. But outside Zhonghai District 1, out in the wilderness? If Chu could mobilize heavy weapons, like a Type 99 main battle tank, it could pose a real life-and-death threat to Jiang. A tank's main cannon wasn't something to take lightly. So now, the first thing Jiang Lushur needed to do was upgrade the base vehicle, reinforcing everything from tires and bulletproof glass to the armor. The materials needed for the upgrade were manageable, but mutant crystal cores were a problem. Right now, Zhonghai City seemed to be surrounded by a zombie horde. The zombies around the city had somehow gathered, with mutant beasts mixed among them. Under the cover of zombies, these beasts were extremely dangerous. Many survivor squads rarely went out to hunt now. Even Jiang Lushur felt that leaving Zhonghai District 1 was risky. But he needed mutant crystal cores, and the more, the better. So where could he get them? The military had been tightening control over crystal cores due to their research on evolution crystals. Buying them from survivor squads meant higher prices and limited supply. Jiang also checked his own inventory and realized it was quite limited. His base vehicle storage was full of food and mutant beast meat, but those items were worth far less than crystal cores. Using them to buy cores would barely be enough. He'd still need to take on some missions to earn more. Of course, Jiang did still have one first-level mutant zombie blood core. Selling it would bring in a large amount of wealth, but he didn't want to use it yet. By his estimate, the base vehicle's self-upgrade system would need at least 15 to 20 first-level crystal cores to replace all the bulletproof steel panels with first-level armor, and to upgrade the tires and bulletproof glass. That was a huge investment. And that was just for the minibus. The minibus and mining truck shared armor strength. Currently, only the bumper and combat compartment had level 1 armor, everything else was still just bulletproof steel. The mining truck was far larger, so using steel plates of the same thickness meant it had weaker defense than the minibus. As the minibus upgraded to level 1 armor, the mining truck's steel strength would also increase. Since the truck was just another form of the base vehicle, it wasn't a separate vehicle. Naturally, they shared armor properties. But a few-ton minibus, once transformed into a mining truck, would weigh over 100 tons. So the originally high-level armor would get spread across a much larger area, weakening its effectiveness. In other words, the mining truck's same thickness armor would still be weaker. To bring the mining truck's armor to full level 1 strength, even more crystal cores were needed. If that was achieved, though, it would be terrifying. The mining truck's size meant its impact and defense would far surpass the minibus. By then, the vehicle's weight might exceed 200 tons, enough to take a direct hit from a large-caliber armor-piercing shell. Of course, that was just Jiang's vision. For now, he had to gather materials step by step. What a pity. Back in Tongnan City, I crushed several mutant rats. Though they probably didn't count as full level 1 beasts, their crystal cores, even if defective, still counted. A few of them could have been equal to 1 full crystal core. Jiang felt a bit of regret. Right now, he only had 1 crystal core in hand, not even enough to upgrade the 4 tires. After the zombie horde passes, I'll go hunting. Jiang now only hoped the horde was temporary. If it didn't clear out soon, it would be hard to leave the city. He'd be stuck consuming resources until they ran out. Just as Jiang was thinking all this, the apartment's security door was knocked on again. Jiang reacted and looked toward Ran Qiyu. With Chu Zhongshan as an enemy now, it was best to stay cautious. There's only one person outside. Seems to be an ordinary person. I don't sense any clear hostility, Ran Qiyu said after glancing at the door. Jiang nodded. Ran Qiyu's ability was extremely useful. At that moment, Sun Kuan ran over on his own to open the door. When it opened, a man in military uniform entered. Jiang glanced at his epaulets, 2 bars and 1 star, a major. Of course, after the apocalypse, ranks weren't always reliable. Even a regiment commander was nothing if all his troops died early on. In this world, power and influence were what mattered. You needed people under your command. You are? Jiang was puzzled. He had never seen this person and didn't know why he came. The officer wasn't tall, had dark skin, but neat white teeth. When he smiled, they all showed. I'm from the operations department of the Zhonghai military district. One of our senior officers would like to meet you, Mr. Jiang. Oh? Jiang was surprised. Wants to meet me? Why? He was very cautious toward the military. With Chu Zhongshan around, Jiang had to be careful. Visiting someone on their turf could be dangerous. The major seemed to understand his concerns. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I'm not with Chu Zhongshan, and neither is my superior. If possible, we'd be honored if you could come. The officer has already prepared a fine pot of early spring Longjing tea and is just waiting for your arrival." Jiang was surprised. In this world, even soda was a luxury, let alone good tea. Zhonghai was near the production area for Longjing tea. Before the apocalypse, ordinary Longjing cost dozens to hundreds of yuan per jean. The top quality ones could go for thousands or tens of thousands. Now, such tea was extremely rare. Even Zhonghai's top leaders probably wouldn't drink it casually. This made Jiang curious. He wanted to know what this officer wanted. He glanced at Ran Qiyu. She gave a subtle nod. That meant, the officer wasn't lying. It seemed this visit wasn't a trap set by Chu Zhongshan, at least, it carried no hostile intent. Although Jiang Lushur had confirmed it wasn't a trap, to be cautious, he still brought Shadow, his sister, and Ran Qiyu along. Not only that, Jiang requested to drive his own vehicle. The officer naturally agreed. The rule that no private vehicles could drive on Zhonghai District 1's roads only applied to ordinary people. Military vehicles were exempt. By the time Jiang Lushur arrived at the senior officer villa area on Safe Island, it was already afternoon tea time. The villas were, of course, clean and spacious. When Jiang entered, he saw a wooden tea table already set up with kung fu tea. An elderly man with a full head of silver hair was using tweezers to take tea cups from a rinse bowl. "You must be Mr. Jiang. I've heard a lot about you," the silver-haired man said as he stood and extended his hand. "This is our commanding officer," the officer who accompanied Jiang explained. "My surname is Zhang. Just call me Old Zhang," the silver-haired man said warmly. This man clearly held a high position, both before and after the apocalypse. Jiang was a bit surprised but extended his hand and shook his. His hand was wide and strong, not at all like an old man's. The palm was covered in thick calluses, rough to the touch, likely from years of handling firearms. A high-ranking military officer who loved to handle guns so much was rare. "Hello, Commander. I'm Jiang Lushur. You're too kind saying you've heard of me. I'm just an ordinary citizen. You probably only heard my name today." "Ha ha ha." The silver-haired old man laughed heartily. "To be exact, this morning." He laughed again, very straightforward. "All just polite talk, I'm not good at that. Back when we fought in wars, there was no such talk. We just picked up our guns and charged. When we got back to the foxholes, we didn't even wear clothes, just butt naked." Haha. Jiang was stunned. This old general was nothing like the top military officials he imagined. Before the apocalypse, Jiang was just a regular citizen. His impression of senior officers came from the news, formal, rigid men in uniforms. But this old man, despite his high rank, talked like a grassroots officer. From his age, Jiang guessed he must have fought in the Southern Border War. Back then, in tropical jungle conditions, many soldiers suffered from skin infections and ulcers due to the heat and humidity. Many had to go completely naked to prevent disease. They made huge sacrifices. That war had once dragged the US into a decade-long mess of protests and crises, and China, in contrast, had seized a key military fortress in just 20 days. It was a victory that owed everything to the will and sacrifice of Chinese soldiers. Jiang suddenly felt respect. The economic boom of post-1979 China was, in no small part, built on the foundation of that battle. No wonder this old man's hands were so calloused. He'd really been on the battlefield, held a real gun. Even after becoming a senior official, he probably refused to let go of it. Come, have some tea. Aside from guns, this is my only other hobby, the general said as he neatly arranged the cups and poured fresh Longjing tea. The tea was a clear emerald green, glowing like jade. Clearly high quality. And good tea required proper appreciation. Without knowledge, it was a waste. Jiang said, Commander Zhang, I honestly don't know much about tea. Haha, drink and you'll understand. I'm a simple guy too. When I got old, I tried acting classy like those scholars, drinking tea, playing with walnuts, finger rosaries, but in the end, I still prefer guns. All those antiques? Look the same to me. One's worth 10 yuan, another 10,000, why? But with guns? Simple. Accurate, powerful, long range, no jamming, that's a good one. But tea, that I really do enjoy. I've been drinking it all this time. Sadly, after the apocalypse, hydroponic production in the base is limited. We're only growing food. Tea leaves are getting rarer and rarer. As he spoke, he gestured for Jiang Zhuiying and the others to sit down and poured tea for them too. The teacups were no bigger than shot glasses. Jiang mimicked the general and took a sip. The rich fragrance and smooth aftertaste brought a strange sense of peace. In a world full of killing, this kind of peace was rare. So, why did you ask me here, Commander Zhang? Jiang asked directly. Well, I know about your situation with Chu Zhongshan, and that he sent people to your place today. Didn't seem to go well for them. Yes, Jiang said frankly, glancing at the general. Maybe this was Chu Zhongshan's rival, trying to win him over. After all, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. The old man seemed to read his mind and chuckled. You're right, I don't get along with Chu Zhongshan. We've had disagreements over military strategy. Even before the apocalypse, we were never on the same side. I know his son too, never liked him. Chu wanted to bring him into the Central Military Command. I objected. No combat experience, but wants to be an officer? So he sent him to the front lines, and look what happened. Dead. He said it without hesitation, just speaking his mind. But, Xiao Jiang, pardon me for calling you that, Chu Zhongshan has his own power base. Even if I dislike him, I'm not trying to take him down. Zhonghai District 1 and Safe Island are both in danger right now. If we waste time fighting each other while ignoring the real threats, we'll be finished. I called you here for something else. It's about the nuclear power plant, the general said, making Zhang's heart skip a beat. Nuclear power plant? Yes. You probably don't know, Qinshan nuclear plant is just a few dozen kilometers south of Zhonghai. It's far, yes, but if a leak happens, it could still affect us. And in this apocalypse, with mutant beasts roaming, radiation leaks could cause even worse mutations. When the apocalypse hit, everyone at Qinshan died. But the reactor kept running. With the power cut off, the cooling system failed, the core overheated, and eventually, we'll have a meltdown. I'm no expert, but the tech people said, while it won't explode like a nuclear bomb, it could be worse than Chernobyl or Fukushima. And there's already partial leakage. So, the military launched a top-level mission, shut down the plant. At this, Jiang opened his mouth but said nothing. China didn't have just one nuclear plant. And globally, there were many. If they all started leaking or exploding without anyone to manage them, it would be catastrophic. Yeah. It's not just us. In other regions, if any governments and scientists survived, they'll be working to shut down their reactors too. But in places without authority or experts? They might not be able to. We misjudged the timeline of the apocalypse. Scientists thought we had at least a month to prepare. And even then, the virus was expected to spread slowly. But instead, it exploded. Totally defied biology, as if the virus acted like a single mind. The original plan was to shut down Qinshan 10 days before the projected outbreak. We needed power to build and supply Zhonghai District 1. Without it, the safe zone would be a pipe dream. But when it hit, the virus spread in under 30 seconds. And here we are. Jiang Lusher fell silent. No one knew how many nuclear plants were still running, but it wasn't something to take lightly. Radiation-mutated beasts? I don't even want to imagine what that means. The situation is very serious. To complete this mission, Zhonghai District 1 dispatched a fully equipped battalion, 2 Type 99 tanks, 4 Type 92 APCs, and 2 attack helicopters, to the Phase 3 nuclear plant. It should have been an easy mission. We sent overwhelming force to ensure success. But, something went wrong. An accident? Jiang Lusher raised an eyebrow. Even armed helicopters and Type 99 tanks were deployed, yet there was still an accident? That was truly surprising. Was it because of the corpse tide? Jiang Lusher asked. Probably only a corpse tide could have such an impact. But even if the Type 99 tanks couldn't charge through the tide, the armed helicopters should be able to, right? As long as the helicopters carried the technicians over, the nuclear power plant should have been shut down. The corpse tide is part of the reason, the old general said, sighing. At that time, those going to the Qinshan nuclear power plant weren't only soldiers and technicians to shut it down, but also a group of scientists, including several of the most outstanding biology professors from Zhonghai District 1. They also went to the plant to study the problem of mutated beasts further mutating due to nuclear radiation. I thought with the helicopters and tanks clearing the way, it should be safe enough, so I allowed them to go. But no one expected an accident. According to the schedule, they should have returned the day before yesterday, but last night, only 2 seriously wounded soldiers made it back. They fought their way out of the corpse tide. The main problem occurred at the nuclear power plant. According to the 2, there's a monster lurking near the plant. It has the ability to control minds. At the time, the soldier operating the Type 99 tank's main cannon lost himself because of that mental control. As a result, instead of firing at zombies, he blasted an armored vehicle, causing many soldiers to die. Mind control? Jiang Lushur was shocked. If such a power existed, then heavy weapons were basically defenseless. If they knew in advance and had precautions, that's one thing, but if ambushed, the losses would be huge. No amount of firepower could prevent that. So, old Zhang wants me to take on this mission? Isn't that looking too highly of me? I have some abilities, sure, but just vehicle modifications. Even Type 99 tanks, helicopters, and a whole battalion failed, how could I succeed? Jiang Lushur shook his head. He was willing to contribute to the country, but not if the mission was a suicide run. As long as he stayed alive, he could play a bigger role as his base vehicle evolved. The silver-haired old man said, I know it's dangerous, but... He looked at Ran Shiyu. This must be Miss Ran. Ran Shiyu was slightly stunned, then nodded slightly. I heard that Miss Ran's ability is in the field of psychic powers. You want Ran Shiyu to fight that unknown monster? Jiang Lushur gently spun his empty teacup with 3 fingers, thinking. What if she fails and gets controlled instead? As for that, the old man continued, I can explain the intensity of that monster's psychic power. It's not that strong. It should only be able to control one person at a time. However, it is very intelligent. The one it controlled was the tank gunner. No one realized he was under control, then boom, major casualties. About 10 minutes later, it controlled another person. It likely needs time to recover its mental energy. As the old man spoke, Jiang Lushur looked at Ran Shiyu. She subtly nodded, meaning he wasn't lying. This was crucial. Jiang Lushur had to be cautious. Otherwise, he might get sold out without knowing. So the monster's psychic power isn't that strong. Jiang Lushur thought. The apocalypse had just started. Whether this monster mutated due to radiation or not, it should still be in its early stage. But if exposed to radiation longer, who knows how powerful it could become? Mr. Jiang, if this is delayed, Zhonghai District 1 could face immense danger, possibly even destruction. And those scientists are the best in Zhonghai. Countless soldiers died to bring them here. If they all die, our research on the virus, zombies, and abilities will come to a halt, a huge loss. Oh? The scientists are still alive. The old man shook his head. They were protected during the monster's first attack. Snipers have been guarding them 24/7. With infrared sensors, even at night, the monster didn't dare approach. We believe its mind control range is very limited. But now, both the soldiers and scientists are trapped in the Qinshan nuclear plant. Because of the corpse tide, they can't return. The old general spoke sincerely, and used honorifics again when addressing Jiang Lushur. Before Jiang Lushur could reply, the old general took out a wooden box from under the tea table and placed it on the table, opening it for Jiang Lushur to see. Inside were 5 crystal-clear, glowing blue items. This is... Jiang Lushur's eyes flickered. They weren't mutated cores, what were they? They're evolution crystals, the old man said. Refined compressed energy from mutated cores and mutant beast meat. They can be used by Miss Ran. Should help her evolve further. This is an evolution crystal? Jiang Lushur was surprised. He'd heard of them. Mutant beast meat has too little energy and eating too much bloats you. Mutated cores can't be eaten directly. Only evolution crystals are the true magic item for evolution. Apparently, the military had succeeded in creating them. And no doubt, the first batches would be extremely expensive. Now, the military was offering them to Ran Shiyu, hoping to trigger her further evolution. That would make facing a psychic monster much more feasible. The old general turned to Ran Shiyu. Miss Ran, I once met your grandfather. I'm deeply sorry the military couldn't protect him. I also heard you had a younger sister studying in Yuhang before the apocalypse. The military will try to help find her, but we can't guarantee success. Ran Shiyu's background wasn't hard to check. Even with many files lost after the apocalypse, as a socialite in Zhonghai's upper class, her info was still accessible. Hearing the old general's words, Ran Shiyu froze, eyes showing a trace of excitement. Her sister might be her only surviving relative. Yuhang City was huge, she had nearly lost hope. If the military could find her, it would be a miracle. She bit her lip and looked at Jiang Lushur. After all, he was the team leader and made the final call. Jiang Lushur looked at her, then sighed. The real reason the military needed him wasn't himself, but Ran Shiyu. Psychic abilities were too mysterious. The military likely had research but limited results. From Ran Shiyu's previous actions in the casino and in fighting mutant zombies, they must have guessed her powers. If she wanted to go, she could even temporarily leave Shuring's squad and go with the military. But she still asked his opinion. At this point, Jiang Lushur had no reason to refuse. Whether Ran Shiyu could fight the monster, he didn't know. Even she didn't. Her psychic ability was still in the exploration stage. The military was gambling. And Jiang Lushur? He had his own needs too. I can go. But on one condition. I need 1,000 rounds of sniper rifle ammo. Armor-piercing and incendiary rounds too. And I want 20 mutated cores, level 1 or 2, doesn't matter. When Jiang Lushur stated his terms, the silver-haired old man froze, his mouth twitching hard. This was definitely asking for a lot. 20 mutant crystal cores. The silver-haired old man felt extreme heartache. He said, even the military district is cutting back on military pay now, all to save more mutant beast meat and mutant crystal cores for scientific research. You probably don't know, even my monthly salary is very limited. Don't be fooled by the fact that I live in a villa and drink Longjing tea. I actually don't have much spare cash, much poorer than you ability user teams. The silver-haired old man began to complain about his poverty. Jiang Lushur looked at the old man and felt that what he asked for was indeed a bit harsh. Previously, Shintao had delivered 3 mutant crystal cores, so adding them up should be enough. 15 pieces, no less. Even though he felt a bit sorry for the old general's situation, mutant crystal cores were absolutely necessary. Upgrading the minibus to level 1 armor in all aspects would greatly enhance their self-defense capabilities. It was the guarantee of safety for heading to the crisis-ridden nuclear power plant. While Jiang Lushur was discussing the mission with the silver-haired old man, in a cafe on the safe island, Li Yusin sat dazedly on a chair, looking a bit out of it. Sitting across from Li Yusin were her best friend Wang Shiqi, Song Feng, a tall and strong young soldier, and a dark-skinned man dressed casually. The young soldier had a neatly shaved crew cut, wore a green military uniform, and had a pistol on his waist. The dark-skinned man looked lazy, leaning back in his chair with only the back 2 legs touching the ground. His front legs were lifted off the floor. On top of that, both his feet were resting on another chair. His sitting posture was very improper. The dark-skinned man looked to be in his 30s, holding a knife in his arms. His eyes were small, but his gaze was sharp. Don't worry, Yusin. Auntie will be fine. Seeing her best friend like this, Wang Shiqi couldn't bear it. Li Yusin's mother and grandfather were experts in biology and medicine. Her father was a Confucian businessman who started his biomedical business based on the technology provided by her mother. Li Yusin's family came to Safe Island not because of her businessman father, but thanks to her scientist mother and grandfather. Speaking of net worth, her father's business was nothing compared to the Renka Group, like a small family firm versus a commercial empire. A week ago, her mother and grandfather went with the army to Qingshan nuclear power plant to investigate biological mutations. Originally, they had Type 99 tanks clearing the way and armed helicopters providing cover. Her mother and grandfather, sitting in an infantry fighting vehicle, should have been completely safe. But this morning, Li Yusin received word. Her mother and grandfather were trapped at the Qingshan nuclear power plant and had already been stuck for 5 or 6 days. The army didn't bring much food supply, and now it was probably almost all used up. Moreover, there were many threats around the nuclear power plant, lurking mutant beasts, swarms of zombies. If they attacked, wave after wave would drain the army's ammunition and supplies. At this rate, the army might not be able to hold on for more than 2 or 3 days. Young people might still be able to endure, but her grandfather was old and had heart problems. He couldn't withstand such hardship. Thinking of all this made Li Yusin tremble with fear. Her mother and grandfather were her dearest family members and the pillars of the Li family. If something happened to them, Li Yusin really didn't know if she could handle the blow. Yusin, don't worry. With my brother and Wolf Bro on the team, this rescue mission will be no problem. Wang Shiqi patted her small chest to reassure her. Then she looked at the crewcut officer beside her. Bro, you better take this seriously. Give it your all. Yusin is my best friend. Wang Shiqi's brother was named Wang Jianlang. He was both a military officer and a powerful ability user. The reason Wang Shiqi lived so comfortably on Safe Island was also thanks to her brother. Wang Shiqi was extremely proud of her brother. Of course. As soon as Wang Shiqi spoke, Song Feng jumped in to flatter. I heard that this time, committee member Chu from the military personally appointed brother Wang and gave him an important task. It's bound to succeed. Yusin, rest easy. Everything will be fine. Song Feng couldn't wait to show off this bit of information he knew. Actually, it wasn't really a secret. Whether it was shutting down the nuclear power plant or rescuing the trapped scientists, the importance of this mission had reached an unprecedented level. The highest authority in Zhonghai, the military committee, had naturally been alerted. The committee leaders, of course, had to personally select trustworthy people to carry out the mission. If someone they chose made great contributions in this mission, it would significantly enhance the leader's own political achievements. While Wang Jianlang showed no reaction to the flattery, Wang Shiqi clearly enjoyed it. She almost wanted to praise Song Feng. Perfect answer, 10 out of 10. Although she had always been proud of her brother and often mentioned him, Wang Shiqi knew clearly that her brother was not on the same level as members of the military committee. Those were the most powerful people in Zhonghai. But now, committee member Chu had personally chosen her brother. How could she not feel proud? And with her brother's abilities, rescuing Yusin's mother and grandfather shouldn't be a problem. Once they completed the mission and achieved great merit, they might even be rewarded with a villa on Safe Island. Then she could live in a villa, invite a bunch of friends for a party, and even open a bottle of rare red wine. That would be such a show of status. Thinking about this made Wang Shiqi feel hot with excitement. None of her girlfriends lived in a villa yet. She wanted to be the first. Suppressing her excitement, Wang Shiqi said, "It's not just my brother, there's also Wolf Bro. He's really amazing. In a one-on-one fight, even my brother isn't his match. Wolf Bro is my brother's best buddy. They coordinate flawlessly, one close, one far, complementing each other's strengths. Yusin, what more are you worried about?" "I know, but I heard, there's a monster at the nuclear plant that can control people." Li Yusin's worry stemmed from this strange creature she heard about. "I know too. But don't worry. The military said the monster's control range is limited. And my brother's nickname is Eagle Eye. Calling him that even insults him. His eyesight is better than an eagle's. He can sense infrared and ultraviolet light, and isn't affected even at night. Besides, he has deadly accurate shooting skills. As long as that monster is near the nuclear plant, my brother can find it from a kilometer away using infrared vision. Even if it hides, it's useless. One shot, done." Wang Shiqi said confidently, as if she could already see the villa in front of her. Wang Jianlong's awakened ability was almost entirely related to sniping, super strong vision unaffected by day or night, combined with extremely precise shooting. Give him a large caliber sniper rifle, and even if the enemy hid behind cover, it would still be hard to escape Wang Jianlong's deadly shot. As for the one called Wolf Bro, his ability was in close combat, which compensated for Wang Jianlong's weakness in close-range fighting. But even so, Li Yusin still felt a strong sense of unease in her heart. She always felt that things wouldn't go as smoothly as planned. Could that monster, which could control people's minds, really be killed by a sniper shot? "Captain Wang, Li Yusin looked at Wang Jianlang, hesitating to speak. "Can I go with the team?" When Li Yusin asked this, everyone was stunned. Wang Shiqi asked in confusion, "Yusin, you don't have any combat skills. How can you go? And the journey will be extremely tough, can your body handle it?" Li Yusin bit her lip and didn't say anything. She also knew that her request was a bit unreasonable. But what she didn't expect was that Wang Jianlang asked, "Li Yusin, you're Wang Shiqi's classmate, so you study medicine too, right?" Li Yusin was startled. Both her parents studied biomedical science, and Li Yusin also chose a similar medical field. "Yes." Wang Jianlang said, "This time the army is sending out a reinforced battalion, and there are also 4 ambulances. They require a few medical staff and nurses to accompany the team. The ambulances are not only for handling the wounded, but also because many of the scientists are elderly and physically weak. Being trapped at the nuclear power plant, they may fall ill, so the military prepared modified ambulances fully equipped with rescue equipment, just in case." Compared to the cramped and stuffy infantry fighting vehicles, using ambulances to transport scientists was definitely more reliable. Li Yusin's heart stirred, and she quickly said, "Captain Wang, I've interned at a hospital too. Although my medical skills aren't as good as experienced doctors, I can operate all the equipment. I won't drag the team down." This news truly delighted Li Yusin. If her grandfather was safe and she could personally care for him, things would definitely be much better. As for her medical skills, they were enough. After all, ambulance care didn't involve clinical surgery and didn't require advanced techniques. As long as you pass the attending doctor's interview. What about you, Shichi? Wang Jianlang looked at Wang Shichi. Wang Shichi felt a bit guilty. Although she also studied medicine, her grades weren't as good as Li Yusen's. Plus, she was a little scared of going on such a long and dangerous mission. But then she thought, with her brother there, and her brother being so capable, there shouldn't be any danger. Besides, no matter how powerful her brother was, he'd get married eventually, and she would also marry. She couldn't rely on her brother forever, she had to do something herself. Thinking this, Wang Shichi nodded. Then, brother, you have to protect me. Don't worry. It's no problem. Wang Jianlang said calmly. He took out pen and paper and wrote down the interview address for Li Yusen. Li Yusen carefully folded it and put it in her pocket. Mom, Grandpa, please be safe. Committee member Zhang from the military committee was a straightforward man. The 15 crystal cores and 1,000 sniper bullets he promised were indeed delivered. Next came the base vehicle's modification. 18 crystal cores were swallowed all at once by the starseed. Tires and bulletproof glass were fully upgraded, and all base vehicle armor was replaced with level 1 alloy. This modification really cost Jiang Lushi a fortune. Not only were all the crystal cores looted, but nearly all materials in storage space were used up too. He'd have to go out and collect metal materials again soon. The modification lasted all night. By the next morning, looking at the newly transformed base vehicle, Jiang Lushi felt great. The vehicle's exterior didn't change, but the body metal seemed to have come alive. These newly upgraded tires, even if hit by an autocannon, as long as it wasn't continuous fire, wouldn't cause the vehicle to lose control. With all these guarantees, Jiang Lushi now felt more confident about the nuclear power plant mission. Is she awake? Jiang Lushi asked Jiang Zhuing. Last night, as instructed by committee member Zhang, all 5 evolution crystals were given to Ran Xiyu, resulting in an even worse fever than last time. His sister and Ning had stayed up most of the night, stripping Ran Xiyu down to nothing, placing her in a bathtub full of warm water, wiping her sweat constantly. Her body temperature only returned to normal around 2 a.m. She's awake. She's combing her hair now. All right, let's get ready to go. Jiang Lushi had already prepared food, checked guns and ammo, opened the base vehicle's door, and jumped in. At that moment, he saw Ran Xiyu, freshly washed. Whether it was because she'd soaked in the bathtub all night, or because of the evolution crystals, Ran Xiyu's skin now looked like polished jade, flawless, radiant, as if she were a perfect piece of art. Noticing Jiang Lushi's gaze, Ran Xiyu slightly lowered her head, her cheeks turning red. She softly said, "Thank you, brother Jiang." That "thank you" carried many meanings. Just weeks ago, she had been captured by Sister Hong, starving, locked in a cage, about to be sold as a product to perverts, her life filled with despair, destined to be tortured to death. Later, Jiang Lushi rescued her, gave her clean clothes and exquisite food. She awakened her abilities and finally became useful. And last night, her ability underwent a second evolution. Now, even in the talent-filled Zhonghai base, her ability's strength and utility ranked among the top. With her newfound strength, Ran Xiyu had gained much confidence, and all of it was thanks to Jiang Lushi. This mission to the nuclear plant was also related to his sister. Get in. Jiang Lushi said simply. Ran Xiyu and Jiang Zhuing both got in the car. Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai requested a Jinwangzi heavy truck from the army. From now on, that truck would be their vehicle. When Jiang Lushi drove to the gate of Zhonghai base, he saw the convoy for the mission, more than 10 dark green military vehicles, loaded with heavily armed soldiers. In addition, there were infantry fighting vehicles, Type 99 tanks, ambulances, everything one could ask for. Compared to the previous expedition to Tongnan City, this was on a whole different level. One had to know, a convoy like this would consume a huge amount of diesel on a round trip. Before the petrochemical industry resumed production, diesel was a precious combat resource. In a while, diesel might even be rationed. Even the strongest army couldn't function without modern industrial support. And the remaining troops in Zhonghai District 1 weren't that strong. Facing the corpse tide, the situation in District 1 was grim. As Jiang Lushi was thinking this, he suddenly heard a crisp voice, "Jiang Lushi, it really is you." Jiang Lushi didn't expect to meet Li Yusen in the assembled army preparing for departure. "You're also joining this operation?" Jiang Lushi was slightly surprised when he saw Li Yusen wearing a camouflage cap and a white coat, clearly dressed as a military doctor. He remembered that Li Yusen's university major was medicine, so being a military doctor matched her field. It seemed that the ambulances in the team were her workplace. Yes, and you too? What a coincidence. Li Yusin was quite happy to meet Jiang Lushi in the team. Standing beside Li Yusin was Wang Shiqi, dressed similarly. She had taken off her brand name clothes and put on a white coat. Seeing Jiang Lushi again, Wang Shiqi felt a bit strange. When they first met at the cafe, she thought he was just a refugee and a bumpkin. But later at the pool party, she realized Jiang Lushi had decent skills, likely a fairly capable ability user. Wang Shiqi didn't have any abilities herself, and her professional skills weren't particularly strong either. But the comfortable life she had before and after the apocalypse had always given her a sense of superiority. Initially, in front of a seemingly refugee like Jiang Lushi, that superiority held up perfectly. But now, knowing Jiang Lushi was an ability user too, that feeling of superiority was harder to maintain. After all, in this world, strength meant status. Even a pure loser from before the apocalypse could, with power now, become someone everyone respectfully called boss. This imbalance made Wang Shiqi feel uncomfortable. Li Yusin, do you know who Lin Yaoshan is? Where's the sniper team? Committee member Zhang had told Jiang Lushi to find Lin Yaoshan and the sniper team before departure. After all, besides Ran Xiyu, the key psychic ability user, the other members of Jiang Liushi's team were also extremely powerful, especially Jiang Liushi's sniper skills, which Zhang valued highly. Jiang Liushi's team, as an ability user squad, was set to act as an independent unit. Often, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Zhang had already instructed Lin Yaoshan to have the military sniper team cooperate with Jiang Lushi. Lin Yaoshan? I don't know him. As for the sniper team. Li Yusin looked toward Wang Shiqi, whose brother Wang Jianlang was the sniper team leader. Hearing Jiang Lushi mention the sniper team, Wang Shiqi proudly said, "My brother is the leader of the sniper team. Why are you looking for him?" Just some coordination matters. Jiang Lushi casually explained. Coordination? Wang Shiqi was stunned. She looked at Jiang Lushi with suspicion. Don't tell me there's a sniper in your team too? A civilian sniper? Before the apocalypse, maybe just an otaku watching AV or anime. Could such a person really awaken an ability and become a sniper afterward? In Wang Shiqi's eyes, snipers were like legendary figures, glorified in novels and films. She found it hard to associate a civilian with a sniper. Can't really call myself a sniper, just have decent aim. Being a sniper required a lot of professional knowledge, understanding firearms, concealment techniques, and the patience to stay motionless for days. Jiang Lushi didn't have any of that. He just thought his shooting was good. You? Wang Shiqi widened her eyes. She originally thought Jiang Lushi was skilled at hand-to-hand combat. Now he claimed to be good at precision shooting too? Though she didn't believe it in her heart, Wang Shiqi didn't say anything out loud. After all, she had already been embarrassed last time. She smiled and said, "So Jiang classmate knows a bit about shooting too, what a coincidence. My brother is the best sniper in all of Zhonghai District 1 and the person in charge of this sniper team's decapitation operation. Since we're classmates, I'll ask him to take care of you." She said it with big sisterly flair. Jiang Liushi's status in her mind had improved significantly, and getting on good terms now wouldn't hurt. Sure. Jiang Lushi replied simply. After all, this mission was full of unknown dangers. He had no plans to act alone. My brother's right over there? Brother? Wang Shiqi waved at her brother. Wang Jianlang was talking to the operation commander. When he heard his sister call him, he frowned. This clueless girl, shouting like that while he was in a serious discussion? Wang Jianlang pretended not to hear. He believed that while his sister could be immature, she wasn't stupid. If she called a couple of times with no response, she should realize it wasn't the right time. Unexpectedly, the commander in front of Wang Jianlang said, "That's your sister, right? Let's go over." Huh? Wang Jianlang was momentarily stunned. What's there to look at? They were only halfway through discussing the sniper operation. The commander was already walking over. He was a 40-year-old man, thin but energetic, with a neatly worn military uniform. Judging by his shoulder insignia, 2 bars and 4 stars, he was a senior colonel. Before the apocalypse, this rank would be at least a division commander, maybe even a deputy corps commander. Wang Shiqi immediately stopped talking. She had casually shouted earlier, not expecting her brother to be talking with someone of this level. Now that he came over, she instantly felt like she had made a mistake. She was just a lowly military doctor. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Lin Yaoshan. I'm the commander for this operation. Lin Yaoshan smiled, then turned to Jiang Lushi. You must be Captain Jiang? I am. Hello, General Lin. Committee member Zhang sent me to report to you. Jiang Lushi replied. Lin Yaoshan laughed. What kind of general am I? I wasn't even one before the apocalypse. Now, in the apocalypse, I can barely be called a battalion commander. Lin Yaoshan was a bit sentimental. Too many of his men had died. Even after expanding a few times and merging with other teams, his force was only battalion-sized. Here, let me introduce, this is Wang Jianlang, leader of the sniper team. His nickname is Eagle Eye. His shooting is amazing. I've seen it myself, very impressive. As he spoke, Lin Yaoshan turned to Wang Jianlang. Jianlang, this is Captain Jiang. You've been ordered to cooperate with him on this mission. Follow his lead when necessary. That sentence stunned Wang Jianlang. Me, follow his lead? He was a professional sniper. What did this Jiang Lushi know about sniping? Never mind shooting skills, did he even understand concealment, cover, choosing sniper positions? Only when necessary. Normally, you'll still lead the sniper team, but during critical battles, you must coordinate with Captain Jiang. Lin Yaoshan explained. He knew very well, Zhang had paid a heavy price to mobilize the Stone Shadow Squad. In fact, Lin Yaoshan didn't fully agree with it in his heart. 15 mutant crystal cores, plus 5 evolution crystals, was the Stone Shadow Squad worth that? Though he doubted it, Lin Yaoshan had been under Zhang's command even before the apocalypse. He rose through the ranks from a deputy platoon leader because of Zhang's recognition. He knew Zhang's personality, he always had some certainty before acting, and his judgment was usually accurate. Since Zhang had given the order, Lin Yaoshan could only carry it out. He had passed on the instructions, how things turned out would be up to fate. Also, Jiang Liushi's strength had to be observed during the mission. Even if Zhang appointed him, Lin Yaoshan wouldn't blindly obey. This mission was too important. If they succeeded, it would be a major achievement. If they failed, he figured he wouldn't return alive. Lin Yaoshan thought all this, but nothing showed on his face. Wang Shiqi, however, didn't have such composure. Her face was already turning green. What's going on, letting my brother take orders from this outsider Jiang Lushi? Are they serious? If Lin Yaoshan weren't the commander, she would have questioned him on the spot. But looking at Lin's insignia, Wang Shiqi could only stay silent. She could maybe believe that her brother's hand-to-hand combat was inferior to Jiang Liushi's. But in sniping, that was her brother's specialty. And now he had to follow Jiang Lushi? Now she understood. Earlier, Lin Yaoshan didn't come over because she called her brother. It was because her shout made him notice Jiang Lushi, that's why he came over. After the introductions, Lin Yaoshan continued discussing various sniper-related tasks and coordination matters with Jiang Lushi and Wang Jianlang, as well as how to cooperate with the main force. Wang Shiqi didn't hear a word of the rest. She felt like a clown standing there, her face burning. Why? Why should my brother take orders from someone else? This thought kept echoing in Wang Shiqi's mind. Her brother was her pride. Alright, that's about it for the details. You guys continue chatting, I have other things to arrange. With that, Lin Yaoshan left. Wang Jianlang was left standing in front of Jiang Lushi, not looking very pleased. He was a soldier, always obeying orders from the organization, but this particular order made him feel very uncomfortable. Captain Jiang, what scope model do you usually use with your sniper rifle? Is it 3x20mm or 3-9x40mm? Wang Jianlang casually asked Jiang Lushi a question. Scopes were extremely important for snipers. Although, back in the day, there was China's sniper King Zhang Taofang, who didn't use optical scopes and still killed 200 enemies in a few months using only iron sights. That was the 1950s. Even then, most of Zhang's kills were within 400 meters. In modern warfare, a sniper without a high-precision scope is like a bird without wings. Wang Jianlang wasn't actually interested in Jiang Liushi's scope. He was just starting a topic to test if Jiang Lushi knew any professional knowledge, to see if he was qualified to be someone Wang Jianlang should cooperate with. To be blunt, he didn't believe Jiang Lushi, who had no military background, could possibly have the qualities of a sniper. As soon as Jiang answered what scope he used, Wang Jianlang planned to ask how he measured distance with different scopes. For moving targets, once the speed was estimated, how much to lead the shot on the x-axis depending on magnification. Besides that, there were gun types and bullet specifications, not just caliber, which even laymen know, but the real technical details like powder load, neck crimp length, etc. If you weren't a real sniper, even hardcore military fans might not know these things. Wang Jianlang didn't believe Jiang Lushi could answer all of his questions, yet these were crucial for any sniper. What he didn't expect was Jiang Liushi's answer. What do you mean by 3x20mm and 3-9x40mm scopes? Wang Jianlang was immediately stunned. The whole set of questions he had prepared couldn't even be asked. He stared at Jiang Lushi. Did this guy really not know? He had thought Jiang was messing with him, but judging by his expression, Jiang genuinely didn't know. Trying to stay patient, Wang Jianlang explained, 20 mm and 40 mm refer to the objective lens diameter. The number in front is for 3x fixed magnification or 3-9x variable magnification. If you don't even know this, how do you measure distance to a target? If you don't even know the range, how do you shoot? Eyeball it. And by feel. Jiang Lushi shrugged. He actually knew that sniper training involved lots of complex formulas. But on a real battlefield, that stuff often didn't hold up. Sometimes you lie in wait an entire day, and only have a few seconds to shoot. The target might not even appear where expected. Miss the moment, and the mission fails. In a few seconds, what formulas can you use? Only the brain's instant reaction and the coordination of muscles and brain matter. Finland's Simo Haiha and China's Zhang Taofeng both used iron-sighted rifles and achieved hundreds of confirmed kills. They didn't rely on formulas either. Zhang Taofeng went from rookie to sniper in just a few months, and back then the Chinese army didn't even have a sniper program. The ones training him were just old soldiers, none of them knew any formulas. The human body is a precise machine. Once the brain and muscles are perfectly coordinated, after enough shooting, you can estimate bullet drop instinctively. It's all about feel and natural instinct. And Jiang Liushi's brain domain had evolved far beyond a normal person's. The brain is the most mysterious and complex organ. After evolution, Jiang's sense for shooting was far superior to ordinary people's. In terms of shooting, Jiang Lushi was way more gifted than Zhang Taofeng. Eyeball the distance? Wang Jianlong's expression darkened. Eyeballing distance? And Lin Yaoshan wants me to take orders from this guy? Ridiculous. This mission concerned the survival of Zhonghai safe zone. Was this a joke? Wang Jianlang didn't want to waste any more words with Jiang Lushi. He turned and walked away. Brother. Wang Shiqi quickly followed after him. Jiang Lushi rubbed his chin. He guessed Wang Jianlang was off to complain to Lin Yaoshan, probably trying to resist the orders from above. But that old man Zhang was really something. He and Chu Zhongshan were both committee members, but Zhang seemed to hold more power. For example, this operations commander, Lin Yaoshan, was Zhang's man. The one arranging everything was Lin, even Wang Jianlang had to follow his orders. When did you learn to use a sniper rifle? Li Yusin was a little confused. Lin Yaoshan asked Wang Jianlang to follow Jiang Liushi's orders, but Jiang didn't seem to know much about sniper rifles. What was going on? After the apocalypse. Jiang Lushi said casually. These siblings' names are pretty interesting. One is sword, one is poetry, and the second characters are both beautiful jade. Li Yusin was speechless after hearing that. His people were out reporting him, and Jiang still had the mood to joke about names? Li Yusin was extremely nervous about this mission, even though she was just a small military doctor. But Jiang Lushi, who from Lin Yaoshan's tone seemed to be a key figure in the operation, was so relaxed. This made Li Yusin even more puzzled about him. The post-apocalyptic Jiang Lushi had already undergone a complete transformation. He was no longer the student he used to be. At this moment, the convoy was preparing to depart. It seemed Wang Jianlong's protest had failed, because Jiang saw Wang Shiqi returning angrily. As she got onto the ambulance, she glared at Jiang Lushi and snorted coldly through her nose. Maybe she thought the distance was too far for him to notice, but Jiang Lushi saw it clearly. Of course, he couldn't be bothered with this pampered rich girl who had never really suffered before or after the apocalypse. He jumped into the minibus and pulled the door shut. Depart. The convoy quickly drove out of Zhonghai District 1, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. With no road workers or cleaning machines, and little traffic, dust had started accumulating on the roads. Ing was driving. Jiang Lushi sat in the operations room with a newly issued radio in hand. Ran Xiyu, the well-behaved girl, was using her psychic powers to stay alert. As for Jiang Zhuiying, she was lying on the sofa watching anime, like she was on a vacation. At that moment, the radio came to life. A zombie horde had been spotted up ahead. Jiang Lushi didn't respond immediately. He turned to Ran Xiyu and said, "By the way, Xiyu, your psychic power evolved, right? What new ability did you get?" Jiang Liushi's words immediately caught Jiang Zhuiying's interest. She tossed aside her tablet and stared at Ran Xiyu with wide, unblinking eyes. "I'm curious too. Let me guess, telekinesis? Moving things with your mind? Like plucking flowers or flying leaves to hurt people?" Jiang Zhuiying let her imagination run wild. Ran Xiyu shook her head. "Then is it mind control, controlling zombies or mutant beasts?" Ran Xiyu shook her head again. "Actually, my evolved psychic ability is hard to describe. I once said I could see a mental world." Hearing this, Jiang Lushi nodded. In the mental world Ran Xiyu could see, All material things turned into simple lines, completely transparent. Only life forms with spiritual energy would appear in color, like burning flames. Human spiritual energy looked like burning fire. The stronger the spirit, the more intense the flame. Even zombies had a mental reaction, though it appeared as a patch of gray. With this ability, Ran Shiyu could perform 360-degree, full-range reconnaissance without any blind spots. Any approaching life form, including zombies, couldn't escape her detection. It's like this. In the center of this mental domain, there's now a ring of white light, like this. As she spoke, Ran Shiyu gently closed her eyes. In an instant, Jiang Lushi felt a formless breeze pass over him. Yet his clothes didn't move, it was as if it was just an illusion. Jiang Lushi focused his mind. He felt like the wind had blown directly into his soul. It was an indescribable sensation. This is the white light ring. I can enlarge or shrink it at will, it's like my domain. Inside it, my spiritual power feels like a swimming fish, moving freely. And I can make the ring brighter. As Ran Shiyu spoke, the light ring in her spiritual vision grew brighter and brighter, until eventually, it was like a brilliant white sun. At that moment, Jiang Lushi frowned slightly. He felt a heaviness in his head. Jiang Zhuiying had a similar reaction. She couldn't help but take a step back. It's the mental suppression within the domain. Ran Shiyu said, smiling awkwardly. The power isn't that strong. What I showed just now was already my limit. The more people I try to suppress at once, the greater the burden on me. If I focus on just one person, the effect is much more obvious. Oh? Jiang Liushi's eyes lit up. His sister, Ying, and himself all had decent spiritual power. Even when suppressing 3 people at once, they still felt uncomfortable. What would it be like focusing on just one? If there are many people within the domain, you can choose to suppress only one? Jiang Lushi asked. Yes, Ran Shiyu nodded. What's the maximum range of your domain? Jiang Lushi asked again. Very far. If I extend the light ring fully, it might reach? Ran Shiyu closed her eyes, as if testing it. After a moment, she frowned slightly, as if it was hard to maintain. Then she opened her eyes and said, the limit should be 3 to 4 kilometers. But I can't maintain that long. 1 to 2 kilometers is a more reasonable distance, I can hold it for a long time. 3 to 4 kilometers at max, 1 to 2 kilometers normally. Jiang Lushi took a deep breath. That was an incredible distance. Within that range, you can apply mental suppression to everyone? I can, but the further away, the weaker the spiritual effect. The suppressive power gets lower. However, if it's just mental communication, I can basically transmit messages to everyone within the light ring. And for reconnaissance, as long as it's inside the ring, I can clearly see every spiritual body, like they're right in front of my eyes. After hearing Ran Shiyu's explanation, Jiang Lushi was excited. What Ran Shiyu now had was an ability every team dreamed of. A maximum of 3 to 4 kilometers, 360-degree detection unaffected by obstacles. And real-time communication within the same range, greatly strengthening the connection between team members. In addition, there was close-range mental suppression, which meant Ran Shiyu, who once had no means of self-defense, now had protection and could even assist Jiang Lushi in combat. If Jiang Lushi was the spearhead of the Stone Shadow Squad, then Ran Shiyu was the eyes, guiding his deadly strike. Brother, I want evolution crystals too. Jiang Zhuiying pouted. She clearly realized how important Ran Shiyu's ability had become. Although Jiang Zhuiying was strong in combat, her contribution to the team was now far behind Ran Shiyu. Evolution crystals, don't worry, you'll get them. When Jiang Lushi learned the military was researching evolution crystals, he also learned from Ying that the base vehicle could activate an evolution lab, using mutant crystal cores and mutant beast meat to extract evolution crystals. He wondered, once his sister had enough evolution crystals, how strong could she become? According to the starseed, his sister was still a 1+ level ability user, while Ran Shiyu seemed to have reached level 2. As time passed, the military would certainly produce more level 2 ability users, but Jiang Lushi believed, no matter what, none of them could compare to his team. At that moment, Lin Yaoshan's voice came through the radio. A massive zombie horde has appeared ahead, mixed with a few mutant beasts. Combat units, full deployment, clear the way. Recently, due to the zombie riots, the road from Zhonghai Safe Zone to Qingshan Nuclear Power Plant was covered in zombie hordes. Only a fully armed modern army could advance steadily. But now, the military seemed to have taken some minor damage. Mutant zombies spotted. Mutant zombies spotted. Sniper team, move forward. Just as Lin Yaoshan's voice ended on the radio. Boom! A deafening cannon blast, the Type 99 tank fired. The tank's main gun, its power was truly terrifying. Jiang Lushi observed from the operations room. And what he saw made his heart sink slightly. The Type 99's attack hadn't produced the expected result. Normally, the Type 99 smoothbore cannon could wipe out nearly everything in an area the size of 2 basketball courts. If fired into a crowded urban area, it could kill hundreds. But that required targets to be densely packed. What Jiang Lucier saw from the ops room was that the zombies had already spread out. This shell only killed around 20 zombies. Compared to the endless horde, it was like a drop in the bucket. When the zombie tide surged from all directions, the pressure was absolutely terrifying. The army's area of effect weapons, aside from tank howitzers, included only armored vehicles with small-caliber automatic grenade launchers, plus grenades and rocket launchers. And in the areas surrounding Zhonghai safe zone, there were at least several million zombies gathered, a chilling number. At this moment, inside the ambulance, Li Yusin was extremely tense. Through the window, she could see the approaching zombie horde, a vast, endless, scattered sea of corpses, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression. As long as these zombies got close to the convoy, it would turn into a brutal battle. Moreover, anyone bitten by a zombie would also turn into one due to the second infection of the evolution virus. Thinking about zombies breaking in and attacking, Li Yusin's face turned slightly pale. Wang Shiqi was even worse. Her lips trembled as she tightly gripped Li Yusin's arm. "Yusin, I'm scared. The zombies won't rush to the front of the convoy, right?" Right now, Wang Shiqi deeply regretted joining this mission. This wasn't a movie, nor a vague description in news or military reports. This was a real, visually shocking zombie slaughter field. So this is what the apocalypse really looks like? Wang Shiqi's palms were soaked with cold sweat. Because her home was very close to the safe island, she had safely evacuated there at the beginning of the apocalypse and had never experienced its cruelty. At most, she had only seen some people about to mutate into zombies being executed in advance. Only today did she truly witness what apocalyptic war looked like. This was a real, iron and blood massacre. Those soldiers, those ability user squads, this is what they faced in the apocalypse? Wang Shiqi's petite body, hidden under her white coat, was trembling continuously. She knew it was shameful, but she just couldn't control herself. And right at that moment, crash! A piercing shattering sound rang out right beside Wang Shiqi, who already felt like a frightened bird. She screamed out loud. "Shiqi!" Li Yusin reacted quickly and caught Wang Shiqi, who nearly fell. Only then did she see that one side of the ambulance's window had completely shattered. These military ambulances only had regular tempered glass. There was no bulletproof glass available in Zhonghai safe zone to retrofit ambulances, but they did weld thick metal bars across all the windows to prevent zombies from breaking in. But now, while the steel bars were intact and the zombies were still hundreds of meters away, the glass had shattered into pieces. Is it this? Li Yusin noticed a short piece of metal bar stuck near the roof inside the ambulance. It was only about 10 centimeters long and barely penetrated into the cabin, but if it hit a person, it would have been deadly. Was this what shattered the glass? Where did this steel bar come from? Li Yusin didn't have time to think. She immediately got down and shouted, "Everyone, get down, avoid injury." The ambulance was filled with young nurses, who were already pale with fear. Hearing Li Yusin's words, they all scrambled into the corners of the ambulance, like frightened rabbits not daring to move. "Yusin, I'm bleeding." Tears welled up in Wang Shiqi's eyes. She was terrified. Li Yusin looked and saw that a large part of Wang Shiqi's clothing had been torn, and her arm was bleeding. "Don't worry, I'll bandage it for you." Li Yusin, as a medical student, was naturally skilled in bandaging. She crouched in the corner, quickly pulling out bandages and tending to Wang Shiqi's wound. Luckily, the vehicle glass was tempered. Even when it shattered, it didn't break into sharp pieces. Otherwise, if shards had entered the wound, it would have been serious. Just then, the ambulance's radio crackled to life. Every vehicle in the convoy had one. "This is command. This is command. Combat units, free fire authorized. Do not leave your vehicles. Non-combat personnel, get down and avoid zombie attacks. Sniper team move forward. Hunt down the mutant zombies." Mutant zombies were still a mysterious subject for the military. What types existed and what powers they had were still unknown. One thing they did know, mutant zombies could control ordinary zombies, and they had intelligence, which made them especially troublesome. Zombies that could throw weapons and kill were often under the control of mutant zombies. There was no doubt, the organized and coordinated siege of the convoy meant there were definitely mutant zombies behind it, maybe even more than one. At this moment, Lin Yaoshan was growing anxious. The zombie horde was growing far too fast. He had once thought about counterattacking Tongnan City. Now, it looked like just holding Zhonghai District 1 would be difficult. If the zombies truly went berserk and attacked Zhonghai District 1, the consequences would be devastating. Rocket launchers, heavy artillery, and anti-air machine guns were powerful, but they couldn't hold up against endless waves of zombies, and their ammo supply was limited. Even the few Type 99 tanks they had brought out didn't have much ammunition. The military had evacuated too hastily, few tanks were brought out, and most of their shells were the standard armor-piercing rounds for tank battles. After all, in modern warfare, tanks fight tanks, rarely infantry. So armor-piercing shells were most practical. But now, against zombies, those rounds were almost useless. As for explosive grenades specifically designed to kill zombies, there weren't many in the whole Zhonghai base. The team brought only 60 with them. Use one, lose one. And if each only killed 20 to 30 zombies, that meant they could eliminate just over 1,000 zombies total, way too wasteful. Just then, a voice came over the radio. "This is Eagle Eye. This is Eagle Eye. Sniper team in position. Repeat, sniper team in position." Eagle Eye's speed was fast. Lin Yaoshan was pleased with that. But Jiang Lushur still hadn't reported in. Eagle Eye had already complained that Jiang didn't even know scope models. But because of committee member Zhang's orders, Lin Yaoshan had rejected the complaint. Even now, Lin Yaoshan still wasn't sure what Jiang Lushur was truly capable of. The battle had already started. What was Jiang doing? Lin Yaoshan was growing anxious when finally, Jiang Lushur's voice came through the radio. "In position." No name, no repeat, and the first few words were unclear. If Lin Yaoshan didn't already recognize his voice, he wouldn't have known it was Jiang. This kid. Lin Yaoshan was frustrated. He still didn't know if Jiang could be relied on. Because of the mutant zombies, Lin Yaoshan was worried. Whether it was zombies getting too close or those that could throw weapons from afar, both could cause massive losses to the army. Without hesitation, he pushed open the infantry vehicle's hatch. "Commander, be careful." A nearby mechanic shouted in concern, but Lin Yaoshan ignored him. Wearing a bulletproof vest and helmet, he stuck his whole upper body out of the armored vehicle, raising his binoculars to survey the battlefield. He had to command the battle. The narrow viewing window of the vehicle wasn't enough. At this moment, Lin Yaoshan clearly saw Jiang Lushur's minibus had circled from beneath the embankment to the front of the convoy. A disc-shaped combat module rose from the bus. It looked incredibly high-tech. This kid's ability is interesting. Lin Yaoshan knew Jiang's power was mechanical modification. At the same time, Eagle Eye's sniper team was already in action. Eagle Eye's team worked in pairs, one observing through binoculars, one shooting. But now, inside armored protection and facing a zombie horde, they didn't need observers. One shooter was enough. Wang Jianlang held his sniper rifle. He didn't even use a scope, his naked eyes could clearly see zombies 3 to 4 kilometers away. This was one of his powers, eyesight like an eagle's. Before the apocalypse, East African Maasai warriors had natural eyesight of 8.0, walking human telescopes. Now, Wang Jianlong's vision exceeded even that. This was what made him Zhonghai Safe Zone's top sniper. Scopes may offer distance, but their field of view is tiny. How could they compare to a human eye's 120-degree view? Mutant zombies. If we can kill the mutant zombies, the threat of the horde will greatly decrease. Wang Jianlang was scanning for them. He was a calm hunter, quietly waiting for prey to appear. But mutant zombies looked the same as normal ones. He couldn't pick them out quickly, only by observation. Bang! Wang Jianlang fired. His gaze was steady, his finger firm. A zombie that had just jumped up holding a steel bar was shot down instantly. Its exploding body became a splash of blood in the zombie tide, quickly swallowed by the mass. Wang Jianlong's face remained calm. He swiftly aimed at the next target. Bang! Eagle Eye is truly impressive. Lin Yaoshan watched and praised Wang Jianlong's performance. After several shots, he had already relieved pressure on the army. Without zombies throwing steel bars and other weapons, at least the vehicles wouldn't get damaged. Of course, unless they killed the mutant zombie, more throwing zombies would appear. Eagle Eye, stay calm. You must kill the mutant zombie. You must kill the mutant zombie. Lin Yaoshan said through the radio. Eagle Eye received, Eagle Eye received. Commander, rest assured. Wang Jianlang replied. Their conversation could be heard on every vehicle's radio. That's my brother. Wang Shiqi, still trembling in the ambulance, suddenly heard Lin Yaoshan and Wang Jianlang talking. My brother's here to save us. Wang Shiqi said excitedly. She had always relied on her brother. Just moments ago, she felt like she was in hell, but her brother really could be counted on. Shiqi, be careful, you're still bleeding, Liu Yusin said, while quickly peeking outside from a blind spot and catching sight of the minibus. Jiang Lushur's in action too. But Wang Shiqi wasn't paying attention to Jiang Lushur at all. She kept speaking excitedly, with my brother here, there's nothing to be afraid of. He'll kill that mutant zombie. Didn't Commander Lin say so? Bang! Another burst of blood bloomed in the zombie horde. Wang Jianlang truly deserves the title of Eagle Eye. His sniping skills are indeed strong. As Lin Yaoshan spoke, he looked toward the minibus. Jiang Lushur still hadn't fired a shot. Captain Jiang, quickly snipe the mutant zombie, Lin Yaoshan said through the radio. This time, Jiang Lushur responded quickly, okay. Just one word, Lin Yaoshan had a headache again. Eagle Eye had exceptional vision, but when it came to identifying mutant zombies, he didn't have an advantage. Within the horde, he could only distinguish the zombies that were throwing things. Eagle Eye stared without blinking, hoping to find the mutant zombie through some behavioral differences. But when he looked over the horde, the zombies all looked the same. Even with infrared, there wasn't any distinguishable difference. He had heard Jiang Liushur's team was capable of locking onto fixed targets, but to find one among so many zombies? The number of zombies here wasn't just in the hundreds or thousands. Even with his excellent eyesight, Eagle Eye found the search difficult due to the sheer number of targets. The human brain is the most mysterious and complex part of the body, and mental energy drains faster than physical energy. So, a psychic-type ability user could find mutant zombies more effectively than his eagle eyes? Jiang Lushur looked through the combat room toward the horde. Below, Ran Shiyu was sitting on the sofa, and a strange light flickered in her gray eyes. She had already activated her psychic domain. The white light ring expanded continuously. In Ran Shiyu's spiritual vision, countless mental flames and densely packed white light dots appeared. Mutant zombies were the slightly brighter light dots among them, but it was like trying to find a slightly larger sesame seed in a pile of sesame seeds, and the pile was constantly being stirred. Psychic-type ability users with weak mental strength couldn't do this. But within Ran Shiyu's domain, all spiritual entities appeared as if under her eyelids. Her eyes shone as she rapidly scanned. The battle was intense. Ran Shiyu not only had to search but had to do so quickly. Did you find the mutant zombie? Jiang Lushur asked. Still searching, found it. Ran Shiyu had identified the mutant zombie among the horde. Compared to ordinary zombies, the mutant zombie's mental flame was brighter. Even so, scanning that many zombies placed a huge strain on her mind. Jiang Lushur nodded. Suddenly, Ran Shiyu added, wait. Her brows furrowed slightly, that mutant zombie is approaching Eagle Eye's vehicle. Wang Jianlang had been continuously shooting the throwing zombies, that had clearly drawn the attention of the mutant zombie. Brother Jiang. Ran Shiyu suddenly cried out, there's another one behind. What? There's another one. Its mental flame is even stronger. They were overlapping at first, I just noticed it now. They're on Eagle Eye's right and rear sides. Ran Shiyu said quickly. Stronger than that other mutant zombie? Jiang Lushur looked up. Right and rear, those were his shooting blind spots. But if Eagle Eye's vehicle accelerated forward, he could get a shot. Zombies moved fast. Mutant zombies were even faster. There was no time to waste. Jiang Lushur immediately picked up the radio and said, Eagle Eye, a mutant zombie is coming, accelerate forward immediately. Just then, that mutant zombie suddenly leapt from the horde, lunging at Eagle Eye. Mutant zombie. Eagle Eye wasn't afraid, his eyes lit up instantly. The mutant zombie was still some distance away. Jumping from that far? That was suicidal against a sniper. Speed up. Move forward quickly. There's another mutant zombie. Jiang Lushur ordered. Eagle Eye heard Jiang's command through the radio but had no intention of obeying. He had been waiting for this, if he moved now, he'd miss his chance. Sure enough, Jiang Lushur had no clue about sniping. A trained sniper knew that the shooting window was often just a split second. Grasping that moment was crucial. To keep accuracy during that tiny window, snipers trained to control their heartbeat through breathing. The best time to shoot was between breaths, when focus was highest and the hand holding the rifle was perfectly steady. Speeding up the vehicle now would only break his rhythm. As for the second one, Eagle Eye was confident he could take them both. Ignoring Jiang Liushur's warning, Eagle Eye calmly aimed at the lunging mutant zombie and pulled the trigger. All of it happened in a flash. As Eagle Eye fired, a trace of confidence flickered across his face. But in that exact moment, he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. While the mutant zombie attacked from the front, a small zombie leapt from the horde behind Eagle Eye, holding a long metal rod. This small zombie was extremely fast, even faster than the mutant zombie. When it appeared, Eagle Eye's full attention was on the front, he didn't even hear Jiang's command. As he pulled the trigger, the small zombie raised the rod. Bang! At that moment, Jiang Lushur fired. From his blind spot, he couldn't hit the small zombie, so he shot the zombie in front. Blood exploded. The small zombie flung the rod, but because of the blood blocking its view, the rod's trajectory shifted slightly. After throwing it, the small zombie immediately disappeared back into the horde, as fast as wind. Ah! Eagle Eye screamed in pain. A bloodied iron rod grazed his arm. He cried out in agony, dropping his sniper rifle. A large chunk of flesh was missing from his arm. The wound, from the impact and friction, was shredded and bloody, with pieces of flesh hanging loose. Jiang Lushi frowned. His gun remained aimed at the horde. His brain domain activated, and he scanned the area. That mutant zombie had only jumped to draw attention. It was a faint, Eagle Eye's shot didn't hit it. By the time Jiang aimed at it, it had landed and vanished back into the horde. Ah! Eagle Eye screamed again. My arm! My arm! A sniper's most important tools were his eyes and hands, and now, one arm had a chunk missing. Jiang Lushi saw Eagle Eye was wounded. He had given the order and the warning, but Eagle Eye ignored him. Before witnessing the two mutant zombies in action, Jiang Lushi only knew they were there, not how they would coordinate the attack. Eagle Eye didn't trust him, and Jiang couldn't help that. At this moment, Wang Jianlong's teammate had dragged him back into the vehicle, urgently stopping the bleeding while grabbing the radio. Medical team. Eagle Eye is injured. Prepare emergency aid. Inside the ambulance, Wang Shiqi, who had just been excited, suddenly heard this message over the radio. Her expression froze. She lunged forward toward the driver's cabin. Who's injured? Who? Is it my brother? The driver had already picked up the radio and said, Medical team received. Medical team received. Hurry! He's bleeding heavily. Hit by a rod thrown by a zombie. A voice called anxiously from the radio, with Wang Jianlong's screams in the background. Wang Shiqi's face instantly turned pale. Her brother was injured? What do we do, Yusin? What do we do? Wang Shiqi cried, tears streaming down her face. She was terrified for her brother, and the confidence she had just regained suddenly crashed. Even her brother got hurt. This apocalypse was hell. The ambulance sped toward the sniper team's vehicle. Lin Yaoshan looked grimly at the scene. He picked up the radio, ready to order nearby vehicles and Jiang Lushi to provide cover so the ambulance could reach Wang Jianlang quickly. But then, he suddenly widened his eyes. What was Jiang Lushi doing? The minibus had broken away from the convoy and was speeding straight into the zombie horde. Facing the surging tide of corpses, that minibus charged forward like a lone rider. The minibus was moving extremely fast, and after a full armored upgrade, its safety had greatly improved. Bang bang bang. The zombies in front were knocked away like bowling pins, and the ones that pounced from both sides were flung off by the high-speed minibus. Ing stepped on the gas pedal, both hands gripping the steering wheel, constantly turning and accelerating, forcefully driving the minibus like a race car. The engine roared loudly. Bang! A zombie had just jumped up holding a big piece of iron when Jiang Lushi shot it dead with one bullet. Captain Jiang! Captain Jiang! Do not leave the team and act alone. Fall back immediately. Lin Yaoshan's voice came through the intercom. But Jiang Lushi had no time to respond. He was fully focused, using his brain domain ability to slow his vision, searching for the traces of the two mutant zombies from before. After attacking once, the two mutant zombies had immediately retreated into the horde and could ambush again at any time. Jiang Lushi wouldn't let them vanish again into the endless tide of zombies. The spiritual forms of these two zombies had already been locked onto by Ran Shiyu. To her, they were as bright as fireflies in the night. Ran Shiyu transmitted their positions in real time to Jiang Lushi and Ing through spiritual communication. They were now chasing those two zombies. Electric currents flashed across the surface of the minibus, shocking off the zombies that had clung on. Very soon, the minibus had already penetrated deep into the zombie horde. Calm down, Shiqi, we'll treat your brother's wound soon. You can't just keep crying like this, Li Yusin comforted the panicked Wang Shiqi while peeking outside. Jiang Lushi acting alone? She hadn't seen Jiang Lushi at first, but now she saw the minibus among the horde. Zhang Hai's truck didn't move forward but kept shooting from behind. Their truck couldn't crash through like the minibus. Even following behind would result in being blocked by zombies swarming from the rear, adding trouble instead of helping. So from a glance, only the lone minibus was surrounded by zombies, with corpses constantly jumping on it. Nothing will happen, right? Li Yusin was very nervous. Every time a zombie pounced onto the vehicle, her heart tightened. Brother. By now, the ambulance had reached the sniper team's vehicle. Wang Jianlang was quickly lifted onto the ambulance, and the moment Wang Shiqi saw him, she couldn't help but cry out again. The brother she had seen as her savior just moments ago was now half covered in blood, face pale, forehead dripping with large beads of sweat. Treat the wound quickly. The observer who had carried him and said anxiously. Li Yusin was startled by Wang Jianlong's wound, but she quickly calmed down and took out scissors, cutting off his sleeve in a few quick snips. Shichi, prepare to stop the bleeding and stitch the wound, Liu Yusen said. Huh? Wang Shichi was dumbfounded. She was to do the stitching? What are you staring for? Hurry. He'll lose too much blood like this. Liu Yusen's voice turned stern. She usually had a calm and refined air. Wang Shichi had never seen her like this before. Suddenly being scolded so bluntly, Wang Shichi was startled and quickly grabbed the hemostatic agent to treat the wound. As soon as the medicine touched him, Wang Jianlang convulsed and let out a beast-like groan from his throat. Wang Shichi trembled as she worked, crying, "Brother. Don't cry." Wang Jianlang squeezed out the words. This sister of his had been protected too well. Even though it was her first mission, Liu Yusen was far more composed than she was. Those who had been on a few missions already wouldn't even blink at such bloody scenes. What about those 2 mutant zombies? Wang Jianlang asked the observer. He now hated those 2 zombies to the bone. He didn't know if his arm would ever recover. No idea, the observer replied. What about the Shering team? Wang Jianlang asked again. It was Jiang Liusher's team who had first detected the mutant zombies and issued the warning. Even though he was injured, Wang Jianlang still didn't believe Jiang Liusher's command had been right. 2 mutant zombies appeared. Would just dodging them be enough? If he hadn't fired, the whole vehicle might have been destroyed by them. Seems like they're chasing, the observer replied. Nonsense. Wang Jianlang roared, which tugged at his wound and caused another spasm of pain. The rest of his words were lost in a groan. Medicines were now strategic supplies. With no pharmaceutical production resumed, drugs were incredibly valuable, especially painkillers. Wang Jianlang's injury was serious enough that he'd received an injection, but it would still take time to work. Unable to speak further, he glared. Jiang Liusher going after zombies just because he could see them? Chasing them into a zombie horde? That's not what a sniper should do. Especially since those 2 mutant zombies specialized in ambushes. If they attacked Jiang's team, the army would suffer even more. At this moment, the minibus had already moved several hundred meters away from the convoy. It crashed violently through, tearing a gap through the zombie horde. Deep in the horde, being hundreds of meters in meant being completely submerged in the tide, surrounded on all sides by crazed, densely packed zombies. If not for the minibus's armored upgrades, Jiang Liusher would never have dared to charge in like this. Its power left even the soldiers behind, who were preparing to assist, stunned. What kind of minibus was this? Stronger than their own battle vehicles. Suddenly, Ran Shiyu's voice rang in Jiang Liusher's mind. They're coming out. The minibus had caught the attention of the 2 mutant zombies by charging through the horde. Only one is coming, very fast, behind you. With Ran Shiyu's final warning, Jiang Liusher instantly swung his gun to the rear, fluidly and without hesitation. Brain domain ability fully activated, time slowed. He saw it. A mutant zombie had just leapt from the horde, holding another iron rod. It was a female zombie. Probably only 16 or 17 years old. Her eyes no longer showed the madness of ordinary zombies. Aside from some bloodstains on her cheeks and her blood-red eyes, she looked no different from a normal human. She was even, quite pretty. The moment the female zombie leapt up, she saw Jiang Liusher had turned around. She stared indifferently at Jiang Liusher and looked him in the eye. This zombie had a certain level of intelligence. Just as Jiang Liusher was about to pull the trigger, Ran Shiyu's voice suddenly sounded, "Be careful, a second light point has appeared." At the same time, the voice of the starseed rang out in Jiang Liusher's mind, "Level 2 mutant zombie detected." A small hand suddenly rested on the shoulder of the female zombie. Jiang Liusher only saw a pair of eyes glance at him from behind the female zombie's shoulder. Those eyes made Jiang Liusher's scalp go numb. They were large, and their pupils were not the usual red, but had a purplish hue. After just one look, Jiang Liusher's whole body stiffened, as if an ordinary person had heard a tiger's roar. Infrasound attack? Back at the Jinling dock, the huge water monster Jiang Liusher had encountered used infrasound attacks. This mutant zombie had only looked at him once. Her face was hidden behind the female zombie's shoulder, and it wasn't even clear if her mouth was open. Very eerie. At the moment Jiang Liusher's body went numb, the child zombie had already dragged the female zombie back into the zombie horde. Bang! The sniper rifle spat a long tongue of flame, and 2 or 3 zombies exploded in clouds of blood mist. Jiang Liusher had controlled himself and pulled the trigger, but because of the child zombie's interference, the shot was off. Earlier when Wang Jianlang had fired at that female zombie, he hadn't hit her either. Maybe it was also because of that child zombie. As the blood mist exploded, Jiang Liusher noticed that both zombies had already vanished from his sight. "They're headed for the army!" Ran Shiyu suddenly shouted. The 2 mutant zombies had only briefly confronted Jiang Liusher, then bypassed him and went for the army. Because of the army's firepower and advance, even though Jiang Lushur had charged into the zombie horde, the pressure he faced wasn't too heavy, he was more of a vanguard. But those two zombies bypassed him and turned around to attack? That's not zombie behavior at all. At least, it's not what people expect from zombies. Commander Lin, beware of zombie ambushes. Jiang Lushur said into the radio, then immediately ordered, Ing, turn around. Ran Shiyu. Jiang Lushur shouted in his mind. Locking onto them now. That zombie just now, her light point is strange, Ran Shiyu said, frowning. It appears and disappears, making it really hard to track. It's at 10 o'clock. Jiang Lushur immediately looked in that direction. At first, he saw some zombies getting pushed aside, then he caught sight of a small figure. It looked like a little girl, no more than 10 years old, still wearing a dress from before the apocalypse, her hair in twin ponytails tied with 2 ribbon bows, very cute. But her speed, it was something no human could achieve, faster than a cheetah. She was the one who had struck Wang Jianlang with the iron rod and seriously injured him. If Jiang Lushur hadn't acted, Wang Jianlang would already be a cold corpse. And the direction she was heading was the ambulance. This child zombie clearly knew Wang Jianlang wasn't dead, and since Jiang Lushur, who had interfered, was now chasing after her, she was circling back to finish off Wang Jianlang. That intelligence. But it was already too late to intercept her now. Jiang Lushur took a deep breath and aimed his gun at the rapidly moving level 2 mutant zombie. At that moment, Wang Jianlang had just been transferred into the ambulance for treatment. To ensure suturing could proceed, the ambulance had slowed down, moving steadily, flanked by 2 military vehicles for protection. The ambulance was near the center of the convoy. Aside from those throwing zombies, regular zombies had no chance of getting close enough to threaten it. After all, the people inside were medical personnel with no combat ability. But now, a small figure was cutting through the zombie horde at terrifying speed, heading straight for them. Behind that zombie was the rapidly returning minibus, in its combat module, a sniper rifle aimed straight at her, behind it, Jiang Lushur's cold, focused eyes. Would he be faster, or the zombie? Right now, Jiang Lushur felt as if time had stopped. His hands were steady, and all his attention was locked onto the tiny, fast-moving, flickering figure among the zombies. For a sniper, the chance to shoot comes in a single moment. Jiang Lushur had no doubt, at the speed of this terrifying zombie, if she reached the ambulance, it would be destroyed. Yet none of the military vehicles or the ambulance had realized this. Brother, I'm going to start stitching now. Stop worrying about the battle, Wang Shiqi said, wiping away tears as she treated Wang Jianlong's wound. Li Yusin was preparing medicine, her eyes showing a flash of worry. In the ambulance's driver cabin, besides the soldier driving, there was a machine gunner. The two were fully focused, watching the surroundings. At a glance, the zombies still looked just as frenzied as before, nothing seemed unusual. The intercom relayed Jiang Lushur's warning about a mutant zombie ambush. They stayed alert. But everything seemed normal now. A mutant zombie breaking into the convoy? Impossible. Just then, however, the soldier driving suddenly felt a wave of dread. He didn't know where the feeling came from, while the gunner beside him suddenly said, Shering team is back. Looks like they didn't catch up. Chasing mutant zombies in a horde, seriously. But at that moment, the two of them suddenly widened their eyes. A small shadow leapt into the air, and her full figure appeared in the windshield before their eyes. Though small, in the moment their gazes met, the figure seemed to fill their entire vision. Wang Shiqi, still nervous, looked up, and saw the zombie girl. In her hands was a firefighter's axe, way too big for her frame, but she was swinging it straight at the ambulance. That axe looked like it would split the vehicle in half. Ah? Wang Shiqi didn't even know if she had screamed, she was completely consumed by fear. What the hell was that thing? This mutant zombie had appeared too fast. No one except them had noticed it. In that instant, Wang Shiqi felt an overwhelming sense of mortal danger, she felt like she was about to die. Her brother, whom she depended on, was already seriously injured. Now unprotected, she was going to die a horrible death. Everyone in the ambulance, even if unaware of the danger, would die with her. The moment the mutant zombie leapt, Jiang Lushur's sights finally locked onto her. It was only a brief moment, with no time to think. Almost the same instant he saw her, Jiang Lushur pulled the trigger. Bang! The sniper rifle spat a long tongue of flame. Swish! That strange feeling again, Jiang Lushur felt his vision blur for a moment. The mutant zombie disappeared. Bang! A large spiderweb crack appeared on the windshield of the ambulance. The sniper bullet flew just above the roof of the vehicle, the mutant zombie wasn't hit at all. After being affected in this strange way twice in a row, Jiang Lushur flexed his fingers and gently exhaled. When an ordinary person is hit by an infrasound attack, their whole body goes stiff and weak. Jiang Lushur now felt exactly like that. But his eyes were still fixed on the ambulance. The mutant zombie was too fast. Her attack on the ambulance might take only a moment, and his chance to shoot would be just as brief. Jiang Lushur also had to avoid hitting the ambulance. If a sniper bullet went inside, everyone inside would be finished too. Boom! As the ambulance's windshield was smashed, the whole vehicle shook violently. This time, not only Wang Shiqi, but everyone inside the vehicle screamed in terror. What's happening? At that moment, they all felt as if they were drowning in uncontrollable fear. There was no sound, yet looking out the windows, it felt like the outside was packed with zombies. It seemed as if countless zombies were pounding on the windows, trying to drag them out. Jiang Lushur, having stronger mental power, wasn't affected as badly. But inside the ambulance, the target of the little girl zombie's infrasound attack, everyone was fully under its influence. The soldier driving the ambulance had seen the little girl zombie attack with his own eyes, and was even more deeply affected. He slammed the accelerator, trying to rush toward the center of the military formation. But suddenly the ambulance skidded sideways and went out of control. Did they run over something? Was it the mutant zombies doing? Everyone in the vehicle screamed. Most of them were ordinary people with no combat experience. Li Yusin and Wang Shiqi were on their first mission and had never faced the brutality of the apocalypse. The situation had suddenly turned catastrophic. Wang Shiqi was in total despair. She was going to die. Really going to die. What's going on? Lin Yaoshan immediately noticed the situation. The ambulance had been attacked? But now it was veering wildly, not only leaving the convoy's protection but possibly crashing into something. Team 1 and Team 2, cover the ambulance immediately. Lin Yaoshan shouted into the radio. But providing cover would be difficult. The soldiers were afraid of accidentally hitting the ambulance with their bullets. Even with reinforced panels, rifle rounds were extremely deadly. Afraid to act rashly. Then, vroom, an engine roared. Lin Yaoshan saw the minibus suddenly speed forward. On board, Jiang Lushur was standing in the combat room, his gun aimed at the ambulance. Despite the ambulance's erratic motion, the minibus was fast and agile enough to keep up. Bang bang bang. Dents appeared one after another on the ambulance, caused by blows from a fire axe. Wang Jianlang, strapped to the emergency bed, suddenly felt a jolt to one side of his body and saw a part of the vehicle wall cave in. The soldier driving was on the verge of panic. He was already driving as fast as he could, yet the vehicle kept getting attacked. Zombies were appearing around them, but he hadn't seen the little girl zombie. Then suddenly, the driver felt something was watching him from the side. He quickly turned his head, and saw a very cute little girl's face, with reddish-purple eyes, pressed against the driver's side window staring at him. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The little girl zombie vanished instantly, but the window cracked open. Retreat! Reverse now! Ran Shiyu's voice rang directly in their minds. Her voice snapped everyone back to their senses. We are the Shuring team. Retreat toward us. Ran Shiyu added. Shuring team, it's Jiang Lushur. Li Yusin shouted, gripping the handrail tightly, her face pale. She froze when she heard the voice, then called out. The soldier driving came to his senses. He remembered the moment the mutant zombie disappeared. Was it Shuring team that saved him? He knew clearly, if they kept going like this, everyone in the vehicle would be doomed. I trust you, he yelled, cranking the steering wheel hard and sending the ambulance racing toward the minibus. The distance between the two vehicles wasn't far, but as he turned, a muffled thump sounded. The soldier instinctively squinted. He felt a warm stream slide down his cheek. At the same time, he saw the flash of fire from Jiang Lushur's sniper barrel. The window shattered. His cheek was cut by glass, but he wasn't dead. This soldier wasn't very old. He had seen some combat, but nowhere near the experience of a veteran. Though he was military, he had never killed before the apocalypse, never faced real life or death danger. Now he knew he might die at any second, but he still gripped the steering wheel tightly, keeping the vehicle steady. His mind was blank. In his eyes, there was only the minibus ahead, only that sniper rifle. Life or death, all depended on that gun, and the one pulling the trigger. He screamed, stomping the accelerator to the floor. Jiang Lushur's brain domain ability was now at full power. That mutant zombie was elusive, ordinary survivors would stand no chance against her. Even a fast-moving ambulance could be destroyed by her attack at any moment. Ran Shiyu had also activated her mental domain. The mutant zombie's spiritual form, like herself, kept flickering in and out, hard to track. I see her. Jiang Lushur's voice suddenly rang out. The mutant zombie was strange, but without the cover of the horde, surrounded only by scattered zombies, she wasn't truly invisible in Jiang Liushir's view. As long as she moved, he could catch her. At the same time, Ran Shiyu's gray pupils suddenly contracted. Her mental domain shrank, and she used full power to suppress the light point of the little girl zombie that had just reappeared. The little girl zombie, who was about to attack the driver again, her form froze for an instant. At that exact moment, a blinding bolt of lightning flashed, and suddenly, an electric net appeared across the ambulance. This electric net was released by Jiang Zhuiying to protect the ambulance. At the same time, Jiang Lushir pulled the trigger. But just then, Ran Shiyu suddenly let out a muffled groan, and the little girl zombie's body suddenly flickered. What a pity! Jiang Lushir frowned. He clearly saw a large burst of blood explode from the little girl zombie's shoulder. But this shot didn't hit the vital part of the little girl zombie, so it didn't kill her on the spot. Jiang Lushir immediately looked toward her, but she quickly disappeared into the zombie crowd, like a drop of water blending into the sea. However, the power of a sniper bullet is terrifying, and the little girl zombie's shoulder blade was probably shattered. On the road, Jiang Lushir often saw fresh human corpses, most likely zombie bodies. Zombies would kill each other. Even though the little girl zombie escaped, she was badly injured and probably wouldn't last long. It was the first time Jiang Lushir had encountered such a strange zombie. If he hadn't had the sniper rifle and met her outside the minibus, that would have been truly terrifying. Inside the ambulance, the driver soldier was completely frozen the moment the little girl zombie reappeared. He saw her from the corner of his eye but didn't dare look directly. Not just him, everyone in the vehicle saw her too. It was a terrifying feeling, everyone's hearts felt like they were being squeezed. But just then, warm blood sprayed onto the soldier's face through the broken window. His body shook. The electric net was still making a zzz sound. This brief second felt like a long time to the soldier and everyone inside. That burst of blood seemed to break the eerie atmosphere, snapping them back to reality. The soldier suddenly turned his head. The little girl zombie was gone, and the broken glass on the window was all covered in blood. She's hurt? At that moment, Jiang Liushir's voice came through the intercom. The mutant zombie has been seriously injured. It's safe for now. But to ensure safety, I will move closer to the ambulance and join up. Wang Shiqi suddenly snapped out of her despair. She rushed to the glass window connecting to the driver's seat, pounding it hard. Hurry! Get to them quickly! At this moment, Wang Shiqi looked at the minibus moving closer, and at Jiang Lushir in the battle cabin on the roof. She felt a deep sense of closeness. Before, she looked down on Jiang Lushir, thinking he knew nothing about sniping and was nothing compared to her brother. But now, it was Jiang Lushir who saved them. Wang Shiqi had just survived a disaster, and she was overwhelmed with emotion. Hearing the words, "It's safe now," her tears, which had just stopped, flowed again. She had thought they were all going to die, the people in the car, including her brother and Li Yusin. At that moment of despair, someone told them they were safe. That feeling of surviving death made Wang Shiqi cry with joy. She now truly understood what the apocalypse meant. Death could come at any moment. This was the apocalypse. And even under the protection of the army, safety was not guaranteed. "Brother, did you hear? We're safe. The mutant zombie is wounded." Wang Shiqi turned around and said excitedly to her brother Wang Jianlang. Wang Shiqi didn't notice that Wang Jianlang's expression was very complicated, relief mixed with shock. That terrifying zombie was wounded by Jiang Lushir. Wang Jianlang had thought the same about Jiang Lushir as Wang Shiqi. He didn't trust Jiang Lushir at all. But now it seemed, because of that distrust, he ended up in this situation and almost dragged everyone in the ambulance down with him. As a soldier, failing to protect others is already a dereliction of duty, and he even brought harm to them, including his own sister. This was all caused by his prejudice and arrogance. Wang Jianlong's wound was still bleeding, and the pain continued. But this pain couldn't hide the deep regret in his heart. "It's over?" Lin Yaoshan was stunned when he heard Jiang Liushir's voice through the intercom. When he saw the minibus rushing toward the ambulance, he never expected Jiang Liushir's team could save the ambulance. He was still giving orders to mobilize the army for rescue. But just as his orders were issued, Jiang Liushir's small team had already handled the danger by themselves. They didn't even fully understand what had happened. So strange. Ran Shiyu gently rubbed her forehead and said, "What happened just now?" Jiang Lushir asked. That mutant zombie's mental energy was very strange. "I suppressed her, but she suddenly bounced back." "But it shouldn't be a psychic ability," Ran Shiyu said. "Things like willpower are also part of mental strength." After being suppressed, the mutant zombie felt a life-threatening crisis and suddenly erupted. Just a zombie having this kind of awareness made Ran Shiyu feel a chill in her heart. Zombies as a group were far more than what they had understood, there was still so much unknown. I wonder if she'll come back, Ran Qiyu said worriedly. If she comes back, we'll kill her, Jiang Zhuiying said. Jiang Lushur didn't speak. He felt that killing this mutant zombie would still be very difficult. After all, even with Ran Qiyu's help and using the ambulance to lure the zombie out, they only managed to seriously injure her. The ambulance soon joined up with the minibus. Seeing the people in the car clinging to it like a lifeline, Wang Jianlang felt very complicated inside. Keep bandaging. Li Yusin also let out a breath of relief and spoke. The situation had been extremely dangerous just now, but luckily it was short. Wang Jianlang wasn't left bleeding for too long, or the blood loss alone could have endangered him. Good thing that mutant zombie missed and only scraped off some flesh. Your bones weren't affected. That's a small fortune in a great misfortune, another doctor in the ambulance said while disinfecting. Thanks to Jiang Lushur, Li Yusin said. The convoy pushed forward through the zombie horde with difficulty, but without the threat of the mutant zombie, the most troublesome throwing zombies had retreated, and the remaining horde slowly dispersed. By evening, after a whole day of fierce battle, they finally shook off the zombies and arrived near a small village. From a distance, the village looked very quiet, but the army didn't get close. They just stopped on the rural road nearby. From here on, they would take these relatively remote paths, which had been cleared earlier by the troops going to the nuclear power station, a safe route. This village wasn't big. Beside the rural road, there was a fairly large grain-drying field. This was where the army stationed themselves. A battalion of soldiers had to carry rations for 15 days. It was clearly unrealistic to bring raw meat or rice to cook with fire. Moreover, doing so in the wild was dangerous. If it attracted the attention of a large zombie horde, the consequences would outweigh the benefits. So, most of the food supplies were compressed biscuits. A small amount of dried meat and vegetable powder was already considered good. As for sleeping, there were several hundred people. It was impossible for everyone to sleep in the vehicles. The army set up many military tents. Because of the limited space, the tents were packed very closely together, forming a dense black cluster. The number of military tents was very limited. During the emergency evacuation, there wasn't even enough ammunition brought along, let alone how many tents they could carry. As a result, 3 people had to share one tent. It was extremely cramped. Although the villagers' houses could be used for shelter, in case of emergencies, it would be hard to gather everyone quickly. These self-built houses were far apart from each other. Once scattered, it would be easier to get ambushed. The army wouldn't consider that option. The thin bedding laid on the grain-drying field was very hard. Plus, the air in Jiangnan was humid. The covers felt very uncomfortable. At night, the flying mosquitoes drove people crazy. Wang Shiqi, Li Yusin, and an older nurse were assigned to one tent together. Wang Shiqi was dumbfounded when she saw the cramped tent. So small, so hard, so damp, how was she supposed to sleep? Originally, Wang Shiqi thought that even if she had to come out, she could sleep in the ambulance. Although the hospital bed in the ambulance was far less comfortable than her single bed at her apartment, at least it was dry and clean. She could barely manage to sleep there. But she didn't expect that after a fierce battle during the day, there were too many wounded. Let alone herself, even her brother insisted on getting out of the vehicle and gave up the hospital bed to more seriously injured patients. In this situation, how could she possibly sleep in the ambulance? She didn't even have space on the floor of it. Yusin, how are we going to sleep like this? Wang Shiqi measured the inside of the tent, then looked at the slightly chubby middle-aged nurse. She alone might take up most of the tent. Would she and Li Yusin have to pile on top of each other? Besides, Wang Shiqi was already on the curvy side, unlike the slim Li Yusin. Wang Shiqi had been claustrophobic since she was young. She felt she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. But if she stayed outside the tent, the countless mosquitoes would bite her like crazy. She really didn't expect that following the army would mean enduring such a tough environment. Stop complaining, Li Yusin gave Wang Shiqi a glare. There are still many wounded to care for tomorrow. We're already lucky, we don't have to fight, we don't have to bleed. Look at those wounded. They're in so much pain they can't even sleep, and we don't know if they'll make it back to Zhonghai District 1. Even the soldiers have to take turns standing guard. Having a tent to squeeze in for a night is already good enough. As Li Yusin spoke, she saw Jiang Liushur's vehicle parked not far away on the roadside. She pulled on Wang Shiqi and said, "Let's go thank Jiang Liushur. He saved your brother and saved us. No matter what, we should thank him." Wang Shiqi blushed. She had doubted Jiang Liushur so much before, and now she had to thank him. She was thin-skinned and proud. This was too embarrassing. Just as she was about to find an excuse, Li Yusin dragged her toward the minibus. The door of the minibus happened to be open. Wang Shiqi immediately saw the woman in the driver's seat. Wearing a black leather jacket, with an explosive figure, the sight made Wang Shiqi stare blankly. She thought her own figure was decent, but this woman's body looked like something out of a comic book. That high, full chest, that flexible, strong waist, and the faint outlines of abdominal muscles, there was no flaw to be seen. This was Jiang Liusher's driver? The driver was actually a woman? Li Yusin? Jiang Liusher saw Li Yusin and smiled. He had always had a good impression of her. Come in and sit. Okay, thank you. About what happened today, if it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't be standing here now. Halfway through her sentence, Li Yusin's voice grew quieter. And Wang Shiqi opened her eyes wide and looked around. Her mouth formed an O shape. This was Jiang Liusher's vehicle? That old-looking, worn-out minibus actually had such a luxurious interior? Because Jiang Liusher had just spent 18 crystal nuclei to upgrade the base vehicle now had all level 1 armor. The interior space had also been expanded a lot, and some facilities had been added, like 2 triple-layered bunk beds. The bottom layer was level with the floor, and the space for the other 2 levels was quite roomy. The beds were 1.2 meters wide, covered with thick down comforters. Just looking at them made people feel comfortable. At that moment, Jiang Zhuiying was lounging on the sofa like a lazy kitten, watching an anime on a tablet. Ran Shiyu was wearing an apron, in the kitchen, cooking? The working induction cooker, rice cooker, and microwave all confirmed this. The smell of fragrant rice came from the rice cooker. On the induction stove, mutant beast meat was sizzling in the oil. The aroma was enough to make people drool. And on the plate next to the frying meat, there were even fresh vegetables? Currently in Zhonghai District 1, vegetables were a luxury. Because the soil-free farming bases were limited, they were mainly used to grow grains. Vegetables were hard to preserve, even in a fridge, they wouldn't stay fresh for long. This problem could only be solved by the storage space inside Jiang Liusher's base vehicle. Just then, Ran Shiyu opened the rice cooker. Seeing the shiny, crystal-clear rice, Wang Shiqi's eyes widened. As a foodie, she instantly recognized that the rice Jiang Liusher's team was eating was likely Thai fragrant rice or Northeast Chinese fragrant rice, premium rice. Even before the apocalypse, this kind of rice was already expensive but popular in the market. Now, most of the grain supplied in Zhonghai District 1 was super-yield potatoes and sweet potatoes. A small amount of rice came from high-yield hybrid rice. Hybrid rice was famous, but before the apocalypse, it wasn't widely adopted. In times of abundance, it didn't sell well in supermarkets, mainly because it tasted bad. So, not many people had eaten the highest-yield hybrid rice. Wang Shiqi touched the compressed biscuits in her pocket. In the apocalypse, there was no packaged snack food. She couldn't bring rice or flour from home and could only eat the army's food. Compared with Jiang Liusher's group, their food and living conditions were like heaven and earth. Thinking back to the first time she met Jiang Liusher, she had thought he was a refugee fleeing to Zhonghai District 1. But looking at his noble lifestyle now, she was probably the one who looked like a refugee. Have you eaten? Jiang Liusher asked casually. Ever since Ran Shiyu joined, the food quality of the Shuriying squad had greatly improved. Although Ran Shiyu was born into a wealthy merchant family, she was good at cooking. That had nothing to do with her background, completely interest and talent. As for his own sister, she lacked a bit of that. Her hurried temperament clearly showed she was not someone who would calmly study cooking. When Ran Shiyu studied abroad, she always handled her own meals. Eat? Wang Shiqi watched Ran Shiyu scoop rice out with a ladle, and saw the fragrant fried meat and tender green vegetables. She couldn't help but swallow. Is this mutant beast meat? Although smelling the aroma already let her guess part of it, Li Yusin still couldn't help asking. Yes. Jiang Liusher said while bringing out a big pot of braised meat. This was truly a large pot. There was only one plate of fried meat, but the braised meat filled a whole pot. When Wang Shiqi saw this big pot of braised meat, her eyelids twitched. She had eaten mutant beast meat before, but not much. It cost 10 times the price of grain. With Wang Shiqi's status, even getting a little by following her brother was already good. She could never stew whole pots as Jiang Liusher did. And fresh vegetables, how expensive they were. Wang Shiqi knew deeply. Those basically were specially supplied to military leadership. Even money couldn't always procure them. You cook such a big pot, can you finish it? Wang Shiqi stuttered. After the apocalypse, she took pride in her many luxury items, jewelry, etc. Before the end, even with her family's wealth, she could not fully enjoy all of them. Only after the apocalypse, since their prices dropped greatly, she could use few food coupons to exchange many luxury goods. That made Wang Shiqi quite proud. She even thought that was one of the few benefits the apocalypse brought. She remembered the first time she met Jiang Liusher, because her luxury clothes were soiled by the poor cleaning conditions in Zhonghai District 1, she was very unhappy. But now, in front of this big pot of braised meat, any Hermes, LV, Chanel meant nothing. Of course we can finish. I did cook a bit too much. But braising is easy, you can make a big pot in one shot. Frying meat uses too much time. The ability users eat a lot. Just a few plates of fried meat aren't enough. The small amount of fried meat is just to improve taste, more is braised meat. Jiang Lushur said calmly. Wang Shiqi was speechless. She had asked if the pot was too big because she thought making it in large quantity might be wasteful. But according to Jiang Lushur, just eating braised meat was already sufficient, and they added fried meat to improve flavor? This comparison made people furious. Living in an armored vehicle, eating fried meat, fresh vegetables, after the apocalypse, even villa districts had electricity restrictions. After dark, lights were off. Only some high military region people, who needed to work at night, had lighting. Yet these people used induction stoves, rice cookers, microwaves, the high-power appliances, without much saving. Look at that rice cooker, still on keep warm mode, the plug still in. As for the tablet charging, even more so. The working power of an induction stove or microwave is about 1 kilowatt. Running for an hour is 1 kilowatt-hour, equal to the power of 100 energy-saving lamps lit simultaneously. Well, we've eaten already. Li Yusin excused politely. Having just been saved by Jiang Lushur during the day, now they came to thank him at night. To accept his precious meal made Li Yusin uneasy. When Wang Shiqi heard this, she felt very disappointed. She actually wanted to eat a bit. She had been in battle and forced march all day, no time to eat. She was hungry all day. Even in the safe zone, her food mostly was rice porridge, rice, pickles, sweet potato. Wang Shiqi was from Jiangnan and loved rice, but rice from high-yield hybrid paddy tasted bad. When cooked into rice, it was loose, couldn't hold together when pinched. But she also knew, they were here to thank him. They had no gifts to bring, and to eat his food. Actually, Wang Shiqi guessed many of her possessions wouldn't even be worth one of his meals. Except for the temporary housing in Zhonghai District 1 not yet owned by her brother, her outfit might not be as valuable as one meal to him. At this, Ran Shiyu whispered a few words into Jiang Lushur's ear. Actually, without her reminder, Jiang Lushur could tell Li Yusin was lying. From Wang Shiqi's gaze, he knew, she was somewhat vain, but shallow in scheming. Jiang Lushur looked at Wang Shiqi, half smiling, and said, "You can eat if you want. Stay and eat. Your appetites are small, it's enough for you." He said this while he already sat at the dining table to start eating. Wang Shiqi's cheeks turned red. She felt as though Jiang Lushur saw through her little thoughts. Her face felt hot. But the temptation of delicious food made her hesitate to walk away. She was a natural foodie, after all. Well, that indeed is trouble. Li Yusin felt embarrassed. Jiang Lushur said, "Before the apocalypse, I owed you 20,000 yuan. Now paying back is useless. I feel bad. You helped me a lot, after all." Jiang Lushur spoke jokingly. Li Yusin felt her heart warmed, somewhat grateful to him. Helping in this small way was nothing compared to him saving her life. But Jiang Lushur's words relieved her embarrassment, otherwise both Li Yusin and Wang Shiqi felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. It wasn't that they were poor, it was that Jiang Lushur was excessively rich, with living standards far above the military region's top figures. How could they compare? After the meal, Wang Shiqi felt extremely happy, her tongue wanted to swallow itself. So long in the apocalypse, today they had one good meal. Previously the meals had no meat, no fresh vegetables, no fruit, just pickles and rice. Rice plus pickles. If she had to make an analogy, it was like the meals of poor people in the kimchi country before the apocalypse. And in that country, at least there was instant noodles. Zhonghai District 1 didn't even have instant noodles. Eating this long made food taste bland even in the mouth. Even Li Yusin couldn't help eating more. Her parents could get enough grain, but meat supply was limited, especially when much mutant beast meat was bought by the military to study evolutionary crystals. After eating, Jiang Zhuyin yawned and went to the shower room to heat water and bathe. When the door opened, Wang Shiqi glimpsed a corner of the bathroom. There stood a folding bathtub. Above it hung a cylindrical electric appliance. Was that a water heater? It was still lit. Could they have a hot shower in this vehicle? After a full day of battle, being sweaty and damp all over, the temptation of a hot shower to a girl can be imagined. But no matter how thick skin Wang Shiqi had, she felt shy to ask to borrow the bathroom. Just then, the intercom on the table rang. "This is command. This is command. I am Lin Yaoshan. Mr. Jiang, if convenient, please come to the command. Reply if received. Over." "Oh? Command?" Jiang Lushur wiped his mouth. After a day of fierce battles, the command center would naturally study tomorrow's battle and give orders. Zhuiying, Shiyu, I'm leaving first. Well, we'll take our leave too. They had come to visit Jiang Lushi. Now that he was leaving, they naturally had no reason to stay. Wang Shiqi looked at the steaming shower room and that soft, fluffy bed. Reluctantly, she followed Li Yusin off the vehicle. If only she could stay on this vehicle tonight. If a girl could marry Jiang Lushi, she'd be overjoyed. Life in this vehicle was not worse than before the apocalypse. But sadly, she didn't dare ask to stay. Thinking about that cramped tent, she wondered how she could sleep. Walking toward the command center, many soldiers saw Jiang Lushi. Earlier they had learned about the daytime battle, how he wounded the mutant zombie, reduced the number of special zombies, and disrupted the organization of ordinary zombies. They all admired him. Otherwise the convoy would hardly break through, causing greater casualties. For a moment, the soldiers eating compressed biscuits around stood up when they saw Jiang Lushi, saluting him and giving marching gestures. This scene made Wang Shiqi and Li Yusin, following behind Jiang Lushi, feel awkward. They felt honored with their own salute too. At this time, Jiang Lushi had arrived at the temporary command center. Li Yusin and Wang Shiqi went back to their camp. This temporary command center was just a slightly larger tent. Nearby were parked a few armored vehicles. A table inside had maps spread out, a few flashlights hung up for lighting. Lin Yaoshan was standing in front of a map, planning battle steps. Beside him, a woman in white doctor's coat caught Jiang Lushi's attention. She looked about 35 or 36, not young. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a special intellectual beauty. Mr. Jiang is here. After the day's events, Lin Yaoshan's attitude toward Jiang Lushi became more polite. The praise from Zhang Committee was extremely accurate. Jiang Lushi had made a great achievement. Mr. Jiang, that shot you fired today was truly a stroke of divine inspiration. Lin Yaoshan did not spare his admiration. Jiang Lushi said, Commander Lin, you flatter me. Let's not speak of side topics. If there is a mission, speak it directly. Haha. Lin Yaoshan laughed heartily. Good, Brother Jiang is straightforward. I called you here because there is something. I'll say it. First, I introduce, this is. Lin Yaoshan pointed to the woman with gold-rimmed glasses. This is Professor Sun, an expert in atomic physics. Her specialty is in the field of radiological science. Professor Sun, nice to meet you. Jiang Lushi stepped forward to shake hands. In the Chinese education system, a female professor in her 30s is not common. University professors, especially in the natural sciences, women were few. But in radiological science it was an exception. Maybe because the founder of radiological science, Marie Curie, was female. In this field, female scientists might even outnumber male scientists. Mr. Jiang, hello. Professor Sun nodded to Jiang Lushi. About 10 kilometers ahead of us is the radiation zone, Qinshan Nuclear Power Station. A small-scale nuclear leak has occurred. The safe radiation dose humans can endure is 0.1 curie, while I estimate the radiation in the Qinshan zone to be above 500 curies. Anyone close by must wear protective suits. But the number of protective suits is limited. Starting tomorrow, apart from tanks and armored vehicles that can shield radiation to some extent, only 40 combat personnel who can wear protective suits may enter. Others must remain on guard in camp. Qinshan Nuclear Power Plant was the first nuclear power station independently designed and built by Huaxia, with an annual power generation of 50 billion kilowatt-hours. It was the largest nuclear power plant in the country. Of course, that was in the past. This nuclear power plant had always been a source of pride for Huaxia. Although Huaxia's technological level was often not as advanced as foreign countries, the Qinshan Nuclear Power Plant, as a state-owned enterprise, had always maintained impeccable safety. There were no unplanned shutdowns for over 10 years, keeping it at the top of global safety rankings for nuclear power plants. In this regard, Huaxia performed much better than the Fukushima nuclear power plant. However, that is now history. Su Tong, wearing a thick protective suit, raised her eyes through the glass and looked at the gray building in the distance, sighing lightly. Once, this nuclear power plant was a source of pride for Huaxia's radiation science researchers, but now, it had become a scar on the land of Jiangnan. Because the apocalypse broke out suddenly, the plant's staff were almost all killed or injured. Cooling water could not circulate, and the continuously operating reactor grew hotter and hotter. This caused the metal in the fuel rods to react with steam, producing a large amount of hydrogen. Eventually, a hydrogen explosion occurred, and nuclear fuel leaked. Fortunately, the containment shell of the Qinshan nuclear power plant was strong enough, so the leakage was not very serious. At least it was much milder than the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Su Tong arrived at the Qinshan nuclear power plant more than 10 days ago. The technicians who came with her shut down all reactors. However, after everything was done, an unexpected event occurred. A suddenly appearing unknown monster attacked the military. Many soldiers died, and casualties were heavy. These scientists, under the soldiers' desperate protection, retreated to a residential area far from the nuclear plant. Now, everyone was huddled in the building furthest from the power plant. They had been trapped here for nearly half a month. Half a month might not be long, and if it were a worry-free vacation, it would pass in a blink. But now, Su Tong felt like years had passed. Su Tong had become increasingly thin. She used to have a rosy complexion and maintained her figure well. But now, through the transparent shield of her protective suit, her face looked thin and haggard, as if she had aged 10 years. Thinking back to 20 days ago, when she was wearing a lab coat in the laboratory, teaching her daughter microbiology, it truly felt like a different lifetime. Her daughter was her pride. Although the family was wealthy, her daughter was always sensible and did well in school, never needing her to worry. She had always been a top student. Now, the person Su Tong worried about the most was her daughter. If she and her father couldn't return, would her daughter still have a place in chaotic Zhonghai District 1? If the military took back their residence and she had no stable place to live, life would be unimaginable. In the chaotic slums, there were many twisted people shaped by despair in the apocalypse. They were capable of anything. If her daughter fell into their hands? Every time she thought of this, Su Tong's heart trembled. Every day, she looked out the window countless times, but the rescue team still had not arrived. She didn't know whether the soldiers who broke through the siege, without heavy equipment, could reach Zhonghai District 1 and deliver the message. She knew there had been massive zombie tides recently in the Jiangnan area. Time to eat. A soldier's voice suddenly came from the door. Su Tong snapped back to reality and picked up a bowl. "Dad, I'll go get food. You rest." She spoke to her father, Su Guangqi. Su Guangqi was already over 70. He had retired long ago, but he was restless by nature. After retirement, he accepted a position as a returning professor at Jinling University. Now, for the study of mutated creatures near the nuclear plant, Su Guangqi insisted on coming with the troops. If he had listened to her and stayed in Zhonghai District 1, Yusin would at least have someone to care for her. All right. Su Guangqi moved the corner of his mouth and sighed. He was a stubborn old man, but now, even his stubbornness was gone. Wearing a sealed, non-breathable full protective suit made of polymer materials for so long, his skin had multiple ulcers, and the pain was unbearable. He clenched his teeth and endured. He didn't know how many days his old body could last. Maybe, like this sinking nuclear plant, he would also become history, buried forever in this radioactive land. The soldier distributing food was a young man of about 18 or 19, his face still immature. There were only 5 soldiers guarding this place. Aunties and uncles, freshly boiled porridge, fragrant and hot, come drink porridge. No matter the situation or how desperate things were, this young man always gave an enthusiastic greeting, even if the porridge itself tasted awful. This so-called porridge was just compressed biscuits boiled into a watery mush. A few days ago, it had some ham sausage crumbs in it. Now, it was just watery mush, and getting more watery. The water used was from pre-apocalypse water tanks, tap water, at least not contaminated by radiation. As for bacteria? No one worried about that anymore. Everyone lined up for porridge. The whole process was silent. No one fought. No one cut in line. Su Tong received a full bowl of watery mush. Through her transparent face shield, she saw the sunken eye sockets and skinny face of the young man distributing porridge. Suddenly, she felt this bowl of porridge was heavy. Is Grandpa Su still doing okay? Drink more. I'll carry him to the basement in a bit. The young man smiled. Because they had to remove their face shields to eat, for safety, they could only eat in the place with the lowest radiation, the basement. The concrete walls could block most of the radiation. Su Tong gave a soft reply. Her nose tingled. When people are in despair, they become especially fragile. Even small things can bring tears. On the desolate country road, the convoy was moving at a steady speed. The convoy was in the middle, tanks on both sides, but rural roads couldn't bear tank weight, so the tanks had to move along the roadbed. Early in the morning, while it was still dim, the convoy broke camp and set off. Wang Shiqi had dark circles under her eyes. Her whole body ached after last night's sleep. She only half slept at 4 or 5 in the morning. Not long after falling asleep, the loudspeaker ordered everyone to pack up and return to their vehicles within 5 minutes. It was like being driven to death. Wang Shiqi finally understood why soldiers on the Red Army's Long March could fall asleep while walking. She had only gone one day and already couldn't bear it. If this lasted for months, wouldn't she go mad? Li Yusin also looked tired, but they had to pull themselves together. Many wounded needed care. After moving 10 kilometers, the army set up camp again. Ahead was the radiation zone. From here, most troops would stay behind. Only a few would go ahead, lightly equipped, to Qinshan nuclear power plant to rescue the trapped. Lin Yaoshan was organizing the distribution of protective suits for combatants. Shuriing Squad, as elite fighters, naturally had to go. But due to limited numbers, even Sun Quan and Zhang Hai were left in the camp. Report, Commander. A girl from the medical team is requesting to go to the radiation zone. She said she can care for the wounded. Lin Yaoshan frowned. The radiation zone's dangers are unknown. A girl from the medical team can't even protect herself. What can she do? She said she's the daughter and granddaughter of 2 scientists trapped in the radiation zone. I've tried to persuade her, but she insists. Daughter and granddaughter? Lin Yaoshan was surprised. Just then, Jiang Lushi, who had just received his protective gear, said, I know this girl. Let her come along. She can ride in my vehicle. Carrying emergency supplies and protective suits, Li Yusin boarded Jiang Liushi's minibus. With her came another experienced female doctor. Li Yusin sat on the soft sofa, feeling a little uneasy. They were about to depart for Qinshan nuclear power plant. Li Yusin was very worried about her mother and grandfather. She was eager to see them, but also afraid of facing the situation she feared most. Don't worry too much. A gentle, cold voice suddenly came. Li Yusin immediately returned to her senses. She looked at the long-haired girl sitting quietly across from her. Ran Qiyu, she would be the main force in this rescue operation. During the meal earlier, Li Yusin had already been curious about Ying and Ran Qiyu. Such a beautiful and elegant girl, how did she meet Jiang Lushi and end up in Shuriing Squad? Li Yusin hadn't realized her worry was written all over her face. She nodded, thank you. Ran Qiyu glanced at Li Yusin. She could sense that Li Yusin's emotions were still very chaotic, but there was no way to comfort her in such matters. She was actually also a little curious about Li Yusin. During the meal, Li Yusin had introduced herself, saying she used to be Jiang Liushi's deskmate. She wondered what Jiang Lushi was like before the apocalypse. Hello, I got to ride in your car this time thanks to Yusin. I'm Song Qianwen, the emergency doctor assigned to the team, Song Qianwen said. After learning that Li Yusin would be going with the team, Song Qianwen had also volunteered to come along. If any of the scientists had serious physical issues, they would need immediate treatment. And on the way, there might be wounded who would require emergency care. Song Qianwen looked about 27 or 28, wore a white coat over her military uniform, and her makeup-free face showed signs of fatigue, but she had good features and presence. Before the apocalypse, she was a military doctor. Li Yusin felt both touched and worried that Song Qianwen had volunteered for such a dangerous mission. But if severe casualties really happened, she wouldn't be able to handle everything alone. And the chance of that happening was very high. Song Qianwen reached out to Jiang Lushi and smiled, I wanted to thank you yesterday. We had so many people in the ambulance, it was all thanks to you. It wasn't just me. No need to be too polite. Jiang Lushi politely shook her hand. This female doctor usually stayed in Zhonghai District 1. Now going on such a dangerous mission, she was obviously nervous. Jiang Lushi could feel her palm was ice cold. No one was truly unafraid. Jiang Lushi was also tense. The combat team quickly departed. Wang Jianlang sat in the vehicle, his shoulder wrapped in thick bandages, watching the departing convoy. This most important rescue operation, he should have been part of it. But he wasn't. He had been personally assigned by committee member Chu Zhongshan. And what had he done? Wang Jianlang took a deep breath. He decided to stay away from those factional struggles. If he kept improving his sniping skills, maybe he could even surpass Jiang Lushi. In the apocalypse, strength was the most important thing. Brother, I'll change your dressing, said Wang Shiqi, who stayed behind to take care of the wounded. She hadn't slept well last night and still had many patients to tend to today. But she didn't dare go to Qinshan nuclear power plant. The apocalypse was too cruel. Even under military protection, a girl like her couldn't live easily. It was the first time in her life she felt so exhausted. She thought that if she could get 5 minutes to nap, that would already be a blessing. Sigh, Wang Shiqi thought again about Jiang Liushi's vehicle. She had even dreamed about it last night. The combat team separated from the main force and entered the radiation zone. From this point on, all personnel had to wear protective suits, or they would suffer from acute radiation sickness. With current medical conditions, once someone developed severe acute radiation sickness, it was basically a death sentence. So, even if the suits were inconvenient, everyone, including Jiang Liushi's team, had to wear them. After putting on the protective suit, breathability became very poor. Jiang Lushur took his Type 81 rifle and sniper rifle into the combat chamber. Jiang Zhuiying put down her tablet and sat in the front passenger seat, holding her longsword. Li Yusen and Song Qianwen inside the vehicle immediately felt the combat atmosphere. The convoy moved steadily forward. Small zombie groups continued to appear ahead. These zombies couldn't pose a threat to the convoy, but their appearance made everyone in the team feel a chill down their spine. These zombies had been exposed to radiation for a long time with no protection. Some had reddened, rotting skin, but their aggression had increased. Bang! A zombie slammed into Jiang Liushur's vehicle. He frowned. The impact sound was louder than with ordinary zombies. Originally, mutant zombies emerged within zombie hordes. But in the radiation zone, zombies didn't need to fight each other, radiation alone could mutate them. If the zombies and mutant beasts here were all mutated by radiation, then this place would become a forbidden zone for humans. Fortunately, it hadn't reached that stage yet. Otherwise, entering would come at a huge cost. Attention, approaching Qinshan nuclear power plant. Shuriying squad, prepare, came Lin Yaoshan's voice from the intercom. Jiang Lushur looked at Ran Shiyu. She immediately nodded. Spiritual field activated, Ran Shiyu began guarding against that psychic-type monster. As the convoy approached the power plant, the number of zombies ahead clearly increased. There, on the rooftop of the Qinshan nuclear power plant residential area, people were monitoring 24 hours a day. To guard against that psychic monster, there were always two-person teams, watching each other. That psychic monster still gave them lingering fear. Fortunately, its range was limited. Under tight surveillance, it hadn't approached again. But they were still trapped. At this moment, a soldier raised his binoculars and suddenly saw dark figures appear at the end of the road behind the dense zombie horde. "It's our people," the soldier shouted excitedly. These days, they had been falling deeper into despair. And now, the rescue team had arrived. He excitedly reported the news through the intercom while nervously watching. They had suffered heavy casualties getting here. Now that the rescue team had come, could they break through the siege and get the trapped people out? The soldier wasn't sure. In the pitch-dark basement, a beam of orange flashlight glowed. This was an old-style flashlight found in the residential building. The high-powered flashlights previously issued by the military had already run out of power. The so-called basement was actually only half underground. There used to be a small light well, but now, to block radiation, the light well had been completely sealed. Su Guangqi sat on an old chair, panting heavily, trying to take off his face shield. Because complete sealing had to be ensured, the radiation protection suit's mask was not easy to remove. "Dad, let me." Su Tong quickly stepped forward to help. Actually, even in this basement, the radiation level was only lower than outside, not completely gone. This made Su Tong always worry about her father's health. Radiation kills cells, it could kill useful ones, or useless ones. If it damages useful cells and even breaks DNA strands, it could lead to cancer. Radiation is a strange killer. Some people suffer no effects, while others develop cancer. Every time she saw her father's white hair and thought about his body, Su Tong would feel a sting in her nose. Su Guangqi finally took off his mask, breathing heavily, and said nonchalantly, "It's just eating, only takes a while." "What are you worried about?" The Soviet Chernobyl radiation zone was said to be uninhabitable for 20,000 years, but didn't people still travel there to see the ruins? Didn't people still live there and reach 80 or 90 years old? Su Guangqi spoke with effort, having already drunk half the thin porridge in his bowl. He then pushed it toward Su Tong. "Dad, drink a bit more," Su Tong couldn't help saying, but Su Guangqi was very stubborn. Without saying a word, he had already started putting the mask back on. Hunger was a terrible torment. Even the unpalatable mush had become a delicacy now. Just as Su Tong wanted to persuade her father again. Bang! The basement door was slammed open. Su Tong was startled and almost knocked over the porridge bowl. She quickly steadied it with her hands, only to see the person who rushed into the basement was the young soldier who usually distributed porridge. He looked extremely excited, and his steps were so energetic he nearly hit the basement ceiling. "They're here. They're here," the young soldier stammered. "Who's here?" Su Tong instinctively asked, already realizing a possibility she dared not imagine. "Our soldiers are here. They drove armored vehicles over from the plant area." "Really?" Su Tong was overwhelmed with joy. That feeling of hope arriving in despair was unforgettable. Her fear of death and worry for her daughter made her unable to stop crying. "Mr. Su, I'll carry you." The thin young soldier carried the equally frail old man and rushed upstairs. Su Tong followed closely. As she entered the apartment entrance, she already heard sporadic gunfire. The deafening sound now felt like beautiful music. Looking out the window, Su Tong saw the convoy. Against the gray backdrop, all the steel armor was covered in dust and smoke. But these steel giants, full of a metallic feel, brought an unprecedented sense of security. Among the uniform military armored vehicles and tanks, there was a particularly strange minibus, which caught Su Tong's attention. In such a formation, a seemingly fragile minibus was really out of place. That car? Su Tong was stunned, then saw gray zombie hordes rushing toward the convoy. The zombies in the radiation zone were extremely terrifying, stronger than ordinary zombies. Many had rotting skin, but grew sharp teeth and long claws. Su Tong had seen the power of those claws with her own eyes. They could tear through metal. These days, they didn't dare make a sound, just to avoid attracting such terrifying zombies. Even anti-theft doors couldn't stop them. Su Tong herself was a biology expert. Though time had been short, she had conducted preliminary research. She believed it wasn't the radiation that mutated the zombies and mutant beasts, but that the radiation caused mutations in the supervirus infecting them. The supervirus that caused the apocalypse was a new virus with both DNA and RNA structures. Its DNA strand was much longer than normal viruses, which meant when it transcribed and replicated its genetic material, it was more prone to errors and mutations, and even more so under radiation. DNA structures broken by radiation, who knows what new variants might result. Just then, the machine guns on the armored vehicles opened fire. The 25mm grenade cannon, one shot could blow a person to pieces. But these zombies had unusually tough bodies. Some could still pounce forward after taking a direct hit. Losing an arm or leg didn't seem to affect them. They climbed onto armored vehicles, onto tanks, even got under the tank treads, only to be crushed into meat paste and shattered bones. This scene was extremely bloody. Even Su Tong, who was used to dissecting animals, felt deeply uncomfortable. Zombie claws could tear through metal panels, but were powerless against tank and armor plating. But that minibus. Su Tong was worried. She saw the zombies rushing madly at the minibus, clawing and biting its body, slamming into the windows. The glass, which should have shattered with one strike, remained completely intact despite repeated zombie attacks. This kind of high-strength glass surprised Su Tong. "That minibus has bulletproof glass," a nearby soldier exclaimed. Su Tong shook her head. "That's not ordinary bulletproof glass. Even bulletproof glass, under heavy impact, would show spiderweb cracks, it just wouldn't shatter." What kind of glass was this? Su Tong was shocked. The bulletproof glass she knew couldn't reach this level. Compared to those armored vehicles firing machine guns, the minibus didn't shoot at all. It just followed the convoy. On top of the minibus was a metal dome full of technological feel, very noticeable. As for what it was, Su Tong had no idea. It didn't look like a radar or signal transmitter. Su Tong didn't know what the purpose of this modified minibus was. But being able to charge through a zombie horde without any damage to tires or windows, it must have been extremely difficult to modify. Was this vehicle an ambulance? Or was it here to pick up weak scientific personnel like them? Jiang Lushir sat in the combat room of the base vehicle, holding an AMR sniper rifle and observing the surroundings. After modification, the base vehicle's combat room had a wider viewing window, but because of the blocking residential buildings, visibility was still very limited. The scurrying squad's eyes relied entirely on Ran Shiyu. At this moment, Ran Shiyu was sitting on the sofa with her eyes closed, her eyebrows slightly twitching. As long as it was within her mental field, every small movement or sound could not escape her perception. She saw groups of gray zombies fighting with the soldiers in orange suits. The zombie group here was not as large as the massive zombie tides outside. Although these zombies had been exposed to nuclear radiation, they still posed no threat to tanks and armored vehicles. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. What's that? Ran Shiyu's heart moved, and she said, "Brother Jiang." "What is it?" Jiang Lushir was highly alert. When he heard Ran Shiyu call him, the first thing he did was not to look at her, but to aim his AMR sniper scope around. In a life-and-death fight against an unknown enemy, even the time of a blink could determine the outcome. At the 7 o'clock direction, about 800 meters away, on the 7th floor of the residential building, there are survivors. About 15 or 16 people. Oh? Survivors. Jiang Lushir breathed out lightly. When the apocalypse began, the workers at the nuclear plant should have all died. The few survivors would have gathered in the residential buildings. After living there for some time, due to food shortages and spreading radiation, they should have long perished. Now, the only ones still alive would be the soldiers and scientists who had protective suits. Report to command. The closer they got to completing the mission, the more cautious Jiang Lushir became. He did not dare relax for even a second, always alert to the surroundings. Using the radio was naturally Ying's task. Ying picked up the intercom and said calmly, "Shuriying squad has found survivors, 7 o'clock direction, 800 meters away, top floor." Ying's words were very concise. In the armored vehicle, Lin Yaoshan's heart tightened. Survivors. 99%, they were the trapped scientists. Before, they only knew the general area where the scientists were, and finding them would take time. Unexpectedly, Shuriying's squad had already located them. Was it that girl Rant's ability? This ability was truly abnormal. Lin Yaoshan understood very well the value of this kind of detection ability, especially in city combat surrounded by buildings. It was simply priceless. This is command. Target, 7 o'clock direction. Advance. As they neared the target, Lin Yaoshan became even more cautious. Since he knew the scientists were in the residential buildings far from the nuclear core, the army had avoided the most dangerous reactor area from the start. 700 meters was only a few minutes' distance. When they got closer, Lin Yaoshan could already see, through the armored vehicle's viewing port, people waving on the balconies of the residential buildings. They wore protective suits and waved desperately. Through binoculars, their excited expressions were visible. They were indeed the trapped scientists and soldiers. Lin Yaoshan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally confirming the scientists were safe, once they were rescued, half the mission would be complete. The armored vehicles reached the residential buildings. The doors had long been completely sealed, with heavy objects piled behind them. This was the only way for the soldiers to survive in a place full of irradiated zombies. Now, soldiers on the other side were already moving away the debris. Jiang Lushi remained in the combat room. So far, no extreme danger had appeared, and the zombie groups charging the convoy had been cleared. Li Yusin was overjoyed. She could already see her mother and grandfather at the window. Although they wore thick protective suits and masks, Li Yusin still recognized them at a glance. These days, she had been terrified. Even on the way here, she had thought more than once about terrible possibilities. Just imagining them made her unable to bear it. As the obstacles were removed, the survivors trapped for many days finally met the army. The moment they stepped outside, everyone felt as if they were seeing daylight again. Li Yusin and Song Qianwen quickly carried medical kits out of the vehicle. After being in the radiation zone so long, hungry, frightened, and poorly rested, these people's physical condition must be bad, especially the older scientists. "Mr. Su, I'm setting you down, stand firm." The always cheerful young soldier carried old Mr. Su out of the building, and someone immediately came to support him. "Mom! Grandpa!" At this moment, Li Yusin rushed out of the crowd. She set down her medical kit and threw her arms around her mother. Because of the protective suits, even hugging was difficult, but Li Yusin still held on for a moment before letting go. Normally strong-willed, she couldn't help but feel her eyes turn red and her nose sting. Li Yusin held the hands of Su Tong and her grandfather. Seeing her mother's clearly thinner face and the ulcers on her grandfather's skin beneath his mask, tears finally streamed down her face. Su Tong also wept uncontrollably, and even old Professor Su's eyes grew moist. He didn't want his granddaughter to see him cry, but with the mask on, he couldn't wipe his eyes and could only turn his head aside. "Yusin, why did you come here?" Old Mr. Su seemed to want to scold her, but his tone couldn't sound harsh at all. On this journey, Li Yusin must have gone through many dangers and hardships. Thinking of what her daughter had experienced, Su Tong couldn't stop crying even more. But more than sadness, they were tears of relief. She had once thought she would never see her daughter again. In the apocalypse, separation and death were common, but when such common things happened to oneself, the pain was unbearable. The young soldier nearby saw this scene and smiled sincerely and warmly. At that moment, the young soldier suddenly fell to the ground with a hard thud. Su Tong let out a startled cry, "Comrade! I'll take a look." He fainted from exhaustion and malnutrition. "Quick, someone carry him to the vehicle." Li Yusin ran over immediately. She didn't even have time to say a few more words to her family before she was busy again. "Mom, Grandpa." Song Qianwen came over with the medical kit. "It's all right. I'll help check both professors." "Okay, thank you, Sister Qianwen." Li Yusin nodded quickly and hurried after the soldier being carried to the vehicle. Meanwhile, Song Qianwen was checking the heart rate and pulse of the two Su professors. Except for Mr. Su's skin condition, there's no immediate problem. But everyone's strength has weakened a lot over these days. "We'll need to travel again soon," Song Qianwen said, taking a small medicine bottle from her pocket. "These are vitamin tablets. 2 each, please take them now." Song Qianwen smiled as she spoke. Su Tong looked at the young female doctor. She felt the woman had a kind, gentle manner. She accepted the pills and first handed 2 to her father. "Have someone move our experimental samples out first." Old Professor Su was still concerned about the research results achieved at such great cost. Please take your medicine first, sir. Everything else will be handled. Don't worry, Song Qianwen comforted him. In the minibus, Ran Shiyu was fully focused on sensing the surroundings. At this moment, everyone had stopped here, and Ran Shiyu worried the noise might attract zombies. But the others also knew this, so the team would not stay long. After briefly checking the survivors, they would quickly take them and leave. However, at this moment, Ran Shiyu suddenly sensed that her mental field seemed to be affected. Ran Shiyu felt as if someone had suddenly jabbed her with a needle. The feeling was very subtle. If she hadn't expanded her mental field, she might not have sensed it. She was startled. Could it be that psychic-type monster? She immediately enlarged her mental field, tens of kilometers around, and searched tensely. But all she saw were some grayish spiritual orbs. That was just distant wandering zombies. I may have sensed that psychic monster. Be careful, Ran Shiyu's voice rang in Jiang Liushir's mind. What? Jiang Liushir's heart tightened. He immediately reported to Lin Yaoshan over the radio. At the same time, he retreated into the base vehicle and raised his gun. Lin Yaoshan dared not be negligent. Orders to increase guard were transmitted to everyone. People felt nervous, especially the survivors trapped here. During the rescue process, the armored vehicles had surrounded the residential building in a semicircle to protect it. Except for those assisting, the other soldiers were all fully focused on guarding, while shooting down wave after wave of small zombie groups that came. Ran Shiyu sat inside the vehicle, the scurrying squad stayed in the vehicles. At this moment, protecting themselves was the premise for applying maximum combat power. The tense atmosphere spread among everyone. They all knew clearly how terrifying that psychic monster was. If someone among them were controlled by that monster, especially the tank gunners, then, to prevent irreparable consequences, their teammates could at any moment draw their guns and shoot that comrade. This was an unfortunate military order. Every soldier understood it. Many had sweat on their foreheads. They didn't know if Ran Shiyu could protect them. Silence lasted a long time. The whole unit was as quiet as a crow. Everyone was on high alert. Li Yusin, returned inside the base vehicle, didn't dare make a sound. She really wanted to care for her mother and grandfather, but was afraid of disturbing Jiang Liushir at this time. Time passed minute by minute. A full quarter-hour went by. Nothing happened. Could it be a false feeling? That thought surged in many people's minds. But Lin Yaoshan did not order anything, and no one dared to relax vigilance. Until half an hour passed, more and more people began to doubt whether Ran Shiyu's sensitivity was overactive. Psychic powers are intangible. Mistakes in sensing are not weird. Lin Yaoshan furrowed his brow, picked up the radio. This is command. All units, pay attention. Do not relax. Maintain first-level readiness. Everyone withdraw. They couldn't stay here forever. Maybe Ran Shiyu missensed. Perhaps the young girl was too nervous. If so, safe withdrawal would be best. Is it okay now? On the base vehicle, many people wiped cold sweat. Jiang Liushir had not left the combat room, always alert to surroundings. Ran Shiyu closed her eyes to continue her mental field scanning. This consumed huge amounts of her physical strength. Well, luckily it was just a false alarm. I was scared to death. Song Qianwen was drenched in sweat. She tugged awkwardly at her protective suit. With sweat and the non-breathable suit, it felt like being in a steamer. The feeling was terrible. If only it really were a false alarm. We have been trapped this time, but at least in the study of radiation-mutated zombies and beasts we made some progress. After we return, once lab conditions are sufficient, maybe we can research more. These things, whatever they are, must be sent back to Zhonghai District 1. Old Professor Su said. Too many died this time. He could not forgive himself. Professor Su is right. Song Qianwen nodded. Her words had just begun when suddenly. Swish! Song Qianwen, originally slender, full-figured, suddenly sprang up like a female leopard. She lunged at Ran Shiyu, who was sitting on the sofa. She raised one hand, exposing a flash of cold light in her palm. It was a syringe. The syringe aimed straight at Ran Shiyu's throat. At that moment, Ying was in the driver's seat, Jiang Liushir in the combat room, his sister at the rear. The three guarded three directions. Yet they had never expected danger to strike suddenly from inside the vehicle. The target wasn't Jiang Liushir, the core of scurrying squad. It was Ran Shiyu. Danger. Jiang Liushir's spatial awareness was extremely sharp. At the moment Song Qianwen lunged, he discovered it. But even with the fastest reaction, he could not stop Song Qianwen. He held an AMR sniper rifle, its barrel fixed on the firing port. How could he switch weapons in time? As for Ying and Jiang Zhuiying, it was even more impossible. Ran Shiyu, though an ability user, specialized in psychic powers. Her physical strength was average, only by consuming much mutant beast meat was she somewhat stronger than common people. But facing the rampaging Song Qianwen, she was still overmatched. Song Qianwen had been controlled by that psychic monster? That thought flashed through Ran Shiyu's mind. Her limbs went cold. She had expected the psychic monster to have intelligence, but never expected it to be so cunning. It must have judged that Ran Shiyu was the greatest threat. Among the convoy, Ran Shiyu was the only opponent to the psychic monster. If Ran Shiyu were eliminated, no one else would even know its location. It could calmly control anyone. Whether tanks or armored vehicles, all could become its weapons. Others would just be targets. Even Jiang Lushur would be powerless in that situation. Life and death hung by a thread. Ran Shiyu, exerting far more strength than usual, grasped Song Qianwen's wrist, the hand holding the syringe, and blocked the silver needle aimed at her throat. Had that needle pierced the carotid, punctured air, she would die instantly. But the terrifying scene worsened. After Ran Shiyu grabbed Song Qianwen's wrist, Song Qianwen's once beautiful face twisted horribly. Her mouth split open on both sides, revealing a crimson cavity. In place of her tongue, a sharp red mouth organ protruded. That organ sprang from her mouth, driving straight at Ran Shiyu's forehead. Ran Shiyu still sat on the sofa, she could neither stand nor dodge. The syringe was a feint. The real lethal weapon was that sharp mouth organ. No one could know what would happen if that device pierced Ran Shiyu's forehead, perhaps it would directly consume her brain. At this critical moment, a soft body suddenly crashed between Ran Shiyu and Song Qianwen, interrupting the murderous strike. A silhouette appeared in the instant between them. It was Li Yusin. Li Yusin was extremely frail and had no strength to push away Song Qianwen. Yet she used her body to block between Song Qianwen and Ran Shiyu. Puff! The sharp device stabbed directly into Li Yusin's back. Her flesh and blood was like butter before that weapon, just one thrust would pass through. It pierced at an angle through her body, lodging into her lungs. Tremendous pain struck. Li Yusin felt the world spin. Still, she used her final strength in the collision to knock Song Qianwen slightly off balance. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhuiying was rushing over. She hadn't arrived yet, but electric currents reached first. Powerful current formed an electric net that shocked Song Qianwen away. At the moment Song Qianwen was thrown aside, Ying's three-pronged combat dagger stabbed into her body. Puff! Song Qianwen's body jolted. The sharp mouth organ, which had just penetrated Li Yusin, fractured in the process and remained entirely lodged in Li Yusin's body. Blood seeped from the corners of Song Qianwen's mouth. A bizarre smile curved her lips. Her body grew limp. Li Yusin collapsed in Ran Shiyu's arms, her protective suit and clothing drenched in blood. Yusin! Yusin! Seeing the spreading pool of blood, Su Tong felt as though all her strength had been sucked away at once. Li Yusin was her spiritual pillar. Watching that organ pierce into her lungs, Su Tong, who specialized in biology, knew exactly what such a grievous wound meant under the medical conditions in a radiation zone. Seeing her daughter so close to the grip of death, plus the malnutrition she had suffered over the past 10 days, Su Tong could hardly sustain herself and fainted immediately. Su Guangqi trembled all over, his face ashen. For an old man about to be laid to rest, this was the heaviest blow. Medicines! Medicines, bring them! Jiang Lushur panicked as well. He had always held a good impression of Li Yusin. To see a schoolmate about to die, and in his base vehicle no less, he was overwhelmed with distress. Jiang Zhuiying hurried to the storage room and fetched medicines, Yunnan Baiyao, antibiotics, but against a wound like this, Yunnan Baiyao felt so pale and powerless. Li Yusin's face was like paper. She barely opened her mouth to breathe. Because her lungs were severely injured, breathing was painful and difficult. She opened her mouth, tried to say something, but no sound came out. She looked at her mother, who had already fainted, then glanced at Jiang Lushur. She very much wanted to gesture to have him care for her mother. Jiang Lushur understood at once. She was asking him to look after her mother. Perhaps when she had hurled Song Qianwen away, she had foreseen a possible outcome. But saving Ran Shiyu was also saving her own kin. Without Ran Shiyu, her grandfather and mother might both have died here. Blood transfusion. Give blood first. Su Guangqi held Li Yusin in his arms, his old eyes watering. For such a grave wound, without transfusion death would come soon. But how to draw blood and transfuse in a radiation zone? Once blood is drawn, many blood cells die from radiation. And drawing or transfusing blood without protective suits is extremely dangerous for both donor and recipient. Draw my blood, Yusin and I are both type O blood. Su Guangqi said, preparing to remove his protective suit. But he was stopped by Ran Shiyu. Professor Su, please remain calm. The situation seems to. Ran Shiyu's life was rescued by Li Yusin. She felt guilt toward Li Yusen, guilt toward Su Guangqi and Su Tong. But at this moment, she sensed something was wrong. She continued to keep her mental field open. The stinging sensation on her spirit had not subsided, it had grown stronger. This meant that the psychic monster still lived. And the reason Ran Shiyu could so clearly feel its psychic disturbance was not because its psychic wave had strengthened, but because it had become unstable, as though it could no longer perfectly hide itself. She glanced at Song Qianwen collapsed in the pool of blood, and saw that Song Qianwen's mouth organ had disappeared. She had reverted to her original appearance. Her life signs had not entirely vanished, but her eyes were blank, hollow, as though her soul was gone. Had her soul died? If the psychic creature murdered the cerebral domain, only the flesh remains alive, and that body becomes a host for the psychic being? Ran Shiyu thought of that. She feared that Song Qianwen was not merely controlled, but possessed by that psychic monster. If merely controlled, Song Qianwen should still remain Song Qianwen. She should not grow a monstrous mouth organ. Now, Song Qianwen's flesh had been abandoned, she reverted to her original appearance. Then, Ran Shiyu sharply turned to look at Li Yusen. She saw the sharp organ diagonally stuck in Li Yusen's back. To her amazement, she noticed small red lines around that organ, like capillaries, connecting it to Li Yusen's flesh. The blood that once gushed was slowly stopping. What is this? Jiang Lushur also saw this. His face changed drastically. That organ seemed to have grown into Li Yusen's back. And it was gradually integrating in. The organ looked like melting blood, slowly seeping into Li Yusen's body. No good. The monster is most likely trying to take over Li Yusen's body. Ran Shiyu's eyes widened with insight. I understand now. From the start, this monster sensed my presence. It felt that confronting me directly, with so many soldiers, it couldn't win. So silently, it took over Song Qianwen's body. It intended to use Song Qianwen to approach me, and in one stroke take over my body. Then it could devour my psychic power, making itself stronger, possibly evolving again. But, things changed. It failed to take over me, it instead took over Li Yusen. It has no choice now, it must occupy Li Yusen's body. Otherwise it would lose its host and possibly die. Ran Shiyu suddenly understood the reason behind it all. She said, with self-reproach, it was my carelessness. I trusted my mental field too much. I didn't expect that even the mental field couldn't detect the infiltration of that psychic creature. Until the moment just before the attack, the psychic monster revealed its murderous intent through its attack intention. Only then did Ran Shiyu feel the needle-like pain in her brain, meaning that the psychic monster's psychic strength might be even stronger than hers. What do we do? Jiang Lushur raised his brows. He stared at the organ already half-merged, burning with anxiety. Pull it out? Ying asked. Jiang Lushur immediately rejected that. If you pull it out, blood would spurt again, Li Yusen would certainly die. Even in hospital conditions, pulling a wound out is extremely cautious. There is no time. That organ is almost fully merged into Li Yusen's body. More precisely, it is not really an organ, it is a psychic illusion shaped like one. It might even be the psychic monster's true form. Ran Shiyu said with certainty. She felt psychic energy fluctuations from the object. Ran Shiyu, do you have a method? With no other recourse, Jiang Lushur asked her. If the psychic monster is invading Li Yusen's body, you must first contest control of the body. In other words, a battle of primary consciousness. If it loses, what then? Lose? How could it lose? This psychic monster's psychic power is many times stronger than an ordinary person. And Li Yusen's body is severely injured, her mind is already blurred. Don't mention Li Yusen, even if it were me. If I were stabbed to serious injury, my conscious strength would drop drastically. I would not be a match for that psychic monster. Ran Shiyu spoke thus. Jiang Lushur nodded. That's true. If you were directly attacked by the psychic monster, you might lose too. But you are currently safe. What if you use your mental field to envelop Li Yusen, fully suppressing that psychic monster? Jiang Lushur's words made Ran Shiyu's eyes light up. Yes, Li Yusen's body was gravely wounded. But this monster, perhaps now, was also suffering. After all, it and Li Yusen had become one. Previously, the psychic monster's fluctuations were violent, it could not conceal itself perfectly. Under a shift in balance, perhaps she really had a chance to suppress it. Then, let me try. Ran Shiyu said through gritted teeth. Jiang Lushur knew Ran Shiyu's personality. She never made empty promises. If she said she'd try, she would give it her all. Su Guangqi, although not fully understanding Ran Shiyu's abilities, became excited upon hearing there might still be hope for his granddaughter. Miss Ran, as long as you save Yusen, this old man's life is yours. Grandpa Su, Li Yusen ended up like this because she saved me. I will do everything I can, Ran Shiyu said with guilt. She had always blamed herself for her limited psychic strength, which failed to detect the intrusion of the psychic creature in time. Shiyu, Li Yusin didn't just save you, she saved all of us. I share the responsibility too. I failed to protect you. Jiang Lushi shook his head. This kind of situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Ever since acquiring the base vehicle, Jiang Lushi had always had a false sense of security, thinking that as long as the vehicle was intact, everyone inside would be absolutely safe. But now, he understood, in this strange apocalyptic world, there is no such thing as absolute safety. Su Guangqi still wanted to say something, but suddenly, his face twitched. Su Guangqi's voice seemed stuck in his throat. He grabbed the blood-stained armrest of the sofa, his body trembling, and slowly collapsed. Professor Su? Jiang Lushi panicked. One wave hadn't passed yet, and another one had arrived. Li Yusin was still critically injured, and now Professor Su was collapsing. What was going on? He quickly went to support Professor Su, at the same time holding down his hands and watching the surroundings cautiously. He suspected that Professor Su might also have been taken over by the psychic creature. Could this creature control others before it had fully seized Li Yusin's body? Although unlikely, at this moment, any possibility had to be considered. Zhuiying, protect Shiyu, take her farther away. We still don't know what's going on with Professor Su. Jiang Lushi was nervous. What if another tentacle came out of Professor Su's mouth? What then? Would he really have to kill Professor Su? This wasn't just Li Yusin's grandfather, he was also a top scientist in Zhonghai, holding many important research materials. Killing him? Jiang Lushi didn't dare. Su Guangqi's convulsions were getting worse, and just then, Su Tong, who had been unconscious on the couch, suddenly opened her eyes. Her lips were pale, her face like gold paper, her forehead soaked with sweat. She showed the same symptoms as Su Guangqi. Oh no. This is bad. Jiang Lushi suddenly realized a possibility, those vitamin pills. When Su Tong and Su Guangqi were rescued, Su Tong was weak, her steps unsteady, and Su Guangqi had large patches of skin ulcers. Though the skin damage was largely due to prolonged use of protective suits, it was also linked to vitamin deficiency, especially vitamin B2. A lack of it affects the repair of skin and mucous membranes. As old cells die and new ones don't form, ulcers appear on skin, mouth, stomach, etc. That's why people with mouth ulcers often take vitamins. A vitamin deficiency could also lead to sepsis. So when Song Qianwen gave them vitamin pills, although Jiang Lushi thought it wasn't urgent, he didn't doubt it. But now, it seemed that those weren't real vitamins, or if they were, they had been contaminated. Jiang Lushi was in chaos. Under current medical conditions, and still within the radiation zone, with Li Yusin on the brink of death, how could he save Su Tong and Su Guangqi? The manuscript, Su Guangqi's face was covered in sweat. He muttered with a trembling voice. Manuscript? Jiang Lushi immediately understood, he meant his research journal. During the exploration of the radiation zone, he had documented many mutant creatures. Although the study had to stop because of the psychic creature, the notes still held valuable data. But no matter how important the data, it couldn't compare to their lives. As long as they lived, even if the manuscript was lost, it didn't matter. But if they died, the value of that data would drop significantly. Was the psychic creature's goal, in feeding them fake vitamin pills, to kill Su Guangqi and Su Tong, so the research results couldn't be brought back to Zhonghai? The thought sent a chill down Jiang Liushi's spine. This psychic creature's intelligence was terrifying. It probably sensed Ran Shiyu's presence early on, but didn't know who Su Tong and Su Guangqi were. Only after possessing Song Qianwen did it learn, through overheard conversations or Song Qianwen's memories, that Li Yusin's mother and grandfather were scientists studying radiation-mutated creatures. And the creature itself was likely one of those very mutations. It didn't want to be exposed, so it not only tried to kill Ran Shiyu, but also aimed to destroy the scientific findings and eliminate the threat. And it succeeded, all of it. Every step of its infiltration had been calculated, deceiving everyone. At this point, the military had disembarked from their armored vehicles. They had learned of the situation via radio. Lin Yaoshan personally came to the base vehicle door. Captain Jiang, what's going on? He asked urgently. Both Ran Shiyu and the two scientists were national treasures of Zhonghai district. Ran Shiyu, in particular, was key to safely returning the convoy. Don't open the door, Jiang Lushi ordered calmly. Allowing outsiders to board now would only worsen the situation. What if another monster had slipped in among the people? Better safe than sorry. Shiyu, save Li Yusin first. Letting watch over the two professors. If either of them mutates. Jiang Lushi didn't finish, but he understood. If they turned into monsters, they'd have to be killed, there was no cure. Just then, Jiang Lushi noticed Ran Xiyu covering Su Tong and Su Guangqi with her psychic domain. What are you doing? Psychic suppression, suppressing the professor's brain activity to the lowest level. It's like putting them into deep sleep, even slowing their autonomic nervous functions. You can think of it as hypnosis. As she spoke, Su Tong and Su Guangqi slowly calmed down from their earlier pain and fell asleep. This is way more than hypnosis, Jiang Lushi marveled. Psychic suppression could do this? Not just the mind, but even autonomic systems? Even if I slow their metabolism, I still can't save them. I can only delay the effects of the poison. They might still die in their sleep. But right now, we have no choice. As she spoke, Ran Xiyu gathered her psychic energy into a bright white beam and sent it into the center of Li Yusin's forehead. The energy was so concentrated that Jiang Lushi and the others could see it with the naked eye. That white light, was it spiritual energy? After releasing it, Ran Xiyu seemed completely drained. Her body was soaked in sweat, but she still gritted her teeth and held on. Wake up, wake up! Jiang Lushi prayed in his heart. Is this the campus of Jinling Xinya Middle School? When the school bell rang, Li Yusin walked into the classroom in a daze with the crowd. The students were all wearing neat, well-fitted uniforms. It looked a bit like Western-style uniforms. After all, Xinya Middle School was a prestigious private school in Jinling. To make the school's image more distinct, a lot of effort had gone into the design of the school uniforms. They were well-made and fashionable, completely different from those baggy ones in many other schools. So, no one complained about being required to wear them. Li Yusin sat back in her seat, still confused. She looked out the window at the corridor. The afternoon sunlight was so bright it was almost dazzling. Outside the corridor was the playground, which was empty at the moment. She could see the neatly trimmed green lawn, the soccer goals with white nets on either side, and basketball hoops not far away. In the distance were the dormitory buildings, with their windows shining brightly like dazzling jewels in the sunlight. Was it all a dream? Li Yusin was lost in thought. She turned her head and saw the boy who shared her desk. He, too, wore a neat school uniform, and there was a thick stack of books on his desk. However, his stationery, school bag, and shoes were all very simple. His name was Jiang Lushi. His family wasn't well off. He got into this private school purely through his academic achievements, and because he had a full scholarship, he could manage the expenses here. Still, in a school full of rich students, someone like him really stood out. At that moment, sunlight streamed in through the window, shining on Jiang Liushi's side profile. From this angle, Li Yusin could see the fine fuzz on his face, glowing faintly golden in the light. He wore a crisp white shirt and was spinning a carbon pen skillfully in his hand. He did it beautifully. But the strict old math teacher obviously didn't appreciate it. Because he spun his pen during class, the teacher had confiscated several of them. Later, however, due to his outstanding math grades, the teacher stopped trying to change this rule-breaking student and simply turned a blind eye to his pen spinning. Now, on this lazy afternoon, Jiang Lushi, in his crisp white shirt, was thinking about a math problem. There weren't many math problems that could stump him, and Li Yusin had to admit that he looked pretty charming while thinking seriously in his school uniform. Li Yusin looked at Jiang Liushi's side profile without realizing it. Everything around them was quiet. Only the sound of a pen scratching on paper could be heard, marking the passage of time. In that strange dream, this boy who lived off a scholarship had become the hero who saved her. She could still remember him holding a sniper rifle, driving into a horde of zombies, the back of a lone hero, leaving a deep impression on her. And when the ambulance she was in was attacked by zombies, it was he who, with just a gun, saved her from their claws. Why did she have such a dream? Why did she dream of him as a hero? My name is Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi doesn't turn, regretfully losing the chance to take Wu Jiang Lushi. But my parents didn't think of Du Fu's poem when they named me. They just wanted me to be a rock in the river, able to withstand the impact of the current and stay unmoved. Li Yusin remembered asking him what his name meant when they first met. That was the answer he gave. Jiang Lushi doesn't turn. He really lived up to it. He got into the private school on his own, earned a full scholarship, and after losing both parents, he still took care of a younger sister. In comparison, she had parents paving the way for her, grew up in a family strong in science education, and although she was excellent in many subjects, she still had to ask Jiang Lushi about a lot of math and physics problems. Like the one now, she couldn't solve it again. Li Yusin thought about it. She wanted to ask Jiang Lushi but felt a bit embarrassed. She looked at his side profile again and thought of that dream. Was that really just a dream? It felt too long, too real. Jiang Lushi. Li Yusin blushed and spoke softly. Jiang Lushi looked at her. All of a sudden, Li Yusin felt he looked a bit unfamiliar. His eyes were sharp and decisive. His appearance hadn't changed, still that white shirt and handsome face, but he no longer felt like the cheerful boy good at math. He felt like a soldier who had been through blood and battle, with a special kind of aura. Yusin, next Tuesday, you must stay at home. Not just you, your parents too. Don't go anywhere. It's best if you all stay in separate rooms, and each room must be locked. If anything happens, lock yourselves inside and don't come out. I'll come find you. Can you do that? This is very, very important. Jiang Lushur suddenly spoke. Li Yusin was shocked as if struck by lightning. These words were exactly what Jiang Lushur had said to her on the phone before the apocalypse. So all those apocalyptic experiences weren't a dream? Or is she dreaming now? Li Yusin felt like she couldn't breathe. Her vision blurred. The school was gone. The playground was gone. Everything turned into a battlefield full of blood and steel. Zombies everywhere. People running in panic. Soldiers charging forward. Gunfire all around. Bullets. Fire. The smell of blood. Killing. Death. Is this Zhonghai Zone 1? Zhonghai Zone 1 was under attack? The wall stronger than the Great Wall had collapsed. Hordes of zombies flooded into Zhonghai Zone 1 like a tidal wave. Li Yusin wore a blood-stained white coat. She was a battlefield doctor. She still held a scalpel. The cold blade felt like part of her body, moving as if it were her own hand. Dr. Li, what are you spacing out for? Start the surgery now. Only you can do it under these conditions. Hurry. Commander Sun's life is in your hands. Several soldiers looked at her, eyes full of tears and urgency. Only I can do the surgery? Li Yusin was confused. She gripped the scalpel and began cutting. Suddenly, the scalpel seemed to come alive, moving through muscle tissues smoothly and precisely. Every step of the surgery reflected clearly in her mind. She realized this wasn't the old her anymore. She was much older now. She had become an excellent military doctor, capable of performing almost impossible surgeries without a sterile environment, even removing zombie-infected tissue. The surgery was intense. The soldiers' faces gradually blurred. In Li Yusin's eyes, there was only her hand and the wounded person on the bed. But Commander Sun, whom the soldiers had mentioned, started to change. His body shrank. He wore red clothes, had long hair, pale skin, and turned into a little girl. Her doll-like face smiled strangely at her. It was that zombie girl who attacked the ambulance? Li Yusin screamed and stumbled backward. Just then, a pair of strong hands grabbed her. Wake up! Li Yusin, wake up! This is all a dream. You have to wake up. The voice was urgent and strong. She tried to turn around. The battlefield, the surgery room, the simple room, all blurred. Then her vision slowly became clear. She saw a face, handsome, but with sharp eyes. The boy in the white shirt spinning his pen, and the tough man with a soldier's aura. At that moment, they became one. Jiang Lushur. Li Yusin spoke with difficulty, her voice barely audible. At the moment she woke up, Li Yusin remembered everything. If she had believed the dream was real, would she have stayed trapped in it and never woken up? Li Yusin thought of vegetative patients. When she was interning at the hospital, there was a vegetative patient there. She had once stood at the door of the ward, looking through the window at the person lying inside. That person hadn't woken up for years. Could he have been dreaming the whole time? This wasn't a comforting thought. In fact, it terrified Li Yusin. A person lying motionless, relying on machines to stay alive, who knew what they were dreaming? Maybe they were trapped in a box, endlessly banging on the walls, hoping someone would let them out. Seeing that Li Yusin had finally opened her eyes, Jiang Lushur immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Lushur, Li Yusin called softly. Jiang Lushur quickly leaned over. I'm here. If you need anything, just say it. Li Yusin opened her mouth, a faint breath landing on Jiang Lushur's ear. She weakly said, You woke me up. Thank you. In the dream, she had kept hearing Jiang Lushur's voice. It wasn't me who woke you up. Jiang Lushur froze and said. He looked over at Ran Shiyu in confusion. Because she was too exhausted, Ran Shiyu's face was pale, and her gray eyes seemed very dim. Her mental energy had been drained too severely. Ran Shiyu slightly shook her head. The one who had awakened Li Yusin wasn't Jiang Lushur, but her. After her spiritual power entered Li Yusin's dream, she found the Jiang Lushur from Li Yusin's memory, then attached herself to him. After that, she kept mimicking the voice of the Jiang Lushur from Li Yusin's memory, calling out to her deep in her mind. But such things didn't need to be said out loud. Seeing Ran Shiyu shake her head, Jiang Lushur was briefly stunned, then said no more. At this moment, Li Yusin remembered what happened before she lost consciousness. Seeing you're okay, I feel relieved, Li Yusin said happily. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Jiang Lushur, which made her feel at ease. Jiang Lushur was fine, which meant that monster had been killed. Thinking of that monster, Li Yusin also thought of Song Qianwen. Her nose turned sour. That monster deserved to die, but Song Qianwen was innocent, she was a victim. My grandpa and my mom, are they very worried about me? Li Yusin quickly asked. But right after she asked, she noticed that Jiang Zhuiying and Ran Xiyu were both looking at her with expressions like they had something they didn't want to say. Yusin, how does your body feel? Jiang Lushi didn't answer her question, instead suddenly asking this. Li Yusin was stunned for a moment. Soon, even in her still groggy mind, she remembered, she had been injured in the back, and her chest had been pierced through. But how was she still alive after being pierced in the chest? As a doctor, Li Yusin clearly understood what such a serious injury meant under these conditions. If the lungs were damaged and there was heavy bleeding, even with proper surgical conditions in peacetime, survival would still depend on luck. So how had she woken up, and was even able to speak? Once she came to her senses, Li Yusin realized, she didn't even feel pain. Not caring that Jiang Lushi was right in front of her, she reached out and touched her chest, then struggled to sit up. Her chest, which should have had a terrifying, gaping wound, was still blood-stained, but the wound had already stopped bleeding. Li Yusin touched the wound. She clearly felt it slightly moving, with a faint itching sensation. Was it healing? How was that possible? There had been no surgical stitching, no blood transfusion, no fluids, nothing. And yet, her wound had started to heal on its own? There was only a bit of gauze pressed on the wound, not even properly bandaged. What was going on? Li Yusin was completely confused. She quickly turned to look at Jiang Lushi and the others, only to see them silently watching her. Actually, not much time had passed since Li Yusin fainted, the convoy had only just started heading back. But ever since the monster had entered her body, Jiang Lushi and the others had noticed that Li Yusin's wound was healing rapidly. Especially while Li Yusin was dreaming, the speed of healing had increased even more. Jiang Zhuiying had checked. Not only had the bleeding stopped, the flesh had also rejoined. This rate of recovery, although Jiang Lushi had activated his evolution bloodline, he couldn't match it. Now Jiang Lushi wanted to know, since Li Yusin had essentially merged with the spiritual creature and erased its mental power, what had she become? It was impossible that there was no change. That spiritual creature, it failed to devour Li Yusin. Could it be that Li Yusin devoured it instead? If so, maybe she inherited some of its abilities. Maybe Li Yusin now had some kind of spiritual power too. This was just Jiang Liushi's guess. He had never seen a case like Li Yusin's before. Usually, those with powers had mutated into such during the early stage of the virus outbreak. He didn't know if anyone had ever gained powers after being infected by a zombie or mutant beast. Yusin, listen to me, Jiang Lushi said, then told her how the spiritual creature had tried to take over her body after Song Qianwen died. It was a horrifying process, but after hearing it, Li Yusin only turned pale and quietly listened. When she heard how Ran Xiyu had saved her, Li Yusin gave her a grateful look. Do you feel any changes in your body? Jiang Lushi asked. Li Yusin was silent for a while, then shook her head. No. I just feel a bit dizzy, and my body doesn't have much strength. I see. Jiang Lushi nodded. Her mental energy had nearly been devoured by that creature, and after suffering such serious blood loss, feeling dizzy and weak was normal. Do you see anything more clearly? Or feel our emotions? Ran Xiyu asked. Li Yusin focused again, then shook her head. No, nothing different from usual. She was disappointed. She clenched her fist, no increase in strength. Everything seemed the same. Don't worry. This is a special situation. And even if there's no change, surviving is already good, Ran Xiyu said. Jiang Lushi nodded too. But as he looked at Li Yusin, he still felt something about her had changed. Maybe, it was just his imagination. My grandpa and mom, where are they? Li Yusin asked again about the two Professor Su's. She actually already had a vague bad feeling. Just now, Jiang Lushi and the others' reactions weren't right. Later, when Jiang Lushi explained what happened, he didn't mention Su Tong and the others. They, even Jiang Zhuiying, who was usually straightforward, didn't know how to speak. I'll say it, Jiang Lushi let out a light breath. Yusin. When Li Yusin heard that they were injured, it felt like she was struck by lightning. She was stunned. How could this be? That spiritual creature, it was already dead. In this apocalypse, what Li Yusin felt most lucky about was that she still had family. No matter what happened, that was her greatest blessing. She was willing to risk everything, even her life, to protect her family. But now, after waking up, she was told, her most important loved ones had fallen? Ran Xiyu has already put them into deep sleep, Jiang Lushi said. But even so, whether they could make it back to Zhonghai safe zone was uncertain. Hearing that two important scientists had collapsed, and Li Yusen's life was also uncertain, Lin Yaoshan and the others were nearly panicking. But panic was useless. Lin Yaoshan supported Jiang Liusher's decision. He had people keep away from the minibus and remain on guard. He himself also stood at a distance, frequently glancing at the direction of the minibus. From outside the window, he couldn't see anything. He was desperate to know the situation. At this moment, Ying's voice came from the radio. Li Yusen is awake. That's great. What about the two scientists? Lin Yaoshan asked. Still unconscious, Ying said. Lin Yaoshan's heart instantly sank, and the mood across the army became heavy. If anything happened to the two scientists, then this mission was basically a failure. It was all because of that spiritual creature. Bang! Lin Yaoshan smashed a heavy fist onto a nearby armored vehicle. The pain from his fist brought him back from his rage and hatred. Get ready to move, Lin Yaoshan ordered. Rush back to Zhonghai safe zone, maybe there was still hope. In the minibus, after hearing Jiang Liusher's words, Li Yusen stayed stunned for several seconds. As a doctor, she knew very clearly what this situation meant. It's impossible to guard against. Who would think that a monster could have such intelligence, even disguising itself with vitamin tablets to poison people? Even before the apocalypse, many people died from poisoning each year. After the apocalypse, with so many mutated organisms, who knew what poison that creature used? Li Yusen felt empty inside, like someone drowning in despair. My mom and grandpa, where are they? Li Yusen said. She couldn't even be sure whether she had actually spoken aloud, or if her voice had come out. As she said this, she was already struggling to stand up. As soon as she got up, she staggered. Jiang Liusher quickly reached out to support her. As he grabbed her wrist, he sighed inwardly. Li Yusen's body was trembling, and her skin was ice cold. And Jiang Liusher could fully understand how she felt now. Professor Su Tong and Su Guangqi were lying on another bed and a sofa. The warm and soft bed and sofa only made their pale complexions look even worse. Their eyes were shut tight, and only their weak breathing showed that they were still alive. Li Yusen knelt in the middle, holding one hand of each of them. If they made it back to Zhonghai safe zone, could they be saved? Li Yusen had a trace of hope in her heart, but she knew best, this hope was too slim, almost zero. We're moving out, Lin Yaoshan's order came from the radio. No matter how small the chance of saving them, they had to race against time to fight for it. Hurry, 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 go! The convoy quickly pulled out from the nuclear power plant's residential area and got onto the road. The machine guns roared again, and the flying bullets mirrored everyone's urgency. Seeing zombies ahead, Ying silently stepped on the gas. Get back quickly. Li Yusen paid no attention to the outside world. She kept silently holding Su Tong's and Su Guangqi's hands. Su Tong had taken good care of her appearance, but her hands were already very rough. And Su Guangqi's hand was like a dried-up tree branch. Li Yusen remembered, this hand used to be old but strong. But now, it drooped lifelessly in her palm. She gently squeezed it. The owner of this hand, his breath was weak, the flame of life flickering. But as their family, Li Yusen couldn't do anything. Just then, Li Yusen felt something unusual about Su Guangqi's hand. Thump, thump. It was as if Li Yusen could hear Su Guangqi's heartbeat by her ear. The skin on Su Guangqi's hand seemed to turn transparent. Li Yusen saw his blood vessels, saw his heart, saw all his internal organs. Su Guangqi's whole body seemed to be shrouded in black mist. His organs were all infiltrated by this black mist. The black mist wrapped around his heart, as if squeezing it. Seeing this made Li Yusen's scalp go numb. Her own heart tightened instantly. Li Yusen was stunned. She quickly looked at Su Tong. The same phenomenon. What is this? Li Yusen was confused. She didn't know what was happening. She felt as if every abnormality in their bodies was appearing in front of her eyes. Li Yusen sensed the situation and realized even more clearly that Su Guangqi and Su Tong were both on the verge of death. What to do? What should she do? That black mist seemed to be devouring their lives. As Li Yusen grew more and more anxious, suddenly, her vision blurred. Li Yusen was stunned. She found herself seemingly inside an operating room, holding a scalpel, with a surgical table in front of her. Li Yusen remembered this scene. She had seen it before in her dream. What was going on? Why was she back in this dream? Or, had she never actually woken up? She looked at the scalpel in her hand. The blade was thin, sharp, and felt very real. Li Yusen paused for a while, then looked at the person on the operating table, and froze. It wasn't the officer from her dream, it was her grandfather. Why was Grandpa lying here? Li Yusen quickly looked around and saw her mother on another surgical table nearby. Su Tong was lying on the table with her eyes shut. Li Yusen was at a total loss. This was a closed operating room, with only her, her mother, and her grandfather inside. The machines nearby emitted cold mechanical sounds, and there was a dripping water sound from somewhere unknown. Too quiet. Too still. Was this really a dream? Li Yusin didn't know. It felt so real. She reached out and held Grandpa's hand. That feeling, it was real too. Unable to distinguish dream from reality, Li Yusin slowly calmed down from her confusion. She was a doctor now. She held a scalpel. She had chosen this profession to save lives. Now, she wanted to save her family. Vroom. The roar of the engine, mixed with the howls of zombies and the sounds of impact, echoed along the road. Continuous gunfire never stopped. Looking at the overgrown rice fields on both sides and the occasional low buildings, Jiang Lushur felt a cloud of gloom in his heart. Although that spiritual creature mutated due to radiation, its actions left a deep psychological shadow on everyone. With guns, cannons, ability users, and the army, they had established Zhonghai safe zone. Many probably believed that, even though the apocalypse was cruel, survivors still had a way to live. But now, many in the military felt like they were back to the early days of the apocalypse after this experience. Jiang Lushur clenched his fists. Spiritual creatures like that were impossible to guard against. Full speed ahead, don't engage in battle. After linking up with the garrison, continue moving immediately. Not 1 second is to be wasted. Lin Yaoshan's roar kept coming through the radio. Jiang Lushur turned to look at Li Yusin. At this moment, she was the one most anxious. But as he turned, Jiang Lushur suddenly noticed something. He saw Su Guangqi's eyelid seem to move. At that moment, Ran Shiyu suddenly looked over and said, "Their mental activity seems to be recovering." What's going on? Jiang Lushur was stunned. Were they about to wake up? But without proper medical resources, and not even knowing whether it was poisoning or what kind of poison it was, Ran Shiyu could only keep them in a deep coma. How could they wake up on their own under such conditions? Ran Shiyu didn't understand either. She looked at Li Yusin and said in surprise, "She's showing unusual mental energy fluctuations." Li Yusin's mental energy wasn't strong, and Ran Shiyu had been focused on external surveillance, so she only noticed this when she shifted her attention to Li Yusin. So, after devouring that spiritual creature, Li Yusin really did inherit some mental power. Saying this, Ran Shiyu actually started to worry. Li Yusin had no control over her mental power before. Was she unintentionally affecting the two professors? But just then, Jiang Lushur noticed that Li Yusin was tightly holding Su Guangqi's and Su Tong's hands. Her eyes were slightly closed, her face pale, and her eyelashes trembling. From her expression, Jiang Lushur saw concentration, as if she was immersed in something. Jiang Lushur hesitated and said, "Don't disturb her. Even if her mental power affected the professors, based on their physical condition, they shouldn't be waking up." Yet now, there were signs they might. Time ticked by. Suddenly, Li Yusin opened her eyes. She stared at the scene before her, stunned for a moment, then collapsed weakly. So it was a dream, but not a dream, Li Yusin said. In the dream, she had performed surgery for a long time, removing all the black mist. Now back in the minibus, she could no longer see black mist on Su Guangqi or Su Tong. Both a dream and reality, Li Yusin couldn't tell them apart. Yusin. Hearing Jiang Lushur's voice, Li Yusin came back to herself and realized everyone was looking at her. Then Jiang Lushur looked at Su Guangqi and Su Tong and was shocked to find that the professors' pale, purplish faces had returned to normal skin color. Even their previous exhaustion caused by poor nutrition and rest had disappeared. Their faces were rosy, their breathing steady. They didn't look like they were in a coma at all, more like they were simply sleeping peacefully. Jiang Zhuiying also noticed and said in surprise. Li Yusin smiled slightly and said, "Let them sleep." She looked at her mother and grandfather. These past few days, they've been too tired. On Li Yusin's face was an expression of indescribable relief. She had already lost all hope, yet unexpectedly. Everyone lowered their voices, and Li Yusin explained what had happened to her. "I don't know what that dream was about either," Li Yusin said. Ran Shiyu lightly touched her chin and said, "It should be your spiritual world, similar to my spiritual domain." "You're right." Li Yusin suddenly understood. Then she showed a slightly embarrassed but happy smile. "I just got this ability, I don't understand it yet." "Based on your description, your ability might not be limited to healing, but healing is what suits you best," Jiang Lushur said. Li Yusin smiled. "Healing is good. That's enough to make me happy." Many people desire powers to become stronger, not to help others. But for Li Yusin, being able to save her family and friends, that was enough. That had always been her goal, even before the apocalypse. She never wanted to feel that helpless despair again. Jiang Lushur nodded. Seeing Li Yusin's happy smile, he was genuinely happy for her. "This ability is really good," Jiang Zhuiying also nodded. "It's not as amazing as it sounds. I just feel like it can be useful." But when I actually used it, it felt very hard and exhausting, Li Yusin said. That's because you just got your power. Both your mental and physical strength need training and evolution, Ran Shiyu said. Li Yusin smiled slightly. She knew that ability users needed to eat a lot of mutant beast meat. As for how to train mental power, she wasn't sure. But she could ask Ran Shiyu about it. Thank you all. Li Yusin suddenly straightened her expression, struggled to stand, and gave a bow. After bowing, she nearly fell, but Jiang Lushi quickly caught her. Li Yusin looked up at Jiang Lushi. Her beautiful eyes were full of gratitude. Really, thank you. This time, their whole family was saved by Team Shadow. Don't save bullets. Machine gun sweep. Full speed. Lin Yaoshan's roar came again through the radio. His hoarse voice was still loud. Oh crap, I almost forgot. Jiang Lushi quickly picked up the radio. The two professors are okay now. What? Lin Yaoshan was stunned. I said, the two professors are fine, Jiang Lushi repeated. Still the same Jiang Lushi, he never used the radio properly. But this time, hearing Jiang Liushi's voice, Lin Yaoshan felt it was the best sound in the world. The professors were fine. All the soldiers and survivors let out a long sigh of relief. This meant that all the sacrifices weren't in vain. Their mission wasn't a failure. The research results, samples, and notes would now return with the two professors, and finally reveal their value. The convoy kept moving forward and soon arrived at the location where the main force was stationed. Wang Shiqi quickly came up to greet them. She had been busy all day at the base camp, barely even having time to sit down. On one hand, she was eager to know how Li Yusin's family was doing. On the other hand, she also wanted to vent to Li Yusin afterward. Li Yusin was kind and would comfort her well. What? So much happened? So, Yusin, you've become an ability user? Wang Shiqi was stunned, her expression a bit complicated. This time leaving the safe zone and coming outside, Wang Shiqi had been scared by the apocalypse. For the first time, she realized that her brother Wang Jianlang wasn't as all-powerful as she thought, and surviving on her own was extremely difficult. Originally, Li Yusin was in a similar situation to her, but unexpectedly, Li Yusin had narrowly escaped death and become an ability user. Although, this wasn't something one should envy. Shiqi, Li Yusin suddenly said. Huh? Wang Shiqi quickly snapped out of her thoughts. Shiqi, I've been thinking, I want to use this power and make myself more useful, Li Yusin said. Use it? Yeah, Wang Shiqi nodded. She paused for a moment, then said, Yusin, you've been through so much today, and you still look weak, go get some rest. It's okay. The army will stay here for a while. By the way, Shiqi, how was your day? Li Yusin asked. Wang Shiqi moved her lips, then shook her head and smiled slightly. I'm fine. Li Yusin glanced at Wang Shiqi. She felt like something about her had changed. The harsh environment, and Wang Jianlong's injury, all of it had probably helped Wang Shiqi grow. The mutant beast meat stew is ready, eat more of it. As soon as they returned to the vehicle, Ran Shiyu came out with a large pot full of fragrant mutant beast meat. Li Yusin sat at the table, and Jiang Zhuiying placed a bowl of meat in front of her. Seeing the tender, juicy meat, her appetite was triggered. Eat, and have some vegetables too. Jiang Lushi added some greens to her bowl. You won't feel so weak after eating. Li Yusin looked at the meat and vegetables in her bowl, then at the group sitting around inside the vehicle, including Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan who had just come up. Though the small vehicle was packed, it didn't feel crowded, it felt lively and comforting. Li Yusin was quiet for a moment, then smiled slightly. I can't eat for free. So, I wanted to ask, do you guys need a not-so-qualified intern doctor? As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, making her ponytail swing a bit. That clean, sweet expression and natural little gesture made Jiang Lushi momentarily dazed, as if he was back in high school. Jiang Lushi was silent for a moment, then nodded, as long as you're not asking for a high salary, you're welcome. Ran Shiyu smiled at the scene and stood up again. I'll go stir-fry 2 more dishes, let's celebrate properly. After a while, Su Guangqi and Su Tong also woke up. They had been poisoned by the spiritual creature, but after a deep sleep, they not only recovered, they looked radiant. Their lack of sleep from before had been fully made up for. Seeing that Li Yusin was okay, the two were overwhelmed with joy, and Li Yusin ended up recounting everything again. Grandpa, Mom, I've decided, I want to stay with Team Shadow. My ability needs to grow, and I think they'd be happy to have a doctor, Li Yusin said. Su Guangqi and Su Tong looked at each other. On Su Tong's face was an expression of reluctance and worry. Team Shadow, as a survivor squad, would definitely need to go out. But Su Tong also knew that although Li Yusin seemed gentle, all of her decisions were well thought out. Once she made a decision, she would carry it through firmly. Li Yusin joining Team Shadow wasn't just for training, it also had a lot to do with how much Jiang Lushur had helped their family. A mother knows her daughter best. Su Tong understood everything. As for safety, there's no such thing in this world. What matters is having the strength to survive. I'm not as capable as Grandpa and Mom, but I also want to carve out my own path and do what I can, Li Yusin added. Su Guangqi looked deeply at his granddaughter, then suddenly walked over and reached his hand toward Jiang Lushur. Seeing the old man's hand suddenly stretch out in front of him, Jiang Lushur looked up in surprise. On Su Guangqi's stubborn, weathered face was a serious expression. I'm entrusting my granddaughter to you, take care of each other, Su Guangqi said as he held out his hand. Jiang Lushur paused for a moment, then quickly took the old man's hand. Such a decision from the old man wasn't easy. But in that moment, hearing the word entrust, Jiang Lushur felt a strange feeling in his heart. I will, Jiang Lushur said solemnly. Just then, Jiang Zhuiying suddenly whispered, doesn't that mean it's going to be more cramped in the vehicle? As soon as she spoke, Jiang Lushur smacked her head with lightning speed, causing trouble. With the two scientists awake, the whole army became even more motivated. After checking on the scientists, Lin Yaoshan finally let out a sigh of relief. Although there was no longer an urgent rush back to Zhonghai, Lin Yaoshan decided to depart early to avoid any new problems. Zhonghai. From far away, the sounds of gunfire and explosions could already be heard. Standing on the roof of the vehicle and looking far into the distance, the zombie horde flooding the city streets looked like a black tide. Just seeing it made people's skin crawl. It was a primal sense of danger. Even ability users felt it. The convoy traveled along the safe route back. There were fewer zombies along the way than in the city. All along the road were pools of dried blood and wave after wave of zombies. After struggling for several hours, the convoy finally reached Zhonghai District 1. But at a glance, everyone's heart sank. That massive wall like a black dragon was now covered in thick smoke. The ground was full of craters, and under the wall were piles of zombie corpses. What happened? Everyone was in disbelief. With the firepower of Zhonghai District 1, even a desperate zombie horde shouldn't have been able to breach the wall. But more than disbelief, a sense of overwhelming fear gripped everyone. It felt like a heavy stone had been dropped in every heart. What's going on? Could it be that Zhonghai was breached by zombies? Some people looked from afar, and such thoughts couldn't help but arise in their minds. The convoy gradually approached Zhonghai District 1. Along the way, the number of zombie corpses was so high that it was like the ground was covered with a layer of them. The vehicles kept rolling over the corpses, bumping occasionally. Even without deliberately looking outside, they could see corpses everywhere, some pierced by bullets, some blown apart by shells. As they got closer to the city wall, the scene on the wall finally let people breathe a sigh of relief. On the towers, behind heavy artillery and machine guns, there were soldiers. The city wall was lined with dark barrels of guns. The convoy arrived at the main gate. The thick iron gate made of alloy steel was tightly shut, covered in blood, and heavily guarded. Lin Yaoshan had someone shout a few words, and the gate slowly opened. The minibus followed the convoy into the gate, and Jiang Lushur looked at the soldiers on both sides behind the gate. What made him frown was that many of these soldiers were injured, lying on the ground leaning against the walls groaning in pain. Many of them were covered in blood. One injured man nearby was holding his thigh, his face pale with pain, sweating profusely. His thigh had been completely pierced, bone visible. It made anyone who saw it feel pain. Jiang Lushur even saw several corpses covered with white cloth. What happened? Li Yusin became worried too. Lin Yaoshan couldn't wait to get off the vehicle and called an officer over to ask about the situation. Then, Lin Yaoshan followed the officer somewhere else. After a long time, he finally came back. During this time, soldiers and officers came to perform routine infection checks. Professors, please get off the vehicle. I've arranged an escort to take you back to the safe zone for a medical check, Lin Yaoshan said. Su Tong got off the vehicle, looked around, and asked worriedly, did something happen? I don't know much yet. But please rest assured, there's no problem in the safe zone. Even Zhonghai District 1 didn't suffer major losses. You'll be safe during the checkup, Lin Yaoshan said. The vehicle is ready, and the other survivors who returned from the radiation zone also need to be examined. Please proceed quickly, Lin Yaoshan urged. Su Tong had no choice but to nod. Together with Li Yusin, they helped Su Guangqi off the vehicle. I'll take my mom and grandpa first. I'll be back soon. Li Yusin turned and waved to Jiang Lushur and the others. She also needed to go home to grab some clothes and pack a few things. Jiang Lushur nodded. While watching them board the vehicle, he also observed the state of Zhonghai District 1. The streets, once bustling, were now a mess. Corpses and the wounded could be seen everywhere, not only soldiers, but even more were survivors. Zhonghai District 1 now looked like a town that had just suffered a zombie outbreak. This didn't match Lin Yaoshan's claim of not much damage. Even if zombies had breached the wall, the soldiers would have been the first line of defense. How could they have made it into the streets and killed so many survivors? Captain Jiang, please wait, Lin Yaoshan suddenly said. Jiang Lushur was stunned. What is it? Sigh. General Zhang wants to see you. Lin Yaoshan's expression wasn't good, not because of Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur guessed that whatever Lin Yaoshan had just heard from that officer must have been bad news. Jiang Lushur actually wanted to ask, but Lin Yaoshan looked very busy. After saying goodbye, he left in a hurry. Driving the minibus and following a leading vehicle, they headed straight to the military command area where General Zhang was located. Along the way, Jiang Lushur saw many similarly tragic scenes as at the gate. Many areas looked like they had been bombed, even buildings had collapsed. Zhonghai District 1 had ability users, but also many ordinary people who had no ability to resist. On the road, Jiang Lushur heard people discussing monsters. This made him wonder, could there have been something like that giant water monster in the zombie tide, causing so many casualties? The military command area was also inside the safe zone, but not in the villa district. Following the lead vehicle, they soon arrived in front of a traditionally styled courtyard house. This place looked completely different from Zhonghai District 1, very quiet and peaceful. This is the military committee office, the soldier driving the car said. Thank you. Jiang Lushur got out of the car and brought Ran Shiyu with him. The courtyard was actually large. Jiang Lushur and the others followed the soldier to the door of an office. The door was open. As they reached it, a tense atmosphere hit them, breaking the calm. Inside were several officers listening to General Zhang give orders. The general, who had previously given Jiang Lushur a warm impression, now looked tense. His brows were furrowed, and he had a heavy look, exuding a tough, iron-blooded aura, as if on a battlefield. After those officers left, the soldier at the door stood like a spear and saluted sharply. Report, General. The person has been brought. General Zhang was looking down at the desk, one hand resting on it. After the officers left, weariness showed on his face, a trace of old age. Hearing the report, General Zhang looked up and smiled at Jiang Lushur. Brought? This is our hero. Captain Jiang, Miss Ran, you've given me a real surprise. This is the only good news I've heard in days. As soon as Lin Yaoshan returned, the news had immediately been rushed to the military committee. The safety of those scientists was a big deal to Zhonghai safe zone. Come in, have a seat. General Zhang walked out from behind the desk and led them to the sofa and tea table. There was a full tea set in the office. Tea? General Zhang asked. No tea, General. What exactly happened in Zhonghai? Jiang Lushur couldn't help but ask. This military office gave him the feeling that a storm was coming. General Zhang put down the tea canister and said, something indeed happened in Zhonghai. You all know the zombie tide that began some time ago. The tide has been growing in scale. Even if it grew, it shouldn't have broken into the city, right? Ran Shiyu pressed her lips together. Of course not. When we built the safe zone in Zhonghai District 1, we fully considered the threat of massive zombie attacks and mutant beast sieges. With our all-round firepower coverage, it's impossible for those monsters to breach Zhonghai from the outside, General Zhang said confidently. But, what we didn't expect was that, in the early hours yesterday, a kind of monster suddenly emerged from underground in Zhonghai District 1. They were giant worms, some as thick as an adult's arm, others as big as pythons. Hundreds of them appeared, causing massive damage. And at the same time they attacked, the zombie horde launched its largest assault. General Zhang paused, then said in a very serious tone, I hate to say this, but I must, Zhonghai is very dangerous right now. Those monsters, there are still many, many more. Giant earthworms drilling up from underground truly are impossible to guard against. Whether it's Zhonghai District 1 or the safe zone, there are many green areas with soft soil that don't offer any resistance at all. Among them, Zhonghai District 1 is located on the outer side of the safe zone and has a large number of farmlands, so it's even more threatened. The zombie tide keeps going, and more monsters are being drawn out. Right now, we're constantly trying to come up with solutions. The Research Institute, the military, and survivors in Zhonghai are all taking action together. If the Zhonghai safe zone can't hold out, the zombie tide could instantly swallow hundreds of thousands of people, said General Zhang. At this moment, everyone must fight for survival. Zombies force people to flee the cities and come to the safe zones. If even the safe zones can't be defended, where else can people go? No wonder General Zhang was so worried. In just a short time since they last met, Jiang Lushur felt like the general had aged several years. We'll actively respond. These damn monsters, if they want to eat us, they better not choke. I'm old, I've lived long enough, do you think I'm afraid of them? General Zhang said, a trace of killing intent and fury flashing in his eyes. Then he looked at Jiang Lushur and said, Captain Jiang, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Jiang Lushur straightened his posture. Please go ahead, General. He knew General Zhang hadn't rushed to call him here just to explain the situation. The situation is changing every day. Recently, a giant earthworm even appeared near the research institute, which shocked everyone. We're worried there are other dangers, so we're planning to relocate the research institute first, said General Zhang. Relocate the research institute? The institute could be considered the core of the entire safe zone. The appearance of the giant earthworm near it must have caused a huge panic. Given that, the military's decision to relocate is understandable. But relocate it where? Ran Shiyu asked. You all know, apart from Zhonghai safe zone, there are safe zones in other places too. We've maintained communication with them and shared research results. After comprehensive assessment and consulting the scientists, we believe the Jinling base and Star City base are the most suitable. Some scientists will go to Star City base. The route is long, so I hope your team can escort them, General Zhang said, looking at Jiang Lushur with a very serious expression. Are you willing? His eyes held a trace of hope. This task was extremely risky, because Star City was far away. Star City had many nicknames. It was a central core city with a long cultural history. Before the apocalypse, it took 6 hours by train and 12 hours by car from Zhonghai to Star City. After the apocalypse, a 12-hour drive meant several days of travel, constantly moving forward, breaking through zombie tides and swarms along the way. In this situation, sending too many people would attract large zombie hordes, but sending just one small military squad wouldn't ease the military's concern. That's when General Zhang thought of Jiang Lushur. Especially after hearing about his performance in rescuing Professor Su, he immediately made the decision. This mission, Team Shadow could handle it. General Zhang was worried about the scientist's safety, but since Jiang Lushur wasn't part of the military, he couldn't give him an order. So, he could only hope Jiang Lushur would agree. Jiang Lushur remained silent, weighing the matter in his heart. He had great respect for those scientists. But if the risk exceeded his limits, not only would he and his team be in danger, the scientists would be endangered too. Zhonghai was currently facing massive potential risk. Staying here didn't guarantee safety. Jiang Lushur couldn't stay inside the minibus forever. Even if he did, if Zhonghai was hit by a zombie tide, he couldn't save himself either. In comparison, although Star City base's situation was unclear, it was definitely safer than Zhonghai safe zone, otherwise, this relocation wouldn't be happening. Jiang Lushur thought for a long time, then raised his head. I'll need payment in advance. To travel long distance, Jiang Lushur needed to complete the modification of his base vehicle. Right now, he only had one mutant zombie blood core, nothing else. The base vehicle currently had a level 1 armor shell, upgraded interior for better living, air cannons, a ram, and a combat chamber. But when facing massive zombie hordes or large monsters like the water beast, the minibus form was insufficient. And switching to the mining truck mode gave very limited functionality. All right, what do you need? General Zhang responded decisively. Even if Jiang Lushur took the payment and didn't deliver the scientists to Star City, General Zhang had seen enough to believe he wouldn't misjudge Jiang Lushur's character. Mutant crystal cores and some specific materials, Jiang Lushur said. Mutant crystal cores were something only the military had in sufficient quantity. As for metal materials, the military also had reserves. What Jiang Lushur wanted most was a level 2 mutant crystal core, but those were extremely rare. General Zhang could only promise to try his best to allocate one for him. As they were about to leave, General Zhang looked at Ran Shiyu. Miss Ran, you played a crucial role in this mission. We are very grateful. I promised to help you find your sister who was studying in Yuhang. Unfortunately, we haven't had time to start the search. But on the way to Star City, you'll pass through Yuhang. One of the officers traveling with your team was part of the group that escorted survivors from Yuhang to Zhonghai. I'll have them assist you, General Zhang said. Ran Shiyu nodded in understanding. No one had expected such a sudden change in Zhonghai's situation. And under these conditions, General Zhang still made arrangements for her, which she appreciated. As they left the office, Jiang Lushur and Ran Shiyu encountered an elderly man head-on. This old man had white hair and a stern expression. When he saw Jiang Lushur, he clearly paused for a moment, then quickly walked past them. Chu Zhongshan. The name instantly popped into Jiang Lushur's mind. That person, Ran Shiyu also frowned. She sensed very negative emotions from the old man. Able to hide his emotions, even when facing the enemy who killed his son, he could still walk his own path. Jiang Lushur shook his head. Forget him. Now Zhonghai was in chaos, and they were about to leave. Even if Chu Zhongshan hated him, it didn't matter anymore. After leaving the military committee office, Jiang Lushi and the others drove back to the apartment. There were traces of blood and fighting everywhere along the road. It was clear that many places had been ravaged by the giant earthworms. Although the corpses had already been cleaned up, people holding weapons could still be seen sitting by the roadside from time to time. One survivor still had dried blood on his head and looked a bit dazed. They had finally arrived at Zhonghai District 1, but just a few days of peace were followed by fear and unrest again. Such extreme highs and lows were indeed too much for many people to handle. The minibus drove through the community. When passing the cafe, Jiang Lushi saw the tightly shut door and thought of Li Qinghui, his old classmate. But judging from the chaos, it wouldn't be easy to find Li Qinghui, and there was no time either. More importantly, staying here was actually safer for Li Qinghui than leaving with him. The road was too dangerous. Even Jiang Lushi had to stay on high alert and handle everything carefully. After returning to the complex, Jiang Zhuiying, Ran Xiyu, and Zhang Hai went upstairs to pack their things, while Ling stayed in the driver's seat. Jiang Lushi sat in the vehicle, calling up the starseed in his mind. The starseed panel clearly displayed the current state of the base vehicle. Vehicle type, base vehicle, standard version, first form, minibus appearance, second form, mining truck appearance. Space configuration, upgraded bedroom X1, kitchen X1, bathroom X1, small living room X1, basic combat room X1. Weapons, basic compressed air cannon, basic RAM. Armor, level 1 special alloy, overall defense rating D. Compared to the minibus right after its first modification, it had now been upgraded significantly. But after encountering the spiritual creature in the radiation zone, Jiang Lushi felt the base vehicle was still not enough. Jiang Lushi pulled up the evolution options for the base vehicle. He had already looked through these many times, so he skipped the ones he wasn't interested in and focused on the 3 that mattered to him. Option 5, add weapon, fuel-based flamethrower. Option 8, add radar to the base vehicle. Option 9, upgrade combat room. Radar, Jiang Lushi used to be very interested in this. With radar and infrared scanning, they could detect many dangers in advance, which was extremely useful in the apocalypse. But it was expensive. It required a level 2 mutant crystal core to unlock. A pre-apocalypse radar system for armored vehicles was nearly impossible to get, even now. And even if the military sold it to him, the price would be astronomical. Now, that level 2 crystal core could be saved. With Ran Xiyu in the team, acting like a human radar with precise strikes in her range, why bother with a radar? As for the other 2 options, adding a weapon and upgrading the combat room, Jiang Lushi was tempted by both. Right now, the combat room could only hold 1 person and had limited functionality. But upgrading the combat room was very expensive. Activating it only needed 1 core, but upgrading required 3. Although Jiang Lushi had previously performed the feat of consuming 18 crystal cores at once, that was applied to the whole vehicle, and the upgraded armor could even be shared with the mining truck, essentially upgrading 2 vehicles at once. But the combat room was such a small space, yet upgrading it needed 3 cores and special alloy materials. Still, this upgrade was essential for Jiang Lushi. He noticed that Jiang Zhuiying's strength had actually improved a lot. But unlike him, who could unleash full power inside the minibus, Jiang Zhuiying was restricted by the vehicle. With a long knife and electric powers, she couldn't fully move inside the vehicle. If Jiang Zhuiying could also enter the combat room, she'd be able to fight freely without restrictions. Although I brought Zhuiying here, it's mostly her who's been quietly supporting me. Jiang Lushi felt a bit guilty. Before the apocalypse, he was the one looking after Jiang Zhuiying, but after it began, she had been the one supporting him. Jiang Lushi didn't want Jiang Zhuiying to survive under his protection. She was too talented for that to be wasted. In this apocalypse, the best protection was not shielding her from harm, but helping her grow safely until she became strong enough to need no protection at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Lushi didn't hesitate anymore. He confirmed the combat room upgrade. As for the fuel-based flamethrower, the air cannon took too long to charge, and it was nearly useless when charging into a zombie horde. At high speed, there wasn't time to charge it. Activating the fuel-based flamethrower also required 1 level 1 mutant crystal core. Not too expensive, but the fuel consumption was massive. It required a lot of gasoline to operate. Using it was painful. Next was the mining truck modification. The mining truck wasn't as versatile as the minibus. Jiang Lushi's main use for it was ramming. So the mining truck only needed to be hard, durable, and strong enough to crash into things. Jiang Lushi wanted to upgrade the mining truck in 2 key areas: speed and ramming power. The mining truck itself wasn't very fast, in fact, it was pretty slow. With acceleration and charge modes, the speed increased noticeably, but compared to the minibus, which was like a supercar, it was still way behind. Jiang Lushur wanted to upgrade the acceleration function. Both vehicles could share it. All of this needs crystal cores. Just thinking about it already made Jiang Lushur's heart ache. He hadn't even activated the energy extraction room yet. Once it was active, it would be a black hole for crystal cores. After packing up, Jiang Zhuiying and Ran Xiyu returned to the base vehicle to cook and rest. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan parked the military truck nearby to inspect the vehicle. They would sleep in the vehicle tonight. With the threat of giant earthworms, the apartment might not be safe. Rumors in the complex said that giant earthworms had crawled out of water pipes. Turn on the faucet and a man-eating monster pops out. Even if you survive, you'd be traumatized. Li Yusin didn't return that night. During the night, Jiang Lushur and the others occasionally saw flashes of fire near the city wall, heard gunfire and explosions, and the deep, cruel howls of zombie hordes. At first, all the noise made people uneasy. Jiang Lushur lay on his bed and said softly, "Don't worry. Sleep." Ran Xiyu blinked, gently pulled the blanket up, and closed her eyes. Indeed, in this apocalypse, just being inside the minibus brought a sense of safety. Jiang Zhuiying also quietly pulled her blanket up. Just then, Jiang Lushur's voice suddenly sounded by her ear. "Jiang Zhuiying, take off your headphones." "No staying up late watching anime," Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Zhuiying instantly looked like a little bunny caught sneaking food. Her eyes went wide, and she stuck out her tongue. "Okay." That night felt especially long. The next morning, there was a knock on the vehicle door. When the door opened, Li Yusin was standing outside, dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans, wearing a youthful baseball cap and carrying a backpack, along with a large travel bag. "Morning, Sister Yusin. From the way you're dressed, looks like you're going on a trip," Jiang Zhuiying said from the bathroom, poking her head out while brushing her teeth. "Isn't this fine?" Li Yusin replied with a smile. When Li Yusin boarded the vehicle, Jiang Lushur, who was looking over a map, looked up and gave her a smile. Even though it had only been one night, knowing her personality, she must have already taken care of everything before coming. "Do you know about the scientists being relocated?" Jiang Lushur asked. "Yes, the scientists from the research institute have all been notified. Their departure times, locations, and means of evacuation are all different. The research institute still has work to do and can't just stop immediately. Besides, the institute is actually much safer than the outside. The military is just taking precautions," Li Yusin replied. Judging by her calm expression, she clearly had confidence in the institute's safety, likely confirmed it in person. Otherwise, she'd be more anxious than anyone else here. "Also, my grandpa and mom are eager to sort the experimental data and samples from the nuclear power station. They'll act with the military later. If Zhonghai really can't hold out?" Li Yusin didn't finish that sentence. Zhonghai failing to hold out would be the worst-case scenario. If that happened, who knew how many would die? Still, with tens of thousands of soldiers, and scientists tightly protected, their survival rate was the highest among all people. "General Zhang asked us to help escort the scientists to Xingqing Bay City," Jiang Lushur said. When he made this decision, he hadn't asked the rest of the team for their opinions. He knew that whether it was Jiang Zhuiying, Zhang Hai, or Sun Kuan, they would all follow his lead. But Li Yusin was a new member, and she had family at Zhonghai Safe Zone. "If you want to stay." Before Jiang Lushur could finish, Li Yusin nodded. Okay. You didn't even." "I'll do my best," Li Yusin said as she put down her bag. She only brought a small change of clothes, the rest was medicine and medical tools. "All right then," Jiang Lushur said. With that, the mission to escort the scientists was settled. He looked at Li Yusin, thinking back on the conversation. Come to think of it, she had always been like that. Once she accepted something, she'd agree without hesitation, making any prepared persuasion seem unnecessary. Just after breakfast, a military jeep arrived in the neighborhood. A soldier got out, speaking with a deep, muffled voice, "Captain Jiang, please bring your team with me. We'll depart this morning." "So soon?" Jiang Lushur was surprised. This time they weren't leaving from the military transfer zone, but directly from a city gate. This area was also heavily guarded, with many civilians living nearby. Compared to other places, this site experienced fewer corpse tides. Some civilians were resting, while others were working hard to reinforce the city walls and set up roadblocks near the green belts. Jiang Lushur also saw people in hazmat suits spraying something into the soil. Land around Zhonghai Safe Zone was valuable, but with so many people here, it was the only way to prevent casualties. At the city gate, several military vehicles were already parked. When the jeep, military truck, and minibus arrived, the civilians looked over. Seeing these vehicles made them feel something important was happening, but once the minibus showed up, the vibe shifted. The minibus drew a lot of attention, especially from the soldiers already waiting. There were about a dozen soldiers loaded across several vehicles, all eyeing the minibus, but their attention was different from the civilians. That's Shearing's squad. I heard about them last night. Don't underestimate that minibus. It can charge through zombie hordes. Depends on how big the horde is. But yeah, I heard their captain has mechanical enhancement abilities. That minibus was modified using his powers. I also heard that if not for this mess, multiple squads were planning to ask him for help modding their own vehicles. They say Captain Zhang's shooting is insane. You know Eagle Eye? He's supposedly even better. Damn, seriously? He's an ability user and still that good at shooting? What are we supposed to do as professionals? The soldiers chatted excitedly. Though it had only been one night, the feats of Jiang Lushur and Shearing's squad had already spread among the troops. They had also been actively asking around, because they knew they'd be working with Shearing's squad on this escort mission. As they chatted, a pair of eyes peeked from a vehicle window slit, then quickly ducked back down. The minibus and the truck driven by Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan soon arrived at the gate. Jiang Lushur was inspecting the area when a soldier ran up to the vehicle and saluted stiffly. Captain Jiang, escort squad leader Zhu Changqing. I've been ordered to assist your team on this mission and follow your commands when needed. All right, Jiang Lushur nodded. Zhu Changqing handed over a package. This is your squad's payment. Thanks, Jiang Lushur said, opening the cloth bag, his eyes nearly dazzled by what he saw. It was full of mutant crystal nuclei. He felt both excited and a little disappointed. General Zhang had paid handsomely, 20 level, 1 mutant crystals and 5 evolution crystals. Jiang Lushur hadn't even asked for evolution crystals. General Zhang had gone all in this time. Last time, the military already paid a heavy price to hire Jiang Lushur and Ran Xiu, but this was even more generous. Rescue and escort missions were both dangerous, but this one meant leaving Zhonghai's safe zone. But General Zhang didn't know that as long as Jiang Lushur had his base vehicle, he wasn't afraid of leaving. Besides the crystals and evolution cores, the metals Jiang Lushur requested were also unloaded from a vehicle and carried to the minibus in crates. Everything's ready. Not a single material missing, Zhu Changqing said. To have all this prepared in one night, Jiang Lushur himself couldn't have pulled it off. But he was disappointed there wasn't a level 2 mutant crystal. Of course, he understood. General Zhang had already said it would be difficult to get one. Zhu then said, to ensure safety, we're planning to place some scientists in your minibus. Would that be all right? My vehicle's already crowded, and mostly with women, so it's not really convenient. Just then, 2 people got out of a military vehicle. Seeing them, Jiang Lushur's unfinished sentence instantly got stuck in his throat. Jiang Lushur originally thought the scientists being assigned to them would likely be elderly, but instead, it was a young woman accompanied by a little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old. Sorry, my daughter's not feeling well. The conditions in the military truck are rough, so I hoped we could ride in your vehicle. If it's too crowded, just letting my daughter sit would be fine, the young woman said. The little girl had soft, long hair, a chubby round face, and carried a pink backpack. She hid behind her mother, secretly peeking at Jiang Lushur. Her large eyes looked like 2 black grapes. I know them, Li Yusin said softly. The older one is a plant specialist, but at the institute, the little girl is more well known. She's a little prodigy, Li Yusin added. Jiang Lushur looked at the little girl in surprise. She seemed timid, but turned out to be a genius. Still, it really wasn't suitable for a young mother and her daughter to ride squeezed in with a bunch of soldiers. They must have heard what he said just now. No problem, you both can come aboard, Jiang Lushur said. Thank you. Seeing the female scientist and her daughter board the minibus, Zhang Hai glanced out the window and said, TSK, see? That's what a luxury vehicle gets you. You and your mouth, Sun Kuan said helplessly. But indeed, in the apocalypse, this minibus was the undisputed luxury ride. Jiang Lushur then met with the other 2 scientists. In total, he was escorting 3. 2 had family members with them. The third, though young, had no family. His relatives had mutated into zombies. The team was quickly ready. As the gate slowly opened, the scene outside came into view. Ordinary people standing nearby all tensed up and moved aside. They were just one wall away from hell and didn't know what this convoy was heading into. As the convoy drove out, their expressions turned blank and vacant. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't dare leave. Once the convoy left, the gate shut immediately, and the civilians let out a sigh of relief. Inside the minibus, Jiang Lushur sat down and summoned the starseed panel. The payment he'd just received hadn't even warmed up in his hands before it was being used. First, upgrade the combat room. Mutant nuclei detected. Upgrading to level 2 combat room requires 2 level 1 mutant nuclei. Upgrade will expand the space, retain the 360-degree firing ports, and allow use by 2 people. Confirm upgrade? To go from 1 user to 2 needs 2 crystals. Jiang Lushur winced. But he knew it wasn't just a matter of size, the shock absorption and armor had to expand too. And the upgraded combat room would be better protected. Confirm, Jiang Lushur said internally. Next, add a weapon to the minibus. Add weapon to base vehicle, fuel-type flamethrower. Fuel-type flamethrower consumes large amounts of gasoline on activation, burns at 2000 degrees Celsius. Requires 1 mutant crystal. Add this weapon? Yes, Jiang Lushur confirmed again. 1 crystal per word, it felt brutal. Next, he reinforced the mining truck's armor a bit more, which transferred to reinforce critical spots like the minibus's front end. In the blink of an eye, his stash of crystals was nearly gone. This base vehicle devoured mutant crystals like candy. It pained Jiang Lushur immensely. Combat room upgrading, current progress, 1%. Flamethrower construction in progress, current progress, 1%. The young female scientist and her daughter were sitting on the couch. The scientist had glasses on and was focused on a thick notebook and a heavy tome. The little girl, however, stared wide-eyed at Jiang Lushur. At first, Jiang Lushur ignored her, but after being stared at for so long, he finally glanced her way. The girl blinked and softly asked, "Are all those big sisters your wives?" Jiang Lushur froze. Next to him, Jiang Zhuiying let out a snort of laughter, confirming he hadn't misheard. "No," Jiang Lushur replied. The girl nodded. "Oh." But something in her tone sounded disappointed. "Where are you from?" she asked next. "Jiangbei," he answered. The girl beamed and tugged her mother's sleeve. "Mom, see? I guessed right. I said this big brother had a Jiangbei accent." "You guessed wrong just now." "Stop being naughty," the woman said, then looked apologetically at Jiang Lushur. "Sorry, Xiaonan is like that." No wonder she was staring so hard, it was part of a bet with her mom, Jiang Lushur realized. "We're passing through Jiangbei this time," the girl added. That made Jiang Lushur pause. He hadn't realized that. Thinking about it, Jiangbei was near Shanghai. In pre-apocalypse times, a route from Shanghai to Xingqing wouldn't pass Jiangbei. But after the apocalypse, many direct routes were unusable. A detour through Jiangbei made sense. Since the outbreak, Jiang Lushur hadn't heard anything about Jiangbei. With zombies swallowing the world, only a few base cities still lit up at night. Most of the world was sunk in deep darkness. The convoy continued moving. As zombies increased in number, the minibus began accelerating and ramming through, while the sound of gunfire filled the air. The female scientist glanced out the window, while the little girl quietly sat on the couch, unfazed. Having satisfied her curiosity about the bet with her mom, she stopped bothering Jiang Lushur. By evening, the convoy reached a small city. "Captain Jiang, it's getting late. Traveling at night is dangerous. The next city is still 30 minutes ahead. Let's camp here," Zhu Changqing's voice came through the radio. "All right. Find a suitable campsite," Jiang Lushur agreed. Actually, they were approaching Jiangbei. Part of him wanted to go there, but traveling at night was indeed too risky. Even with his minibus, he didn't want to face hordes and mutant beasts at night. Zombies and mutants had terrifying night vision, humans were at a big disadvantage. Roger that. Just then, the female scientist approached. "Captain Jiang, I noticed a lot of farmland nearby. Would it be possible to stop briefly and collect some samples? If it's just by the roadside, it shouldn't be dangerous." Stopping briefly at the roadside really wasn't a problem. Much safer than going into a city to scavenge. This small city probably had around 1 million people before the apocalypse. After the outbreak, no one could say how many zombies were left. So even when camping nearby, they wouldn't enter the city. "Sure," Jiang Lushur said. The scientists he was escorting were all pretty easygoing, not stubborn or demanding. Of course, if they made unreasonable requests, he would refuse outright. He was here to escort, not to play death games. As the convoy set up camp, in a tall building inside the city, a few pairs of eyes sparkled as they watched the vehicles from afar. The green military truck stood out clearly on the road.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.